Master Crutches, I heard that Song Lousy seems to be finding trouble with that kid Feng. Crippled Wong's face was covered with a towel and was soaking in his bath. He enjoys taking a bath as it was relaxing, and he could not feel his crippled legs. The follower says Cripple Wong did not have any reaction and continued. That kid's trading company, which sold the wind and rain fans last year and the humidifiers this year, is doing very well. Is even advertised on CCTV. I heard that his annual profits are more than a few dozen million. Recently, there are lesser demolition projects, and Song Lousy wants to do some other business. I heard that he is targeting that Feng's trading company. Our men say Song Lousy's advisor went to the trading company. It seems that he wants to buy a stake in the company. Cripple Wong took down the towel on his face and looked at his follower. Although he did not say anything, but that follower felt a chill creeping up his back. Did he succeed? I think no. I heard that Feng Yu rejected. I am not sure what's wrong with that Feng Yu. His company has lots of banners, plaques, and awards hung outside. Some of these were awarded by the motor factory, aviation factory, machinery company, and some were from government departments, and even the city government. What are you trying to say? Master Crutches, although our earnings for the past year was not bad, we have lots of men. You treat us very well and split the earnings with us. You look at Song Lousy. His mansion is bigger than those generals. Furthermore, Feng Yu's company is located in our territory, and even if someone has to get a stake in the company, it should be us. Cripple Wong looked at that follower. You are telling me to ignore the rules and swallow the company from the businessman operating on my turf. It's not swallowing. It's becoming a shareholder or becoming a partner. We will also come out with capital and get part of the profits. When it's the time for splitting the profits, then we shall see if that Feng Yu knows what to do. Cripple Wong hesitated. He was also the boss of a gang, but he was not as glamorous as Song Lousy. They were all bosses of gangs, but why was Song Lousy doing so well? It's all because that Song Lousy earned the most. Now his follower made sense. Song Lousy came to his turf and wanted to buy a stake in the companies located here. This was obviously stepping into his territory. If it was because of demolition projects, it's okay, but this was a trading company and dealt with electrical appliances. If Song Lousy really got what he wanted, then it would be a disgrace for Cripple Wong. This period of time, both Song Lousy and he had received warnings from the city government, and they had stayed low. But it was also during this time, Song Lousy established his position as the Longjiang province, big boss. Many cities had acknowledged this fact, and there was no one objecting in Bing City. What if he does not allow us to buy a stake in his company? You said that he had connections with lots of government officials, and if this is true, you think he will let us get what we want? Cripple Wong asked. Master Crutches, there is still one more thing that I heard recently. You remember that Feng Yu had bought an incense burner from us. Incense burner? Cripple Wong thought hard. They had sold an incense burner? The incense burner in our meeting hall. That kid had bought the burner for 300,000 renminbi. Isn't that an excuse to compensate for the injuries of our men? Cripple Wong remembered that incident. Hi. That follower slapped his own leg in an exaggerated manner. That's what I thought too. But my cousin-in-law that worked in the bank heard that recently, someone used an antique as collateral for a loan. You guess how much did the bank loan him? 6 million renminbi. Cripple Wong shouted in surprise. 6 million? What antique is that? You meant that antique is that incense burner. That's right. I heard that it is a Schwanda burner, and it is a treasure from the Ming dynasty. That kid had used 300,000 renminbi to cheat us. There are rumors that a Hong Kong businessman offered him 10 million for that burner. The follower continued. Crippled Wong hit the water surface hard with his fist. Water splashed up onto the follower's face. When Cripple Wong is angry, no one dares to do anything that will attract his attention. If not, they will get a taste of his iron crutches. Actually, Cripple Wong liked Feng Yu. Feng Yu was young and had already started his own business. This was not an easy feat also. Feng Yu knows how to handle different situations well. He knows how to compensate others for their help. However, Cripple Wong found out that he had been cheated by Feng Yu. Because of this Schwanda burner, the positive feelings towards Feng Yu was all gone. He was pissed off by Feng Yu now. 6 million. No, it should be 10 million renminbi. He had so many men, and there was no way his gang was able to earn 10 million in a month. Tomorrow you go and tell him that we want to buy a stake in that company. Master Crutches, how much are we paying them? How much? We had already paid them. That burner is worth 10 million. Cripple Wong glanced at his follower. The follower immediately understood what he meant. I understand. Then should I ask for last year's bonuses? This type of minor things you still need to consult me? High school year 2 had started, and the students were separated to science and arts classes. Once again, Feng Yu and Li Na became classmates in the same class, and Feng Yu was seated behind Li Na. Even his previous form teacher who had taken care of him was forced to become his form teacher again. But Feng Yu was still in a bad mood. His bad mood was not because of school. It was because of Taihua trading. Taihua trading was very busy during the summer break. However, Feng Yu was pleased with the results. Other than the machinery from the Soviet Union, there was still the acquirement of shares, and the sales of the humidifiers were also doing above his expectations. The day before yesterday, he received a call from Wu Jigang to ask him to return to the company. After his trip to the company, Feng Yu did not smile at all. Feng Yu had thought that Song Laosi would not find trouble with him again. He also does not want to interfere with these gangs. He just wanted history to take its course. It's only one more year. But yesterday, Song Laosi's man came to the company and wanted to buy 50% stake in his company, and he offered a high price of 5 million renminbi. 5 million. Even if it were 500 million, Feng Yu would not sell. His company now have over 200 million worth of shares. Although he was in debt from the bank loans, in 2 years' time, he would get profits of at least 5 times of that amount. If he was lucky, he might get even more than 10 times. That Song Laosi's man obviously saw Taihua trading was doing well and wanted to get a share of the profits. Feng Yu sent Lao Laosi's man away with the excuse that he needs to consider for a few days. Before he could think of a solution, Cripple Wong's man came. He said that they had invested 10 million renminbi, which was the incense burner, last year. He instructed Feng Yu to give them their share of the profits from last year. Making use of these two gangs to fight with each other would not work every time. Especially now with this incense burner incident, his relationship with Cripple Wong was broken. It was impossible for him to make Cripple Wong fight with Song Laosi. The visit from Song Laosi and Cripple Wong's men had caused the seed of getting rid of all the gangs in Feng Yu's heart germinate. Note, many people do not like the part of Song Laosi and the gangs. So, I will keep this part short and end it within a few chapters. Notes, reappearance of the gangs. Another short, boring arc. But after this part, they will not appear again. Please be patient. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at the teenager sitting opposite him. He had a headache. Since when can a civilian tell the leaders what to do? Mayor Zhang, I believe that I had expressed myself clearly. There must be a crackdown on these gangs. Our country had crackdowns in the past, and after the crackdowns, things become better. Now there is news from the top that there will be another crackdown at the end of this year to the start of next year. You all also have to deal with these gangs at that time. How did you know about the news from the top? Feng Yu leaned back on the sofa with a strange expression. Mayor Zhang, CCTV had already filmed an episode of the program on my products. What do you think? Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. Could it be this kid had made some connections with some senior leaders? Impossible. If Feng Yu had such links, why did he ask me for help to get in touch with CCTV? But advertising was easy. It's all about money. To let CCTV film an episode of your products was not an easy task to achieve. Could it be that this Feng Yu had known some leaders during his trip to Beijing? Zhang Ruiqiang had never thought about the power of money in that era. If not, why was there so many corrupted officials? It was because of the luxurious life where officials cannot enjoy and only businessmen can. I am alone, and my words have no weight. I am only a deputy mayor, and my rank is also low among the rest of the deputy mayors. I don't have any authority over the police department. I can't help much. Even if Zhang Ruiqiang wants to deal with these gangs, he was also powerless. Mayor Zhang, if the security in Bing City is good, I can guarantee you that I pull a large investment in to build a motorcycle factory. You should know how well motorcycles are selling in China. How much tax do you think it will bring to Bing City, and how big is this achievement? Are you the one that will be investing in the motorcycle factory? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. Does it matter? It will benefit Bing City. I believe as a deputy mayor of Bing City, you also want the security to be better here. I will be honest with you. I am threatened by the triads. If you don't want to help me because you want to protect yourself, then I will use the money to make them fight among themselves. You should know what will happen to Bing City if that happens. Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. You dare? This Feng Yu is so daring to say this sort of things in his presence. When one is forced into a corner, anything goes. Mayor Zhang, why not you introduce me to the mayor or the party secretary? I think I can convince them to decide. Now, if you ask any civilians in the streets, which is more well known in Bing City, Song Laosi, Cripple Wong, Bother Ku, and the rest of the gangs or Bing City officials, our provincial leaders, or even the nation's leaders. If the government is not going to do anything about the triads in the city will be gone. Bing City's security is really that bad? Feng Yu laughed. You can ask your secretary or any of your men on the ground. Ask them if what I said was right. Zhang Ruiqiang called a few of his men to his office and questioned them, and it was really as what Feng Yu had said. You go back first. I will think it over. He was only in charge of the city's education, health, and the state-owned enterprise restructuring. If he were to talk to the mayor about the city's security, that would be crossing the line. He will be hated by the others. Feng Yu left Zhang Ruiqiang's office. Even if Zhang Ruiqiang decided to do something, it was still not enough. Feng Yu got to attack from different directions and cannot let Song Laosi and the gangs a chance to escape. If one does not kill the snake, he would be bitten. Since Feng Yu decided to move, he cannot let a single one of them live. Anyway, these people had done all sorts of bad things, and they will be shot. He was considered doing something good for the people. Bing City Police Department. Feng Yu was sitting in the deputy chief's office. This deputy chief was the highest-ranked officer Feng Yu had contacts with. Manager Feng, what did you say? You want to donate 500,000 renminbi to our department? Ha. This is not according to the regulations. The deputy chief was happy even though he was trying to reject. Chief Chun, this is something from my company. Please do not reject us. Furthermore, we are donating to Bing City police officers and not you alone. Our officers' lives were really too hard. Other than the money, there is still some soybean oil, flour, rice, pork, eggs, etc. These will be sent over in a few days. Just treat it as National Day's presents. Manager Feng, you still have something you want to tell me? Deputy Chief Chen asked. There must be a reason for Feng Yu to donate these things. There was no free lunch in this world. Should our Bing City's security be increased? Why are there people coming to my company to extort money from me every few days? Feng Yu asked, frowning. Did something like this happen? Didn't you hang our awards and plaque outside your office? Who's the one? Tell me. These type of people should be thrown to jail. Song Laosi and Cripple Wong. Hiss. Deputy Chief Chen inhaled a deep breath. How come it's these two guys? This is not good. There were rumors that the provincial leader shared the same table and drank with Song Laosi. Why? Chief Chen, you cannot do anything? There will be a crackdown from the top soon, and our Bing City is on the list. You know about this? If you can settle this problem, then you will be the next police chief. Crackdown? How did you know? I have my sources. You should consider what I had just said. This matter is good for both Bing City and you. I estimate that the orders for the crackdown will be given within this few days. You must remember to grab this opportunity. Feng Yu left after he finished talking to Deputy Chief Chen. To ask him to catch Song Laosi and Cripple Wong now, it was still impossible. But what if the city government gave the orders? Deputy Chief Chen was in this rank for the past 7 years, and he really wanted the post of the police chief. What Feng Yu did now was to give him a little push from his back. Director Li, Director Ho, Song Laosi, and Cripple Wong had sent their men to my company. They want a share of the humidifiers. They want half of the profits. If I give them half, and there will be not much left, I will not be getting a single cent after I pass the both of you your shares. You didn't tell them this humidifier is a product of the motor factory? Li Shiyu frowned. In Bing City, there were still people who dare to extort the motor factory? The motor factory had a few thousand staffs. If you add in the staff's family, it would be over 10,000 people, and the motor factory was still considered a military factory. Which gang dares to go against them? I told them. That's why they did not go to you and Director Ho. They just come to me. So, I am asking the both of you to pass a message to the city government or the provincial government. Please ask them to do something about the city's security. Li Shiyu and Ho Haitu kept quiet and exchanged glances. Feng Yu was cursing and swearing in his heart. When there are profits to be shared, the both of them came rushing. Now I am asking for your help, and you all are keeping quiet. I thought the both of you are proud of being a military installation. You don't even dare to pass a message? Seem like they need some stimulation. What they don't agree is because there is no money to earn. They're saying money makes the mayor go. From what Feng Yu sees, it's Mares go to the money. Notes. In that era, the reputation of Song Laosi was indeed higher than the leaders. Oh yes, during National Day, I will give some gifts for the workers of your factories. Each worker will receive a bottle of oil, a packet of flour, and 50 renminbi cash. Generous. Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao did a mental calculation. There were at least 10,000 workers in both factories, and Feng Yu would be spending a few 100,000 for them to pass a message? Fine, we will help you. The two sly foxes felt that they would not suffer any losses for doing this favor for Feng Yu, and they could also benefit from it. Furthermore, they still need to cooperate with Feng Yu on the bladeless fans. They do not want Taihua Trading to ditch them and work with the universities. That would be a significant loss. After the meeting, Feng Yu went to the machinery company. He went through the accounts and pointed out some discrepancies, which he said that he will inform the Hong Kong businessman. Li Mingde helplessly asked Feng Yu about what request he wanted this time. Every time Feng Yu wants him to do something, he would go through the account books and point out the inconsistencies. Feng Yu immediately told him about his request, and Li Mingde hesitated for a while but agreed. Li Mingde also made it clear to Feng Yu that he would only pass the message and would not be responsible if the city government decided to not act on it. With so many preparations and money spent, Feng Yu still felt that it was not enough. The attitude of the leaders, such as Zhang Ruiqiang, was lacking. What's wrong with you? The canteen's food is not bad. Why are you not eating? Wen Dongjun asked while eating Feng Yu's food from his plate. Feng Yu lowered his head and asked softly, "AI, what should we do to let the leaders act about the plight of Bing City's security? The triads are rampaging throughout the city, and why aren't the leaders not doing anything? Are they waiting for something big to happen before they act?" Feng Yu had a last resort, which was to blow up this matter. Make the issue of the triads too big for the city government and provincial government to handle. When that happens, these triads would be in trouble, but at the same time, Feng Yu would be in a dangerous position. By doing that, it's akin to playing with fire and could be burned from it. His relationship with Zhang Ruiqiang might also turn sour. Zhang Ruiqiang is the future Bing City's mayor. Feng Yu still had lots of money-making ideas, but he needed Zhang Ruiqiang's support. Zhang Han asked curiously, "Security problems? You were talking about Song Laosi, Cripple Wang, and the rest of the gangs. Wasn't Feng Yu's brother-in-law working for the triads? The rumors were false." That's right. These people were too overbearing, and the leaders are not doing anything to stop them. Bing City is already in a mess now. Feng Yu threw the chopsticks on the table. He had no more appetite. When Dongjun added, "Yeah, these leaders are all pushovers. When I become a leader in future, I will show you all what is dedication." Zhang Han suddenly said, "What leaders are all pushovers? Do you know how much hard work they are doing every day?" After speaking, she stood up and stormed off. When Dongjun was shocked, "What's wrong? Why did Zhang Han get angry all of a sudden?" He hurriedly finished his food and ran after her. "Dad, hey, my precious daughter. Are you tired from school? I told you to study arts, but you insist on studying science." This was his precious daughter who was born when he was in his 30s. "Dad, can I tell you something?" Zhang Han hugged his father's arms. "What's the problem? Tell me. I heard from my classmates that the security in Bing City is terrible. Those triads like Song Laosi, Cripple Wang, Brother Ku are ruling the city, and they commit all sorts of bad stuff, like killings, arsons, and robberies." "Nonsenses. You saw it with your own eyes." "What nonsenses? You can go to the streets and ask around. All residents in Bing City knows about this. Also, the last time I went to the Cultural Palace with my friends to watch a movie, we were stopped by gangsters from Cripple Wang's gang." To make his father believe her words, Zhang Han told him a lie. "You were stopped by gangsters? Why didn't you tell me about it? Are they just jobless youths? They cannot be considered as triads. Dad, even if they are not gangsters, they will become gangsters soon if nothing is done. Also, do you know about the rumors on the streets? Everyone is saying that you are protecting Song Laosi." Zhang Han said, "Rubbish. What protecting him? Song Laosi owned a demolition company, and I just chatted with him once at a restaurant. How am I protecting him?" At that moment, Zhang Han's mother, who was in the kitchen, came out after hearing his husband shouting at her daughter. "Why are you shouting at our daughter? I feel that something must be done to improve the security of Bing City. Why not we move to the housing estate for the provincial officials? The security here is not that good. Yesterday, Unit 302 windows were broken. I heard that it was because of loan sharks and the culprits were Brother Ku's men. Also, you remember my father's old neighbor, Auntie Sue? I heard that her legs were broken by someone because of the demolition works. The company responsible for the demolition works and evictions is owned by that Song Laosi. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I wanted to tell you, but you do not have time for me. You are so busy every day, and yet you can't even take care of the security in Bing City. Why are you blaming me? Dad, look. Even Mum knows about this, and you still deny it? Last time, there were still gangsters coming to my school. If you are not going to do something, then I will also not go to school. Zhang Han continued. Fine. I will ask my men tomorrow. If all these are true, then it's time to do something. The last crackdown was only a few years ago, and how did things become like this so fast? Bing City's mayor was frowning. Director Ho from the aviation factory had just left his office. Even military factories were harassed. This was outrageous. Aviation factory and the machinery company had a complaint to him about Bing City's security and wanted the city government to do something. This issue was also brought up by two deputy mayors and claims that these triads were hindering the city's growth. Seems like it's time to talk to the party's secretary. But the security in Bing City should not be as bad as what they said. Maybe these were exaggerated by their men on the ground. After reporting to the party's secretary, he would send the officers from the city's police stations. The mayor reaches the party's secretary office, and the secretary had just returned from a meeting at the provincial government. When the secretary heard everything from the mayor, he nodded. After the meeting in the provincial government, the provincial police chief had spoken to him about the issue of Bing City's security. He wanted to work with the city's police department to eradicate the city's triads. He said that he had received complaints about the triads operating in Bing City. The secretary had wanted to talk to the mayor about this, but the moment he returned to his office, the mayor was already there to speak to him about this subject. Since both of them were on the same page, they were able to make decisions fast. Instructions were passed to the city's police department, and the deputy police chief Chen was surprised. This time, it was not only the city government that was going to act. Even the provincial government was going to be involved. He suddenly remembered what Feng Yu told him a few days ago and immediately volunteered to take on this task. He would work with the provincial police to catch all the triads in Bing City. While Feng Yu was still considering what else he could do to make the government act, the crackdown in Bing City had already started. Song Laosi was sitting in the nightclub, and his eyes were roving on the dance floor, looking for women that attracted his attention. That woman is not bad. Song Laosi pointed at her, and two of his followers walked through the crowd on the dance floor and dragged the woman over. Master C. The woman was terrified. Can we don't do it here? Song Laosi was satisfied with the woman's attitude. He waved to his men to let them know that he wants to go back to the mansion. When the car's doors were closed, Song Laosi's arms was twisted to his back, and there was a loud click sound. He was handcuffed. Guangjin, Song Laosi shouted. This woman was a cop. The driver turned, and he was not Song Laosi's driver, Li Guangjin. It was a stranger. Song Laosi stopped shouting. Li Guangjin was arrested by us. Today, we are inviting Mr. Song back for a cup of tea and to answer some questions. You dare? I am good friends with your superior, the city's police chief. I'm sorry, we are from the provincial police department. I am buddies with your provincial police chief too. This order was instructed by the provincial police chief. Stop your pointless struggling. With the evidence we collected, you are not going anywhere. Police Chief Zhang, are you joking with me? I am a legit businessman. How can I be a triad boss? Song Laosi said calmly. He does not believe that the provincial police department had evidence against him. April 21, 1986, eviction of XX estate. An old lady was beaten to death. Can you explain it? What's there to explain? This has nothing to do with me. Song Laosi's heart skipped a beat. He had already asked someone to take the reap. Did that person turn against him? August 14, 1986, the construction of a new housing building in XX estate. A contractor by the name of Su Hua was beaten up and both his legs were fractured. You also don't know about this. Chief Zhang slowly listed out the cases one by one. He speaks slowly and calmly, but Song Laosi's heart was beating very fast. You do not have proof. Stop maligning me. Song Laosi shouted. You want evidence? I will show you the evidence now. This. What else do you have to say? It's better for you to admit everything now. Song Laosi slumped back on the chair. How could they get their hands on this evidence? Those bastards. I had paid them so much, and they stabbed me in the back. Luckily, I still have a card up my sleeve. Cripple Wong was relaxing in his bathhouse. He was lying face down with a young girl riding on his back, giving him a massage. Bang! The door was forced open, and Cripple Wong immediately sat up. The girl that was massaging him fell onto the floor. He ignored the girl's cries and reached under the pillow. Clicked. A pair of handcuffs was cuffed onto his hands, and he was pinned down by 4 men. When they lifted the pillow, there was a pistol. Cripple Wong wanted to shout, but his mouth was taped, and his head was covered in a black sack. The 4 men took a towel to wrap him and dragged him onto a car. In the corner of the room, there was an iron crutch. This iron crutch would not see its owner again. Brother Ku, I heard that Song Laosi and Cripple Wong were arrested by the police. Is there a crackdown going on? Brother Ku was shocked. Why was there a crackdown now? The last suppression was only a few years ago. Not good. Those 2 bastards would rat him out to get a lighter sentence. He got to run. Brother Ku immediately instructed his men to stop his casinos and bring all the cash to him. He needs to hide for a while. When everything was over, then he would come back. He would be the big boss of Bing City. No, it should be Longjiang Province. When he comes back, he might even be the king of the underworld in the northeast region. But before Brother Ku could finish his daydream, his place was raided. A few dozen armed police rushed in and knocked him down with the butt of the rifle. They did not give him a chance to say anything. Brother Ku and his leading followers were the same as Song Laosi and Cripple Wong. They were dragged onto a few cars and sent to a location instructed by the provincial police. Brother Ku had opened his safe to prepare for his escape when he was arrested. All the cash and jewelry in his safe and a hidden cellar were recorded and brought back. Brother Ku regretted opening the safe and the entrance to the cellar. If he did not open the cellar, he would still have some money to bribe his way out. This time he's finished. Feng Yu was still in the midst of a class when his pager started beeping. He immediately pressed it. His form teacher in front of the class helplessly looked at Feng Yu and acted like he was angry. You, stand outside and close the door. Feng Yu walked out of the classroom and closed the door. He took out his pager and saw that it was his brother-in-law urgently asking him to call back. Feng Yu does not care whether if he still had classes. He ran to the reception office near the school gate to call his brother-in-law. What? Brother-in-law, you confirmed this news. After hanging up, Feng Yu's face was full of excitement. Last night, Song Laosi, Cripple Wong, and Brother Ku were all arrested, and this morning, Western Bun was also detained in another province. He would be sent back to Bing City for trial. Bing City's 4 gangs were all arrested. Feng Yu was also puzzled. The stimulants he created were not sufficient for the government to act so swiftly. Could it be that there were some leaders at the top that gave the instructions? Whatever. Anyway, everything was okay now. Later he will ask his staff to send the gifts he promised to the city government, machinery company, etc. No words could express this happy feeling. After the school at lunch, Feng Yu and the 3 others were sitting together as usual. No one else wants to eat with them. Feng Yu's brother-in-law was with the triads. Let me tell you all something. Song Laosi, Cripple Wong, Brother Ku, and Western Bun were all arrested. Not one of them escaped. Feng Yu could not help but share this piece of good news with his close friends. This was better than what happened in his previous life. In his previous life, those people had managed to escape for a while but were arrested later during the crackdown. This time, they were all arrested at the same time. Really? The city police acted so fast. When Dong Jun was surprised, Zhang Han said unhappily, "What city police? How many officers does the city police department have? It must be the provincial police that initiated this operation. I heard that it was the provincial police chief that leads the operation personally. That Song Laosi, Cripple Wong had broken the law, and they will never escape the hands of the provincial police." Feng Yu looked at Zhang Han curiously. How did she know that it was the provincial police chief that leads the arrests? She seems to have lots of faith in the provincial police chief. Could it be a relative of hers? Impossible. If the provincial police chief was Zhang Han's relative, her family should also be government officials. Why would she still live in that small estate? That's the neighborhood for the old linen factory, and it will be torn down for new developments in a few years. They chatted happily over lunch. Feng Yu's appetite was exceptionally good that day, even when Dong Jun ate lesser than him. Song Laosi and Cripple Wong. Both of you wanted a share of my Tai Hua Trading's profits? Try sending your men over now. I will beat them up. If you are not happy, call the police. News of the arrests of Song Laosi and the rest spread throughout Bing City the next day. Many residents spontaneously set off firecrackers to celebrate. These people were the ones who had been bullied by these triads. The provincial and city's leaders heard the firecrackers and did not felt good. Did they act too late? But at least they arrested these people now, and the residents can live peacefully from now. Provincial police chief was feeling remorseful. It seems like his daughter was right. These people must be taken to justice. Since Bing City had started the crackdown, the other cities also followed suit. Feng Yu was at school and noticed that the rest of the students were looking at him weirdly. In the past, many students feared him, but now they despised him. Damn, what did I do to get all these hates? The thing that angered Feng Yu the most was that one bold fellow gave Li Na a love letter. FCKU. My relationship with Li Na was known throughout the school. Even the teachers and principal know about it. You dare to hit on my girl? Feng Yu was furious and went straight to the class of that student. What's the meaning of this? Feng Yu questioned that student. What? Only you can like Li Na, and I cannot like her. That student's attitude was firm. Li Na was good in her studies and pretty. In the past, other students were scared of Feng Yu because his brother-in-law was with the triads. But now, Feng Yu can't use this to scare the other students. It's fine if you like her, but look at yourself. I am telling you now. She does not like you, and please don't do this again. I will do it again. What can you do to me? Feng Yu stared at the student. He was challenging him. Why are you staring at me? I will beat you up. Your brother-in-law, who is working for Cripple Wong, is finished. Did he get locked up too? Ha ha ha. Feng Yu finally understood. No wonder the other students were looking at him weirdly. They knew that Crippled Wong was finished and his brother-in-law should be arrested too. What's there to be afraid of Feng Yu now? Humph. Feng Yu smirked and gave a punch to that student's face first, and his punches continued to rain down on that student's face. Who dares to help him? I will beat him later. Damn. So what if you were taller? For a student who had never got into fights before, it was easy to win. A punch to the bridge of the nose and a blow to the eye can settle the fight in an instant. Feng Yu took out 200 RMB notes and threw it on the floor. I had hit you, and I can afford to compensate you. If you are still not happy, I will get those hooligans from the motor factory to wait for you and beat you up every day. Even if I break your legs, I can also afford it. Feng Yu's arrogant words scared the rest of the students. It was common for students to get into fights, but no one had ever seen a fight this brutal. The way Feng Yu took out the RMB scared them. This Feng Yu really came from a wealthy family. All of them heard rumors that Feng Yu drove Li Na out during the weekends, and the rumors should be accurate. Suddenly, when Dongjun came rushing in with a stick, who the FCK messed with my brother? When Dongjun's height was over 1.85 m. He was tall and fit, and was on the school's basketball team. No one in school dared to mess with him. Feng Yu pulled back when Dongjun, it's fine now. I had settled it. Let's go. If he is not satisfied, I have ways to take care of him. Feng Yu's actions soon spread among the students. Li Na hesitated for almost half a day before she told Feng Yu softly that she had thrown the love letter away and asked Feng Yu to not get into fights again. Okay, if they don't mess with me, I will also not get into fights. Don't worry. After this incident, there should be no one in the school that dares to provoke me for the time being. Sure enough, the students feared Feng Yu again after this incident. This kid fought fearlessly, and he was rich too. They heard that Feng Yu were brothers with the hooligans from the motor factory. What if they provoked Feng Yu, and those hooligans came after them after school? The form teacher helplessly came to Feng Yu for a talk. You fought with another student? No. I accidentally knocked into another student and caused a nosebleed. I had compensated him with a large amount, 200 renminbi. Feng Yu said with a pained expression. The form teacher was speechless. 200 renminbi might be a significant amount for them, but Feng Yu? Feng Yu had sent gifts worth thousands of RMB to his home during Lunar New Year, and the car he drove was worth a few $100,000. It's a few $100,000 RMB. Never mind. Just don't do it again. Go back to your class. Feng Yu left and returned after 5 minutes. Teacher, I need to apply for leave. Applying for leave again? What's the reason? That Deputy Mayor Zhang is looking for me. The form teacher waved his hands. He can't be bothered to verify with Feng Yu's excuse. Just let him be. Feng Yu was smiling happily when he saw Zhang Ruiqiang. Ah, leader, thanks for your help. Zhang Ruiqiang waved him away. The crackdown was not because of me. Some leader from the provincial government initiated it. Didn't you notice that the policemen involved in this crackdown were from the provincial police? It's the same as long as those bad guys were arrested. By the way, why did you call me here? Is it about the motorcycle factory? Rest assured, the factory will be finalized before the end of the year. Feng Yu does not care which police department arrested those triads bosses. 2 days ago, Feng Yu was on the phone with Kirilenko. The negotiations for the technologies were almost completed, but the pricing for the production line was still in the talks. The talks should be completed by month end. The production line would be imported, and the construction of the factory would be completed within this year. During Lunar New Year next year, the new model of motorcycles would be in production, just in time for the festive seasons. Feng Yu, tell me the truth. You are not related with that cripple Wang, Song Laosi, and the rest? Feng Yu could tell that there was something wrong with Zhang Ruiqiang. What relationship do you think I have with them? I heard that you had given cripple Wang 300,000 renminbi compensation last year when he clashed with Song Laosi. Cripple Wang also said that you offered him a sum of money for the killing of Song Laosi's nephew, Song Xiaofeng. How do you explain this? Zhang Ruiqiang was disappointed. Feng Yu was still young, but he was very capable. Why did he do such things? Where's the evidence? These were all allegations from them. Obliviously, they are accusing me. Feng Yu will never admit to these. If he were to admit to it, then he would be finished. I asked you here, and not the police station was to give you a chance to repent. Your bank statements match cripple Wang's testimony. If it wasn't for Feng Yu's connection with the Soviet Union, and he was able to get advanced technologies and machines, Zhang Ruiqiang would not interfere in this matter. Oh, you were talking about that money? That's right. I gave cripple Wang that money. Zhang Ruiqiang's expression changed. Feng Yu was indeed involved with the triads. Sighed. He had mistrusted Feng Yu. Feng Yu continued. The money had nothing to do with compensations. The money was payment for an antique. I paid cripple Wang about 400,000 to 500,000 renminbi in total for a Schwanda burner. That's an investment. Right. That antique is current with the city's ICBC bank as collateral for a 6 million loan. You can check with them. When he bought that incense burner, he did not expect it to be an antique. But this gave Feng Yu an excuse for the money paid to cripple Wang. It was not against the law to buy antiques. You claim that I supported cripple Wang? Where's the evidence? What's the motive? Can Song Xiaofeng testify? You said that the money was to purchase an antique? Zhang Ruiqiang disbelieving asked. That's right. Everyone in my company knows about it. As for the relationships with the triads you were asking, if I really had relationships with them, why was I being threatened by them? Those illegal activities you mentioned just now had nothing to do with me. Song Laosi, stop trying to resist. We will show leniency if you are honest, and we will be strict if you try to deny. I don't need to repeat myself. It's useless to even keep quiet. We had been collecting evidence for a period of time. The evidence collected would be sufficient to pin you down. Chief Zhang, actually I am working as an undercover for the police. I am collecting evidence against cripple Wang, Brother Ku, and Western Bun. Song Laosi suddenly said. Chief Zhang raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Song Laosi was an uncover for the police. What a joke. There had never been instances where an undercover becomes a triad boss. I am telling you the truth. If you don't believe me, you can check with Jiangbei's police chief Li Chuanli. He can verify my identity. I had collected a lot of evidence against cripple Wang and Brother Ku. Not only them, even Rotten Knife King from Mei Gang and Yashi's bald son, Goose City's Big Black. I had collected all the evidence against them, guaranteed to convict them. Song Laosi starts to drag the other triad bosses from other cities and provinces. When he had become the boss of Longjiang province, he got close to the other bosses and got a chance to collect evidence. At first, he was afraid that he could not control them and had collected evidence to be used against them. He did not expect that he would be able to use these evidence to try and save his own skin. The undercover story was thought up by him a long time ago as a precaution. Li Chuanli was one of the leaders he bribed long time ago. He was also the highest-ranking police officer he was able to bribe. Initially, he felt that he had spent a lot to bribe him, but now, he felt that the money spent was worthwhile. Li Chuanli had records of Song Laosi being undercover for him. Song Laosi was to assist the police to collect evidence of other triads. If this file of his was used, he would not be convicted and was still about to get a clean record. Even the police confiscated his assets. It's fine too. He had transferred most of his assets to Song Xiaofeng long time ago, and Song Xiaofeng was currently in Hong Kong and was doing quite well there. If the police release him, he would immediately fly to Hong Kong. This plan was suggested by Song Xiaofeng way back. Song Laosi had considered it for a while and convinced. This secret identity was better than other escape plans and could be used as a last resort. Song Laosi had wanted to retire at the end of the year after he collected the tributes from the local triads. He had planned to fly to Hong Kong and buy citizenship there. He did not intend to return to Bing City after that. However, the police came knocking on his doors first. Luckily, Song Laosi had planned some escape plans in advance. He felt that at least one plan would be successful. As for him ratting out the other triad bosses, he was not concerned. Anyway, he would be leaving Bing City and would not be the boss of Longjiang province. Chief Zhang was shocked by what Song Laosi said. This Song Laosi had collected evidence against other triad bosses? Impossible. That Li Chuanli was only a sector deputy chief. How could he ask Song Laosi gather evidence? Chief Zhang thought back about Li Chuanli. He had heard this name before. He was someone groomed by one of the provincial police vice-executive. Could this Song Laosi be connected with that vice-executive? This Song Laosi was really an undercover for the police. Chief Zhang asked his men to contact Li Chuanli and at the same time try to extract more evidence from Song Laosi. It doesn't matter if Song Laosi was really an undercover. The evidence was more critical. With this evidence, the security of the whole provincial would increase by a notch. This was not only his wish, but also a significant political achievement for him. Maybe he could get promoted because of this. Chief Zhang was still considered young and still wanted to be promoted. Song Laosi saw that Chief Zhang had to bite the hook, and he was jumping with joy in his heart. When Chief Zhang verbally promised him that he would be safe, he began to tell him about the evidence of other bosses, starting with Cripple Wang. If it weren't for Cripple Wang, he would have controlled the whole Longjiang province, and last year he would not be in trouble. He had lost a large number of profits. If he had not lost those profits, he would have flown to Hong Kong in summer. Maybe he would be a Hong Kong citizen now. Cripple Wang was still trying to resist. Even though the police had much evidence against him, he believed that his men would not betray him and they would take the reap. The most he would be sentenced to a few years in jail. After his release, he can still regroup his gang. Just when he was gloating at his interrogator, Chief Zhang entered the room and asked Cripple Wang 3 questions casually. Cripple Wang's face changed colors. Impossible. Not many people know about this. How did the police find out? Those that knew about this were his close followers, and they would never betray him. Who's the one that betrayed him? Chief Zhang gave him the answer. The person who ratted on him was Song Laosi. The evidence collected by Song Laosi were more detailed than the police. There was no need for Cripple Wang's confession and could convict him straight. Cripple Wang never expected that the self-proclaimed boss of Longjiang would rat on him and not observe the rules of the underworld. Since Song Laosi broke the rules first, then he would not hold back anymore. He also had lots of evidence against Song Laosi. Just like this, both bosses started to provide evidence against each other to Chief Zhang. In a short period of time, lots of concrete evidence were collected. Coupled with the evidence gathered by the police, the court would be able to pass the death sentence to at least 20 triad bosses. Chief Zhang sighed. Although this was a great political achievement, it also showed that the past few years, the police had failed in their duties. So many crimes had been committed, and the culprits had gone scot-free until now. But at least all these culprits were arrested now, and the police can answer to the public. Li Chuanli arrived at the station, and Chief Zhang did not let him meet with Song Laosi. Before Chief Zhang could question Li Chuanli, he noticed something was off. Li Chuanli had been drinking. He remembered that when his men called Li Chuanli's office, the secretary claimed that Li Chuanli was on duty. Something was wrong with this Li Chuanli. After a night of sudden checks on him, it was discovered that this Li Chuanli had over $1 million worth of assets under his name. His lifetime wages could never reach this amount even if he had not been spending a single cent. Where did all this money come from? Song Laosi, you don't need to wait anymore. Li Chuanli could not prove that you are undercover. Was he bribed by you? And not only me, even the judge and the people would never believe that you are an undercover for the police. You are finished. Song Laosi broke down. He was full of hopes that Li Chuanli would prove his innocence, and he could walk out of the police station free. even though he could not be the boss of Longjiang anymore. But all his opponents would be dead, and he could move to Hong Kong to enjoy his retirement. Why did things turn out this way? All his escape plans were useless? Impossible. Chief Zhang, think about all the things I had done for Bing City. If it wasn't for me, would the redevelopment of the old city be so successful? How much eviction compensations did I save for the government? Also, the crime rates in the province in the past were low because I had confiscated the hunting rifles. Also, Song Laosi was still shouting, but Chief Zhang turned and left the room. To Chief Zhang, Song Laosi was already a dead man. Chief Zhang needs to lead his men to capture the rest of the triad bosses in the province in the shortest time. The next day, Feng Yu was called to the police station for questioning. Feng Yu repeated what he said to Zhang Ruiqiang, and with his relationship with Chief Chun, he was able to leave in a while. Chief Chun had embarrassedly told Feng Yu that this was only a routine questioning and asked him not to mind. All these things were finally over. Taihua Trading's business was also improving, and Feng Yu came over to the machinery factory to look for Li Mingda. He wanted to talk about the motorcycle factory. Motorcycle factory? We specialized in manufacturing agriculture machines, and this motorcycle does not suit us. Li Mingda had some hesitation. Feng Yu carried on painting a beautiful picture, and he felt that Feng Yu made sense. The next 5 to 10 years would be good for motorcycle sales, and the profits might be better than agriculture machinery. But he worried if the city government would approve this motorcycle project. Furthermore, Feng Yu had asked him to request a plot of land to build a new factory. This new factory would be separated from the existing agriculture production factory. Managerly, you won't know unless you try it out. I will be honest with you. Aviation Factory had approached me, and they are willing to work with me. I will even be getting the bigger share. After all, I am providing the technologies and production lines. Do I need to repeat how much profits would the motorcycles bring in? Will the city government approve? Of course they will. I had spoken to Mayor Zhang. Also, it was because of Mayor Zhang that I decided to speak to you. If not, I would have worked with the aviation factory. Feng Yu continued. This was the first step for him to take over the machinery factory. How could he work with the aviation factory? The aviation factory was specialized in planes and cars. They were not interested in motorcycles. Furthermore, the greedy Ho Haitao would never let Feng Yu benefit from this project. This cooperation must be regarding shareholding? We can't buy these technologies and machines using money. Li Mingda asked, what do you think? Managerly, give me an answer. If you think that this project will work, then you report to the city government. I guaranteed that the government and the machinery factory would not lose out. If you think that this would not work, then we don't need to discuss further. The construction of the new factory needs time too. There's no point in wasting time dragging this matter. Feng Yu crossed his arms. He believed that Li Mingda would never reject this project. Fine. You give me 3 days. I will discuss with the leaders and get back to you. Old Zhang and Old Su, the both of you are telling me about this motorcycle factory. Why can't we set up a new factory? Must we really combine with the machinery factory? The mayor looked at his 2 deputies. Someone was willing to invest in a motorcycle factory, and this was a good thing. It will bring more taxes to the city government and also solve the unemployment issues. Zhang Ruiqiang glanced at Deputy Su. Deputy Su does not seem to want to answer the mayor, so Zhang Ruiqiang said, Mayor, if we were to decide, we will definitely choose to set up a new factory. But now, the one who imported the motorcycle production line and the technologies insist on investing in the machinery company. This person is not an outsider. He is one of the shareholders of the machinery company, Feng Xingtai. Oh, it's him? That farmer entrepreneur? You told me before that his son was the one who attended the Moscow University's summer camp, and he had connections with the Soviet Union. Yes, the farming machines produced by the machinery company now are manufactured using the technologies and advanced machines he imported from the Soviet Union. Also, the wind and rain humidifiers in the market is also his company's product. The machines used in the city's textile mill, clothing factories, etc. were imported by him too. Zhang Ruiqiang added, It's like this? Then what do you think of converting those technologies and machines to shares? The mayor asked. Deputy Su said, I feel that this can be done. Li Mingda had reported to me that although this motorcycle production line and technologies was worth a lot of money, we will also be providing the land and factory. So, even if it were to convert into shares, it will not be a lot of shares. The machinery company would need to invest a lot in the piece of land and the factory. So, the overall profits might be lesser this year. Once the motorcycles were produced, the profits would be higher than the agriculture machines. Zhang Ruiqiang was in charge of the restructuring of state-owned enterprises and was very familiar with the state-owned enterprises. He thought for a while and said, "Mayor, I remembered that in the western part of the city there was an old bicycle factory which had shut down. That piece of land is quite big, and the factory next to it had just moved out. If we combine both factories, the land would be big enough, and we do not need to construct the new factory. That is a large area, and we are letting this motorcycle factory to use it." Deputy Mayor Su does not agree. He felt that it was a waste. "We can ask him to provide us with 2 production lines and increase the annual production from 100,000 units to at least 200,000 units. Also, we will be using the old bicycle factory land, and we can solve the old bicycle factory workers' employment issues. Motorcycles and bicycles are all two-wheelers, and there should be some similar technologies." Zhang Ruiqiang had done his homework. He felt that the prospect of motorcycles would be excellent, and 100,000 units annually were too little. 2 production lines? You think he would be able to get it? The mayor asked. That's his problem. If he can't get it, then we would have an excuse to lower the number of shares he is trying to convert. Deputy Mayor Su felt that Zhang Ruiqiang was right. What? 2 production lines? It's a bit difficult. Then the shares I am getting should also be doubled. They were tricked. Feng Yu was ecstatic. Kirilenko had helped him get 2 production lines. Feng Yu had purposely exaggerated the prospects of the motorcycle industry and even said that he would be responsible if the sales were not good. In the end, the city government saw the profits and forced him to get it 2 production lines. Right? This will be the conditions. Do not worry about the shares. We will give you whatever you deserve. 1 production line was worth at least 4 million rubles. If added in the accompanying technologies, 2 production lines would be more than 20% shares. This was a big step to becoming the biggest shareholder of the machinery company. Fine. I agree with your conditions. Feng Yu acted as if he was in a difficult position. In his heart, he was dancing with joy. 2 production lines and advanced technologies, we will give you 18% shares. Wait a minute. How many shares? 18%. Let me calculate for you. These 2 plots of land are worth how much? Also, the empty factories need to be renovated. Everything will be ready in less than a month. How much is this worth? 18% is a lot. Li Mingde said. I will work with the aviation factory. Feng Yu said with an unhappy expression. Li Mingde laughed. It's too late. The aviation factory is investing in our machinery company for this motorcycle project. What? You all allowed the aviation factory to invest? Does the Hong Kong businessman know about this? We are the major shareholder. We don't need to inform any parties if we were to buy or sell our shares. In future, the machinery factory would be owned by 4 parties. Even if the aviation factory is investing, I want at least 20%. If not, I will not cooperate, and I will work with G City's vehicle production plant. Feng Yu had an anxious expression. Fine, then it will be 20%. This is the final decision, and there will be no more changes. Tomorrow, get your father to come over to sign the contract and to attend the groundbreaking ceremony of the machinery company's motorcycle branch factory. The money earned from selling the light industry's machinery and technologies, the profits from this period of humidifier sales, and even the profits from Tai Hua food processing factory were taken out by Feng Yu to pay for the motorcycle production lines and technologies. These things had cost Feng Yu a few million rubles. However, Feng Yu was not at a losing end. When converting to shares, he was able to get almost 10 million rubles worth of shares. In the end, Feng Yu still made some profits. Feng Yu and Li Mingde signed a preliminary letter of intent. When the production lines arrive at Bing City, they will sign the formal contract. Fu Guangjing heard the news and rushed over to Bing City. If the machinery company starts the production of the motorcycles, there will be more profits. How could he allow his shares to be diluted? It's only Feng Yu contributing some machines and technologies, and the Bing City government providing a plot of land and factory. The Fu family have money, and he could use cash to prevent his shares from being diluted. Sitting in Feng Yu's new office, Fu Guangjing relaxing and drinking tea. Brother Feng, you are too smart. If it wasn't for your news last time, my second uncle might be suffering a great loss. he managed to sell off his properties in Japan. If not, he might be stuck with those properties. The bursting of Japan's property market bubble was brought forward. It should happen at the end of the year, and it's only October now. The stock market was the same and had taken a plunge. Japanese yen was as what Feng Yu predicted. It continued to rise. Feng Yu's forecast of Japan's economic situation had shocked the Fu family. They really believed that Feng Yu had relationships with some senior leaders. Feng Yu's small trading company does not have any analyst, and how could he be so accurate with the market predictions? At the same time, Fu Rongjin provided more funds for Fu Guangjing to buy China shares. He chose to believe in Feng Yu. China will have its own stock exchange soon, and the value of the first few listed stocks would skyrocket. Brother Fu, this is a win-win situation for the both of us. If it wasn't the help from your family, I could not get a big loan from the banks. This time, you also invested a lot, right? Don't worry. You will get back profits a few times of your capital within a year. Feng Yu was calm. He had analyzed China's economic situation. Although his investments in the stocks were in a significant amount, it was nothing compared to the vast market. There should not be much effect on the trend. Even if it did, it was also a good thing. I believed you. Knowing you were the best thing in my life. My status in my family is raising, and now even if my father were to pass on his business to me, I would not take it. I want to be in China. This is a gold mine. Since Fu Guangjing bought the used luxury cars from Feng Yu and then invest in Bing City's machinery company, followed by the humidifier sales, his status in his family had changed, and his earnings were increasing. Last year his brother's company was listed and was worth 100 million. At that time, his assets were only worth less than 10 million. Now his shares in that Hong Kong sales company and Bing City's machinery company were worth the same value as his brother. He could easily overtake his brother in 1 to 2 years' time. He had considered taking over his father's company, but after some considerations, he felt that he was not suitable. His elder brother was a better candidate to take over his father. The jealousy he had in the past was gone when his own business got better. Hong Kong is a small place. If it weren't for its location and the help of the British, it would not have its success now. How big is China? Fu Guangjing had just invested 10 million. And he could get back his capital in a short period of time, and he will continue to gain profits in future. China, under the Great One, was developing its economy and increasing its people and country's income. There will be lots of opportunities to earn money. As such, he was not interested in his family's business. Furthermore, after he expressed that he would not fight with his brother to take over their father's business, his relationship with his brother improved. His father also treated him better and even gave him a sum of money privately to buy China's stocks. His father even offered to give him more money when he knew that Fu Guangjing was going to increase his investment in the machinery company. This trip, Fu Guangjing still had another task. The humidifiers were manufactured in Bing City and then transported via trains to Shenzhen and then transported to Hong Kong. This route was too long and time-consuming. The transportation charges were not low also. The Fu family wanted to ask if Feng Yu had any intentions to set up a branch factory somewhere nearer to Hong Kong solely to manufacture humidifiers. Feng Yu did consider this idea before, but it was not the time yet. He was waiting for the development of the bladeless fans. Once the bladeless fan was successful, he would set up a branch factory in the south since the manufacturing facilities were cheap. If the motor factory and the aviation factory disagree with this, Feng Yu could also use this as an excuse to break up their partnership. Fu Guangjing was asked by Feng Yu, and Feng Yu's reply was to wait. Wait for 1 more year. He will set up a branch factory in Guangdong. He will also take back the distribution rights for Eastern Europe. The motor factory and the aviation factory would most likely agree to this, as it was a matured market. Fu Guangjing nodded. The Fu family was worried that Feng Yu would take back the distribution rights. Although they had signed a 10-year contract, the contract states that Taihua Trading had the final say. The penalty for breaking the contract was not a considerable amount. Feng Yu could ditch the Fu family anything he wants, and there will be lots of other businessmen queuing up to partner with Feng Yu. These businessmen would not even mind helping Feng Yu pay the penalty. Feng Yu only wants to take back the distribution rights to Eastern Europe. The Fu family would not object to this. Based on location, transporting the humidifiers from Bing City to Eastern Europe was more cost-effective. The city had wanted to publicize this motorcycle project during the contract signing ceremony, But they suddenly found out that the person that would be signing the contract was not Feng Xingtai, but Feng Yu. They could only let the reporters from the TV stations to take a few shots. Feng Yu's excuse was that these machines and technologies belonged to his family, and his father was willing to put these shares under his name. Furthermore, Feng Yu was authorized to act on behalf of his father, and the machinery company's higher management were all used to this. However, Fu Guangjing was deep in thoughts. Could this be as simple as what Feng Yu said? After some adjustment, the machinery company's shares are reclassified. The main shareholder was still the Bing City's government, but their shares had become 40% now from 70%. Feng Yu owns 20%, Feng Xingtai owns 10%, Fu Guangjing owns 16%, and the aviation factory owns 14%. The aviation factory was under the management of Bing City's government. However, it was complicated. The military, provincial government, and some ministries had influences in it. Due to this, the aviation factory was not controlled by the city's government. The most important thing was that the aviation factory does not need the approval of the city's government when selling the shares. Finally, the first step of Feng Yu's plan was completed. Feng Yu was holding a copy of it in his office at Taihua Trading. The headline was, "It's really been brought forward." Feng Yu had a hunch that he had slightly influenced some of the histories. Although his investment was not a lot, it greatly affected the 3 provinces in the northeast region. Stocks from a rural area were selling faster than the southern coastal regions. Luckily for Feng Yu, this did not attract the attention of those economists. The development of Bing City in this life was not in line with the actual history. It did not decline from an industrial city into a backward city as rapidly as his previous life, and the GDP was not having declining growth for consecutive years. In fact, Bing City's economic growth was rising and catching up with Shin City. The economic experts had studied Bing City and found that a few old state-owned enterprises had undergone so changes. For example, the motor factory had worked with a private entity and started to produce plastic fans. This was a turning point for the factory. Later, it worked together with the aviation factory to develop a popular humidifier which penetrated Europe, United States, and Asia's home appliances market, bringing in huge profits. The success of the motor factory had also helped other Bing City's factories, such as the plastic factory and other related industries factories. Their profits also increased rapidly and were doing better than their previous peak. The development of other textile mills, clothing factories, and other light industries was also rapid. According to their studies, it was because these factories had bought a batch of low-cost but advanced equipment from the Soviet Union, which had revolutionized their production techniques. This made them become one of the top factories in China. Among these factories, the machinery company was the most impressive. This company was ranked one of the lowest in China, and the furthest their product sold was to Liao province. Although it was not making a loss then, but there were not many profits either. Their primary markets were the 3 agricultural provinces in the northeast region, but their earnings were miserable. However, since the restructuring of the machinery company last year, the importation of advanced machinery from the Soviet Union and the investment from a Hong Kong businessman and the city government, there was a total change. From one of the lowest-ranking factory, it became one of the top company in China. The agriculture equipment it produced were sold throughout the nation, and their profits improved by leaps and bounds. Everyone had thought that this company was specializing in agriculture equipment, and they did not expect this company to import motorcycle production lines and technologies from the Soviet Union. They heard that the production machines were still in the process of calibration and testing. Before year-end, their own brand of motorcycles will be in the market, not only in Bing City. Many cities in Longjiang province, and even the neighboring areas started to use machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union. This increased the capabilities of these factories and the rapid growth of their economies. The experts had noticed that they had underestimated the potential of this region. They had not expected this region to prosper again. When they investigate further, they also found out that 2 years ago, the treasury bonds trading in this region was on par with the southern coastal provinces. Because of the treasury bonds and the volume of shares sold in the region currently, the experts started to wonder if the people from the northeast region had a natural flair for trading in the financial market, or they were just rich and were willing to invest in the financial market. If even the financial markets of the rural provinces from the northeast regions could be so popular, that means that the whole population understood the treasury bonds and maybe the people were ready for the opening up of the financial market to catch up with the economies of the developed nations. Those economists all agreed that it was time to release news of the setting up of the stock exchange to stimulate the market and to encourage spending. They wanted to see if the stock market would progress in the direction they predicted. Feng Yu read the papers and knew that the stocks were going to rise. Even though they had bought the shares not too long ago, everyone in the company was nervous. This was especially so for Li Shiqiang. The staffs in Taihua Trading had used their life savings to invest, and even if they lost this gamble, Feng Yu had promised them that he would pay them back. A few hundred RMB was nothing to Feng Yu. But Li Shiqiang was different. He had bought over 10 million renminbi worth of shares, and most of them were using loans. He even loaned twice and owed 2 banks. To Taihua Trading, this amount was nothing, but to Wind and Rain Logistics, it's an enormous amount. Wind and Rain Logistics had started to make profits, but the profits were low. The following 2 months there might be more business as the harvesting of the crops had just been completed. But the profits from these businesses were nothing compared to the loans. Just the monthly interest from the loans was killing Li Shiqiang. Why were the Hong Kong bank charging interest so much higher than ICBC? Feng Yu had told him that the shares they bought would not lose money and would rise at the end of the year. But 2 months had passed, and there were still no signs of the shares rising. How could he not be nervous? He had left Taihua Trading to set up his own logistics company. If he lost in this investment, then he might need to go back and work at Taihua Trading. Almost every few days, Li Shiqiang would go to the securities counter in the bank to check the prices of the shares. But every time he was disappointed. There were no changes to the prices of the stocks he bought. Today he went to the bank again and got the same answer. From the eyes of the girl at the counter, Li Shiqiang knew that she was pitying him. Back at his company, Li Shiqiang sat in his office and lit a cigarette tiredly. Someone knocked on his door, and he asked that person to come in. What's wrong again? Every little thing also need to consult him? What's the use of hiring these people? Brother-in-law, you are smoking again? My sister is pregnant, and didn't you say you were going to quit? Feng Yu laughed and asked. Li Shiqiang looked up at Feng Yu, and then looked down and carried on smoking. Brother-in-law here. Look at the papers. What? Read papers? Why do I need to read the articles? Li Shiqiang took the papers from Feng Yu and scanned the headers of the articles. XX leader visited XX factory. What's so special about his news? He flipped the papers, and the reports were all similar. When he was about to put down the newspaper, he suddenly saw the word stock. This word was like a magic curse to him and immediately captured his attention. He patiently read the article, and he became elated. Feng Yu had told him before if China was going to set up a stock exchange to encourage the trading of financial products, then that will be the time the value of their stocks rises. This was the. If it was stated that the government is going to set up a stock exchange, then it will indeed be set up. If the stock exchange is set up, then all shares will rise. Li Shiqiang looked up and excitedly asked, Xiao Yu, is this what you had told me before? Feng Yu laughed and nodded. He also did not expect this to happen so fast. Li Shiqiang jumped up and swung his fist in triumph. I won. I had won this bet. 1 week later, all the staff from Taihua Trading and Li Shiqiang were sitting in the meeting room. They were not discussing the issues of their work, but Feng Yu had good news and to soothing their restless hearts. Last week, they had reported about the opening of the stock exchange. This was what I had told you about the rising value of the stocks. I also know that all of you had been secretly going to the banks to check the prices of the stocks. Until now, there had not been any changes with the pricing of the stocks. But from today onwards, all of you do not need to worry. I had received news from Shanghai that the shares are starting to rise. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone was clapping. They could see their shares doubling in value and their money increasing. Feng Yu spread out his arms and continued. I had told you all before that the value of the shares will increase by several folds in 2 years' time. Maybe some of you might be skeptical. What I am telling all of you here is that we must be the first ones to eat crabs. Our country is now vigorously advocating economic development with all kinds of policies to make our lives better. In the shortest possible time, our families will be reaching a well-off level. But all these are not realistic. Everyone in the room was puzzled by Feng Yu's words. What's the meaning of this? Manager Feng is doubting the national policies? Li Shiqiang tried to signal Feng Yu with his eyes. This was not a joking matter. No amount of money could prevent the staffs from reporting Feng Yu to the authorities. The national policies are right, but it did not take the people into consideration. Everyone's circumstances are different, education levels are different, experiences are different, and these would lead to the differences in their visions, the way of life, and the pursuit of their future. That's why the Great One had said that only a small group of people are allowed to be rich first, and after becoming rich, this group of people will lead the others to achieve co-prosperity. Do you all understand the meaning this? Only 2 to 3 people nodded. The rest of the staffs were in a daze. They had only studied till junior high school at the motor factory. They were supposed to take over their parents' job at the factory. If they were good in their studies, they would have continued to high school or even universities. Whatever Feng Yu said just now, their teachers had said before, but almost all of them had forgotten about it. Feng Yu helplessly shook his head. He must send these people to night classes in future. These people would be Tai Hua Trading's middle management in future. How can they be uneducated? It's fine if you don't understand. All of you just need to understand that this was said by the Great One, and it is the state policy. What I wanted to say is that since the country allows some people to get rich first, why can't we be the ones who get rich first? Wu Jigang and the rest looked at each other, and all of them saw the desire burning in their eyes. That's right. Why can't we be the ones be part of the group that gets rich first? We will be the ones to get rich first. The ones to get rich first. Who do you get rich? Working in the factories or units will never make you rich. Everyone roared with laughter when Feng Yu finished saying this. They were all earning much more than those working in the factories and units. When Li Shiqiang went to the factory hostel to do recruitment last time, there were over 100 lads around the same age as Wu Jigang, but only slightly more than a dozen took up the offer. The rest were sitting on the fence, and some even laughed at Chu Jigang and the ones that took up the offer. To them, it was stupid to give up the factory job, which was considered an iron rice bowl, to trade in treasury bonds. The ones that mocked them were now regretting. Later, many of them wanted to join Tai Hua Trading, but Tai Hua Trading does not need so many people. Although at Tai Hua Trading, they had a lot of things to do and the trades between the Soviet Union were in large amounts, the job was still considered to be comfortable. Initially, Feng Yu was the one doing everything by himself, and everyone else followed his orders. But now, after so long, the staffs had learned the ropes, and each one of them could act independently. When those people were offered to work at Tai Hua Trading initially, they refused. Now, it's too late to regret. The ones that become rich are those that have the guts and willing to take risks. Entrepreneurship, setting up factories, trading, or investments. These are the businesses that Tai Hua Trading is currently dealing with. Among these businesses, which one do you think is the most profitable? Wu Jigang boldly answered. It must be the wind and rain electric fans and humidifiers. The past 1 year, we made over 10 million renminbi. Nope. It should be the trade between the Soviet Union. If we are able to get big advanced machines, the profits will be over 10 million. It should be the investment in the machinery company. I heard the agriculture machines produced by the machinery company are selling well. No one thinks that it is the investment in shares. Feng Yu asked loudly. Although every one of them wished the stocks to be the most profitable, and Feng Yu also mentioned that the profits would be several folds, but after 2 to 3 months, they did not see any growth. I'm still sticking to what I said. Investing in the stock market is the focus next year, and it will be the most profitable business of the company. Because of investing in stocks, Tai Hua Trading had almost become an empty shell. The available funds were all used to buy shares and the motorcycle production lines and technologies. They had also used everything they earned from the sales of light industry machines. What is China's main financial sector for past few years? Banks. But it is insufficient to have banks alone. That's why the nation is encouraging the insurance industry. I believe that most of you have heard of people around you buying insurance. I can tell you all that those insurance agents are earning much more than those working class. Shares and insurance are the same. They are all financial instruments. The only difference is that the insurance industry developed earlier and the stock market is just starting. Do you all agree that if the government support any new industry, the first few in that industry will earn the first pot of gold? Everyone nodded, even when none of them fully understood what Feng Yu was talking about. But to them, it seems to make sense. Now the government is obviously placing their focus in the stock market, and the first few listed companies will be the major powerful corporations. There's no need to worry about losing money. Among these companies, There are the electronics industry, the textile industries, the steel industries, mechanical industries, etc. Just looking at Bing City, which company from these industries suffered losses? That's why you all do not need to worry and just need to wait patiently. I know that some of you had bought shares privately. There is no problem with that. But I want to remind you to hold on to the shares and not sell them. I will let you all know when it is time for you all to sell. When Feng Yu said this, many of them lowered their heads. Now many of you guys are still riding bicycles. But rest assured, the year-end reward I prepared for all of you are motorcycles. It will be the first batch of motorcycles manufactured in Bing City. Each motorcycle is worth over 10,000 renminbi. In another 2 years, after selling all the shares, I guarantee each of you that you will be able to afford to buy your own car. For 2 hours, Feng Yu instilled a thought in each of them. I am more knowledgeable than all of you, and I have a better vision than all of you. If you follow me, I promise that you can earn lots of money. Feng Yu observed each and everyone's expression. When all the stocks were sold, they will be looking at him as if he is a god. This brainwashing session is a success. After every once-a-month routine brainwashing session, Feng Yu would allocate the upcoming works and then leave for home with Li Shiqiang. Xiao Yu, I don't understand what you were talking about just now. Are you asking us to carry on holding on to the shares? Brother-in-law, of course, we need to wait. Don't worry about these. We will make lots of money. You better worry about my sister. Pregnant women have a bad temper. You must be magnanimous a little more. No, if your sister is angry, then it must be my fault. When Li Shiqiang talks about his pregnant wife, he had a blissful smile on his face. Slave to the wife. A typical slave to the wife. But Feng Yu was still glad. Li Shiqiang's wife is also his sister. Feng Yu did not try to brainwash Li Shiqiang. There was no need for that. In future, Li Shiqiang will be focusing on the logistics industry, and the potential of this industry was huge and had good prospects. There was no need for him to follow Feng Yu to invest in shares or futures. Furthermore, Li Shiqiang did not master the art of delegating. Feng Yu does not want his sister to complain to him that her husband was neglecting her for work and not coming back home. This year, Feng Yu also fulfilled his promise. He donated a primary school building. But it was not in the city. It was in the district. His former primary school. The school building had 7 stories, and within the building, there was a library and filing room. The first story to the 6th story was reserved for primary 1 to 6. The teachers' offices were also located on the same floor. The remaining rooms were used for function rooms, administrative offices, etc. The original school rows of 1-story buildings were demolished, and the school became more spacious. The classrooms were bigger, and all the desks and chairs were brand new. Feng Yu even took the number of students in future into consideration. Also, if the school took in 50% more students, there was no problem. The population of the district was still small, even though it was located near to Bing City, but the area was too small. The community was only about 20,000. Every level of students was at most about 200 students, and on each level, there were 8 big classrooms. Even if there were 40 students in the class, that level could fit 320 students. The classrooms were big enough to fit 60 students. It can be said that this school building could last for the next 20 to 30 years. The principal and the leaders from the district office were shocked by Tai Hua Trading's donation. At first, they thought that the donations were only about 300,000 to 500,000 renminbi. However, Feng Yu donated 1 million renminbi to build the school building. This resulted in this school building to be the best constructed school building in the district and Bing City. The leaders from the district office felt that this was a waste of funds, and they wanted to use part of the money to improve their own offices, but Feng Yu did not even give them the chance to see the money. This sum of the donation was managed by a professional, and every week, Feng Yu would send his staff or even personally check the accounts. The bricks and wooden construction materials were bought from the district, and the steel and cement were purchased from Bing City. The construction company was also from Bing City. They had worked with Feng Yu previously for the construction of Tai Hua Food Processing Factory and Tianpeng Pig Farm. The project manager knew Feng Yu well. As long as the project was going smoothly, Feng Yu would not disturb them and would even pay them more. But if they tried to fool him, he would not pay a single cent. Everything was stated explicitly in the contract. Any disputes, they can fight it out in court. What? You want to look for the leaders? No problem. Let's see if a small project manager's backing is stronger than the Feng family. If the project manager really wants to look for leaders, then it would be the time he retires. Feng Yu placed a strong emphasis on the quality and safety of school construction projects. He did not let others touch the funds, and even hired a few building engineers to check on the construction. There must not be a single problem in the construction. In his previous life, it was reported in the papers that someone donated a school, and the budget was 500,000 renminbi. However, the local authorities wanted 1.5 million renminbi, but the actual cost of the construction only amounted to slightly more than 400,000 renminbi. Some donated 1 million, and the local authorities collected the money but used only 300,000 renminbi for the construction. The school building collapsed before the students even stepped into the classes. This was a school building in his hometown, and how could Feng Yu let those things happen? The farm department even agreed to let Feng Yu change the name of the school if he donated a new hostel and renovated the school field the following year. There were no objections from Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua for giving back to his school. These two even volunteered to supervise the construction. Feng Xingtai even stops going to his food processing factory. Was it that Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua were interested in charity works? Stop joking. It was because this school building was called Taihua Building. Feng Yu had told them that next year, he would use another 1 million to renovate the school field and rebuild the school hostel, and from then onwards, the school would be renamed as Taihua Primary School. The name will be recorded in the government files. Feng Yu understands his parents well. Which parent does not want to be proud of their children? Who does not want to flaunt their wealth when they are rich? Furthermore, Feng Yu had told his parents that in future the teachers in this school will be telling their students, all of you must follow Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua's son, Feng Yu, as an example. Earn more money and help your hometown. To learn from their son? What an honor this was. Feng Xingtai was happy till he finished a bottle of baijiu, and even Zhang Muhua finished 2 bottles of beer that day. Taihua Primary School. When they thought of this name, they couldn't even fall asleep that night. This made them happier than the time Feng Yu told them that they were wealthy enough to retire, and their daughter said to them that she was pregnant. Feng Xingtai gave another batch of pork, soybean oil, and sugar to the school. Even the construction team's food was provided by him. Every meal there would be meat. In return, they must build a sturdy and safe school building. Another person that was elated over this was Wen Daguang. When Feng Yu donated the school building, he mentioned that it was Wen Daguang that persuaded him to give this amount. This was more than what he wanted to donate. Feng Yu's 1 million had brought him and his parents' reputation, and helped Wen Daguang and the farm chief officer get some achievements. There was already news that the farm chief officer would be transferred to the neighboring country to be the mayor there after Lunar New Year. There he would not be looking after 20,000 people. He would be taking care of a population of a few 100,000 people. Although his rank remained the same, his authority had increased. Wen Daguang's reputation in the district was also different. There were rumors that he would be taking on an additional role of party committee deputy secretary and increased his portfolio. The chief officer had told him that able people should do more work. When the portfolio gets bigger, so does the authority. After the farm chief officer was transferred out, the old secretary, who was about to retire in a few more years, would be taking over that position. Wen Daguang would be the next in line for the position. Feng Yu was feeling puzzled. Although he had helped Wen Dongjuan's father get political results, to be promoted so fast within a short period of time was too weird. Could it be that Uncle Wen had some connections with the top leaders? Never mind. Anyway, it's a good thing. As long as there were no problems with his finances, Feng Yu would keep helping him. Other than criticizing when Daguang got promoted because of his connections, there were no other faults. Managerly, why are you looking for me? Feng Yu was at his school's administrative office calling Li Mingda. He was still in class when his pager starts beeping nonstop. All his classmates and the teacher were staring at him. This was the first time it happens in this semester. Even the form teachers can't be bothered. The rest of the teachers were also used to it. Feng Yu was sent out of the class, and he made his way to the office to make phone calls. When the security saw Feng Yu walking into the office, he unlocks the phone. This kid must be coming here to make phone calls again. Xiaofeng, can you come down to the motorcycle factory? The exterior designs are ready. Aren't you the one who wanted to look at the designs? Li Mingda said while puffing out cigarette smoke. If it were not for Feng Yu insisting on looking at the design of the motorcycle, he would have approved it and start the production. The exterior designs of the motorcycle were ready? This was very important to Feng Yu. Those bunch of old conservatives thinking would think that the most important things were quality, durability, and good suspension. They did not care about the rest. When will the consumers take note of the things they focus? It will take at least more than 6 months. Exterior designs can be seen immediately. If there were 2 motorcycles parked outside, the one with a better exterior design would attract more attention. If it can't attract people's attention, who would want to buy your motorcycles? Especially when it is a new brand. Because of this motorcycle brand, Feng Yu had argued with Li Mingde. Li Mingde wanted to name the brand as Bing City Motorcycle, but Feng Yu rejected it. He felt that this name does not sound nice. How can it attract the consumers? Ho Haitao wanted to use the name Longjiang Motorcycle, but Feng Yu rejected too. The aviation factory had a car brand called Longjiang Cars. If they were to use that name, people would think that the motorcycles were manufactured by the aviation factory. The machinery company was an established brand, but it was specializing in agriculture equipment. Feng Yu also do not want to use that name. Li Mingde was furious till he banged the table. So what if you have a veto vote? I am the general manager here. Whatever names I suggested you reject, yet you recommend Tai Hua brand, Wind and Rain brand? That's your company's brand. I am the representative of the major shareholder here. The city government is the major shareholder. You want to increase your company's reputation? Ho Haitao immediately stepped in to stop the argument. He suggested using the name of the river, Songjiang, that passes through Bing City as the brand name. Songjiang Motor. The name of the brand was finally settled. But Feng Yu and Li Mingde got into another argument over the design of the motorcycle. Li Mingde wanted to use the design of the Soviet Union motorcycles. Anyway, they were also using the production lines and technologies from the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union bikes were also selling well in China too. Of course, Feng Yu did not agree to this. They were using a new brand name. Why would he still want to copy others' design? Furthermore, the Soviet Union motorcycles' designs do not suit the Chinese tastes. Just look at the back of the motorcycle. How can there be no rack? The front was too high too. Can one feel comfortable when riding it? Also, there's no reserve fuel tank. What if there's no more petrol? This motorcycle is so heavy, who can push it back? Feng Yu said a lot, and there was nothing Li Mingde could rebut. Li Mingde also got angry. You want to design? You know how to design? You just wanted a new exterior design, right? I will hire a designer to design the motorcycle. I will not let you have the chance to hire the designer. Feng Yu also knew that he was not a professional. Maybe it would be better to hire a product designer. This time, Feng Yu did not argue with Li Mingde, but he requested that he must check through the design first. If not, he would not pay a single cent for the design fees. Xiaofeng. This is the Michael Liu, master designer, who had come back from overseas. He is running his own designing firm in Shanghai. Li Mingde pointed to a bespectacled middle-aged man. Michael Liu? He had a Western name? He looked like Chinese. Is he from other countries? Hi, Mr. Liu. Michael Liu had his chin up and shook Feng Yu's hands. He had returned from his studies overseas and had started his own designing firm not too long ago. His firm was still considered in its starting phase. However, his arrogance made him look down on those rich second generations like Feng Yu. A useless second generation who depended on his fathers and currently wasting time in the machinery company, dares to judge his design? HRMPH. I will show him the design which I came up in 3 days' time later. Guaranteed to shock him. Feng Yu looked at Michael Liu and frowned slightly. This person is a bit arrogant. He better be capable. If he is useless and still acting so proud, he would be chased out of the room. Arrogant because of studying overseas? He must be not making any progress overseas, that's why he returned to China. These type of people, Feng Yu, had met a lot in his previous life. Feng Yu also did not give him face. He sat down on the sofa, crossed his leg, and pointed to Michael Liu. You must be the designing staff hired by my company. Where's the design? Show me. I am a master designer and not a designing staff. Michael Liu retorted unhappily. What's the difference? Who's the one who gave you the title of master? Feng Yu asked while shaking his legs. Michael Liu could not find any words to answer Feng Yu, so he kept quiet and took out his design and placed it on the table. He held his chin up and pointed at the drawing. Oh, what a character. I really hope that you are capable. Mr. Liu, can you introduce your design? Li Mingde smilingly asked. Please address me as Michael. Michael Liu corrected him and continued. The design concept is based on the requirements given by your company. You wanted the exterior to be eye-catching and different from the Soviet Union motorcycles and the rest of the motorcycles produced in China. Everyone, please look at this. I had increased the height of the motorcycle and increased the length. When riding, you will look cool, and you will look like a soaring eagle. I had also increased the capacity of the fuel tank for long-distance travel. The bike can travel further than any motorcycles in China. Looking at Michael Liu introducing his design, Feng Yu shook his head. What the FCK is this design? It's just the exterior of an American chopper. I still thought that this would be some outstanding designs. Why are the handlebars so high? Is it convenient to turn? You think the roads in China are those long and wide roads where you can ride for hours? Increased fuel tank? I had already felt that the fuel tank in the original design is too big. The Soviet Union motorcycles are already heavy. If our bikes used this design, it would be heavier. Michael, right? This is your design. Feng Yu stood up and asked. Michael saw that this useless second generation was so impressed by his design until he stood. He felt the satisfaction. How is it? Don't you think that this design is fashionable and cool? Michael Liu asked with his chin held high. Fashionable, cool? Who gave you your confidence? This is your design? Worthless rubbish. Feng Yu said. What did you say? You still want me to repeat myself? You are just copying the design of the American choppers. You think I don't know? Our motorcycles will be sold in China, and it must be suitable for the road conditions and the tastes of our people. What rubbish did you design? Master designer? I think you are not even fit to be a designing staff here. What? This design is an imitation? Li Mingde had wanted to speak up for Michael Liu, but now he kept quiet. He had wanted to use Michael despite Feng Yu, but now, he was the one who felt disgusted. Michael Liu was dumbfounded. He had never expected that someone in this remote Bing city would know about American Chopper. He thought this was a simple job, and he could make use of this project to increase the credibility of his company. But now, it seems that he and his company is finished. For a new company, failing to clinch the first business deal, and there's still news of plagiarizing, the reputation would be all gone. Mr. Feng, I think I had misunderstood the design concept. Please give me another chance. I promise to come up with a different design, which you will be satisfied. Michael Liu could tell that Feng Yu was the one who had the final say on the design. Fine. Then I will raise 2 points and see how you amend the design. Amend the design on the spot. Can you do it? Feng Yu stared at Michael Liu and smiled. No problem. I am confident of my skills. Please tell me what you want. Michael Liu was speaking politely to Feng Yu, who was much younger than him. First, how can you make the rider more comfortable? Second, how can you make this motorcycle suits the lifestyle of our people? The back of the motorcycle must be able to carry goods. Everyone understood the first point, but Li Mingde was confused about the second point. This is a motorcycle and not a truck. Why would it carry goods? Before he said anything, Michael Liu lowered his head and started sketching with a pencil on a piece of paper. It seems like he was inspired by what Feng Yu said. Feng Yu sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. Manager Li, I am in your office for quite some time. Why isn't there a cup of tea? Manager Li's secretary went out to get a cup of tea angrily. When Feng Xingtai was there, he does not even need to serve tea. This troublesome kid wanted him to make tea? Does he think that importing technologies and machines from the Soviet Union makes him special? In this company, General Manager Li still have the final say? Michael Liu finished his sketch within 10 minutes. He checked it and made sure that this design fulfilled Feng Yu's requirements. Manager Feng, please look at this sketch. Does it fulfill your requirements? Feng Yu took the sketch from him and looked at it. The handlebars and seats were lowered, and this would allow the rider to ride comfortably. He had fulfilled the first requirement. But at the back of the motorcycle there was a bracket, and the front there was a small basket. It looks like the lady's bicycle from his previous life. There was nothing wrong with this, but it was not practical. The basket at the front would block the headlights, and the brackets at the back were too big. The motorcycle could not really be a truck. This Michael Liu could finish a sketch within 10 minutes proves that he does have some skills. Feng Yu does not know the speed of others, but the designers from the aviation factory, motor factory, and the machinery company does not have this speed. The idea of putting a basket in front of the motorcycle let Feng Yu think that this person had lots of creativity. Are you American or Canadian? I am Chinese, and my nationality is China, but I am also holding U.S. green card. Michael Liu looked at Feng Yu anxiously. Can this design meet the requirements? Why was Feng Yu not saying anything about the design? Feng Yu nodded. That's good. He is also Chinese. What's your real name? Lu Michael. I am asking for your Chinese name. Feng Yu was pissed. Stop acting like a foreigner. My Chinese name is really Lu Michael. This name was named by my mother. If you don't believe me, I can show you my ID. Lu Michael immediately took out his identification card. He was only acting and did not really want to show Feng Yu. But Feng Yu snatched his ID from his hands and looked. Lu Michael, Michael Lu. Damned, this guy's parents had excellent naming sense. They must be xenophilia. How many staffs are there in your company? I meant the designers like yourself. There are 3, including myself. The other 2 are my classmates. We had studied design in the US previously. Michael Lu still does not understand why Feng Yu was asking about his company. Could it be Feng Yu wanted the 3 of them to work on a design? Are their skills the same as you? That's right. Maybe they are slightly better than me. Feng Yu, what are the both you talking about? What you think of this design? It looks fine to me. Li Mingde interrupted Feng Yu and Michael Lu. I am the boss here. Am I invisible here? Only the aviation factory director Ho Haitao kept to himself in a corner on the sofa. He was drinking tea and smoking. He knew that Feng Yu was interested in this designer from the way Feng Yu looks at him. Feng Yu smiled. Right. Let's talk about the design first. This design is still considered satisfactory. However, I have a lot more requirements. You must come up with a design that meets my expectations within the shortest time. Are there any problems? No problem. Michael Lu was overjoyed. This troublesome kid like his talent? Good. Then I will tell you one I want, and you tell me which part you are not able to fulfill. Here is still a bit high. You must consider if those shorter people will feel comfortable when riding the bike. You can use 1.7 m height as reference. Secondly, the fuel tank is too big. There is no need for a 15 liters fuel tank. 10 liters will be fine. There is no one in the country that will use a motorcycle to travel long distance. 300 kilometers will be sufficient. Thirdly, the motorcycle must be the same as bicycle. There must be a back seat. But it is not for passenger. It is used for carrying goods. The width must not be wider than the seat. That will be too ugly. It must be all metal and sturdy. It must be able to carry at least 5 sacks of rice. Fourth, Michael Lu was taking down the things Feng Yu said, and he felt that every request made by Feng Yu was very reasonable. Why didn't he take all these into consideration when he did the design? He thought that Feng Yu would have the most 1 or 2 more requirements. But in the end, Feng Yu made 8 requests. Feng Yu, I will not talk about the other requests you made. But why does this motorcycle need a crash bar? Who in the right mind would ride a motorcycle into a tree? Li Mingde felt that this was a waste of money and would increase the cost of each unit by a lot. What is the top speed of our motorcycle? It is not slower than a small car, right? If traveling on the village's dirt road and one is not careful, a small branch hitting the leg would cause a fracture. It's fine for the first model of the motorcycle to not have a crash bar, but it is a must for the second generation of the motorcycles. Feng Yu said firmly. Fine. There will not be any crash bar on the first model. Smaller fuel tanks and a bracket for goods are also fine. We can settle the issue with the reserve tank too. There would be no problems with the bike getting out of fuel during traveling. So, are you going to let the master designer, Michael Lu, to design our motorcycle? Michael Lu immediately raised his hands and said, Manager Li, please do not address me as a master designer. I am only a novice. The real master is Manager Feng. Feng Yu glanced at Li Mingde with a smirk and did not say anything. His expression caused Li Mingde to have no appetite for that day. Damn, this designer was hired by me, and why in the end? He just followed Feng Yu's instructions? What overseas graduate? Did he learn how to curry favor overseas? After leaving Li Mingde's office, Feng Yu brought Lu Michael to his allocated office in the machinery company. No matter what, Feng Yu was still a shareholder of the company, and this office made him hated the people at the machinery company more. He was representing the deputy manager Feng Xingtai, and was also the person overlooking the motorcycle factory, and his office was smaller than a deputy supervisor. The reason given to Feng Yu was because he was not always at the company, and Feng Xingtai also did not go to the machinery company often too. It would be a waste of space. Damn, Feng Yu imagined when he becomes the major shareholder, he would want a big office like those CEO offices in his previous life. It must be more than 200 square meters. The first impression of the visitors will be, rich. Manager Feng, is there anything you want me to do? Lu Michael was more and more respectful of Feng Yu. The things Feng Yu told him had inspired him a lot. If he were to set up his company in China, then he must incorporate the Chinese elements into his designs and not copy those European and American style. He seems to discover the direction of his company. Other than the 3 designers in your company, how many other staffs do you have? What's the total capital? Lou Michael hesitated for a while and said, there is a total of 7 people. We, 3 designers, also have to look for clients. And there are a full-time accountant and a part-time accountant who is also helping with the documentation works. There is an admin staff who doubles up as the receptionist. There is also another staff who does almost everything. The setup capital was from the 3 of us. The 2 of them invested 30,000 renminbi each, and I invested 40,000 renminbi. The total capital is 100,000 renminbi. Feng Yu nodded. 100,000 renminbi to set up a design firm was considered a considerable investment. If the 3 designers in the company were as good as Lou Michael, then this company would have a good prospect. You know about wind and rain humidifiers? I know, but it is not suitable for Shanghai. I heard that it is manufactured here in Bing City. The design is very nice. That is my company's product. The humidifier is also designed by me. What? You are the designer? Lou Michael had an exaggerated, shocked expression. Although Feng Yu knew that he was acting, he still felt good. Damn. Only 1 sentence. Carry on praising me. Feng Yu stared at Lou Michael. He hated those people who praised him and stopped halfway. That's right. But now, I have an idea. Your company is too small, but I feel that your company have good prospects. Or should I say that I think that your industry has a good prospect? Are you interested in letting me invest in your company? If what Lou Michael told him was right, his 2 classmates were as good as him, had designing experiences and worked overseas before, and were able to sketch a design based on the client's request on the spot, then this company would have lots of potentials. What would be popular in future? The others might not know, but Feng Yu knew one. But Feng Yu's designing skills suck. It was fine for the humidifiers and the electric fans. But he felt the refrigerators he designed was too ugly. Feng Yu was troubled as he could not convert his ideas into drawings. Now he met someone skillful, and he wanted to recruit him. He does not worry that this designing firm would lose money. He had lots of ideas, and with the 3 skillful designers, he could be sure that this company would rack in big bucks in future. What did you say? You want to invest in my company? Lou Michael was surprised and elated. There's somebody who thinks that his company has potential, and this somebody was a wealthy big boss. This meant that his company would have lots of growth potential. Of course, I feel that this industry has great potential, and all of you will be successful. How is it? You want to discuss with your partners? Feng Yu smilingly asked. This was easier than what Feng Yu expected. This Lou Michael did not reject his intention of investing in the company. Feng Yu does not know that this company was in the red, and this machinery company's deal was the first significant deal they got since they set up their company. The amount was only 5,000 renminbi. Feng Yu's thinking was still in his previous life, where a good product design would cost at least a few 100,000 or even a few million. Some designers even receive a percentage of the profits for every product sold. But now, 5,000 renminbi for the design was considered the highest in the industry. If it wasn't to piss Feng Yu, Li Mingde was only willing to spend 2,000 renminbi at most, or he would just ask his engineers to design. Lou Michael discovered that when he compared to Feng Yu, his designing concepts were too far off. When he was interning in the US, he heard from his seniors that designs must be practical and still be beautiful. A design is considered a failure if these 2 points were not met. Lou Michael immediately used the phone in Feng Yu's office to make a long-distance call to his 2 classmates. He told his classmates about Feng Yu's offer in front of Feng Yu. When his classmates learned that he had met a big boss in Bing City who wanted to invest in their company, they were excited. Both of them agreed immediately. It's only an injection of funds, and they would still be holding on to their shares. This was better than they lose all their capital. As long as they have the funds, they could promote their company and get more deals to make more money. With more money, they could grow their company further. Manager Feng, they do not object to you investing in the company. But how much do you intend to invest? Feng Yu thought for a while and showed 4 fingers. 400,000 renminbi. What? 400,000 renminbi. Lou Michael was shocked. He never expected Feng Yu's investment was such huge amount. He knew that Feng Yu wanted to control his company, but there were only 3 designers in the company. Was it really worth investing so much money? This Feng Yu was not afraid of losing money. That's right. for 100,000 renminbi. This way, I will have an 80% stake in your company. Am I right? The three of you can split the earnings from this deal first, and I will invest after this deal is completed. As for the developmental plan for the future, I will discuss with you some other time. It's only 400,000 renminbi. Was it a lot? Feng Yu would let this company do the design for the bladeless fans and the hand dryers soon, and it will increase the market rates for product designs. There are still advertising designs, and this will be an essential revenue source for the company. The advertisements in China now is too lousy. The following 2 years will be the golden age of advertisements in China. Feng Yu does not believe that his company would not make any profits during this period of time. The property market boom was coming too. The exterior designs of the buildings and the interior designs, furniture, etc. designing each one of these can make lots of profits. Furthermore, Feng Yu still have essential products for them to design. For example, saloon cars. A good car does not only look at the specifications. The exterior and interior were also critical. For instance, Audi A8, which was selling well overseas, was not doing well in China. It was because it looked like A6, and the exterior look of the car does not highlight the fact that it was a luxury car. This was not in line with the flamboyant nature of the Chinese. How many low-key wealthy people were there? Lou Michael called his classmates again, and they were shocked by Feng Yu's investment too. They hesitated for a while and agreed. With this additional funds, their company would progress faster, and they could realize their dreams. Feng Yu gave Lou Michael some suggestions. His company should not focus on product designs only. They should also look into furniture, interior designs too. These will bring them more profits in future. Feng Yu's advice gave Lou Michael lots of inspirations. He discovered that he was walking into a dead end. If they do not have product designs deals, they could also use their talents in other areas. With the funds, they could hire more manpower, and their company could grow fast. If they established their brand and became famous, they would get more businesses, and they would be able to increase their rates. This manager Feng is a genius. 1 week later, the design was amended based on Feng Yu's requirements and was finalized. This model was named as Songjiang 1 and was a 125cc motorcycle. Currently, the market was mainly 50 to 100cc motorcycles, and the fuel tanks were mostly 12 to 15 liters. However, Songjiang 1 had a reserve tank of about 1 liters. The bike should not run out of petrol halfway. At first, Feng Yu wanted to produce a 150cc bike, but the current policy was that any bikes over 125cc were not allowed to be registered. It was still okay in the countryside as there were many unregistered motorcycles. The traffic police there were also from the same village, and they just turned a blind eye. But it was different in the cities. If one were caught, he would be fined and the bike confiscated. Feng used this model of 125cc motorcycle was to compete with the best-selling imported bike, Honda. Honda at that time is already the world's #1 motorcycle manufacturer. It was very popular, and even the Soviet Union motorcycles could not compete with them. Not to mention the not-so-advanced domestic bikes. This Songjiang 1 does not only utilize the most advanced Soviet Union's technologies, but the suspensions were also using the most advanced technologies in the era, and the exterior was beautiful. Far better than the Honda motorcycles. The motorcycle was using a straight beam design and lowered the fuel tank. The seat was bigger and more comfortable. The bracket at the back was special. This was not found on the Soviet Union bikes. Even Japanese bikes seldom have brackets at the end. The headlight was big and bright. The suspension was also impressive. Feng Yu tested the bike and rode over an uneven road. He did not feel uncomfortable, and the level of comfort would not lose to the bikes in his previous life. The Soviet Union technologies were perfect in this aspect. Japanese motorcycles were designed to be used on their roads, and their road conditions were better than China. That's why their suspensions were not very good. They also had better street lightings. That's the reason their headlights were not that bright. However, the Soviet Union was different. Their technologies in these areas suit China well. These would be the selling points of this motorcycle. The most significant selling point was the exterior of the bike. Other than the fuel tank and the seats, the rest of the bike had beautiful decorations. The current motorcycles had no windshield, and even the speedometer was exposed. Feng Yu had requested for a small windshield. The windshield was not high, but it could protect the speedometer from things hitting it from the front. The plastic parts were cheap but not durable. Feng Yu heartlessly declared that other than the essential components, The rest should be all using plastic. This was to lessen the weight and at the same time, lower the cost. This suggestion was rejected by everyone, including Li Mingde and Ho Haitao. Does Feng Yu have a thing for plastics? The electric fans were made from plastics. The humidifiers were made from plastics. These were all household appliances, so it doesn't matter much. But this was different. This was a motorcycle. How can they use plastic parts? It was common for bikes to fall or knock onto something. What if a light knocks and something breaks? This was the first motorcycle produced by them, and Feng Yu wanted to make it into an inferior product? Even if Feng Yu was not afraid of being disgraced, their reputations were at stake too. This would be a disgrace to their factories and even Bing City. In the end, only the windshield was using plastics. The rest were all using metal. Feng Yu pouted. What's wrong with using plastics? It's all the same. Furthermore, which motorcyclist would not be careful while riding? Who would purposely knock onto something? If they were really careless and knocked into something while riding, what's the difference between metal or plastics? The bike will still be damaged. The replacement of plastics parts will be much cheaper too. Feng Yu and the rest got into an argument again when it comes to the colors of motorcycles. This time, it was the rest that wanted to save money, and Feng Yu wanted to spend more. Ordinary spray paint will do. Why does it have to be a good quality paint? The paint must not fade easily, not easily scratched, and in bright colors like metallic red and blue to attract people. What's wrong with army green color? This was the most common paint on the market, and it's cheap too. Motorcycles were only for transport. What had colors got to do with it? But Feng Yu was adamant about this. The colors must be bright and able to attract attention. It must be able to make people like it the moment they set their eyes on it. This was a crucial element for the motorcycles to sell. Li Mingde and the rest knew that Feng Yu was better than them with regards to sales. Feng Yu could even be considered an expert in sales. From Feng Yu's advertisements in CCTV and his creativity in the commercials had blown their minds. Since this concerns the sales of the motorcycles, Li Mingde and the rest took one step back and agreed to use better and more expensive paints. Feng Yu had promised that their bikes would sell throughout China and even exported overseas. Li Mingde disagreed and felt that Feng Yu was too optimistic. He did not have high expectations as he felt that to compete with the established brands of motorcycles in the market was too early for them. If they were able to capture the market of the 3 provinces in the northeast region, he would be satisfied. If they were able to export to the south like their agricultural machines, it would be a miracle. Feng Yu immediately made a bet with Li Mingde. Taihua Trading will take over the marketing of these motorcycles as the distribution channels of bikes and agricultural machines were different. Feng Yu will guarantee the sales figures and will take a percentage as commissions. Li Mingde then discovered that Feng Yu was waiting for the chance to get the distribution rights of the motorcycles. But when he thinks of Feng Yu's sales tactics, he felt that it was worth to try. But the sales target must be set high. The 2 production lines, if working to the maximum capacity, they would be able to produce at least 200,000 bikes in a year. Li Mingde had estimated that 100,000 units would be sold in the first year, and this figure would increase by more than 10% in the second year. It would take at least 5 years before the factory could operate at full capacity. Since Feng Yu wanted the distribution rights, then fine. The first year must have at least 120,000 units sold, and every year the target would increase by 30,000 units. It must reach 200,000 units by the 3rd year. You dare to take up the challenge? Feng Yu laughed. They did not know how popular motorcycles will be in China. Although it was not as popular as the years after 2000, the first peak will happen in the early 90s. With Songjiang motorcycles' performance and exterior designs, and still could not be sold, then Feng Yu would have wasted his rebirth. Manager Li, I agree to your condition. Let's sign the contract. After getting the distribution rights for the motorcycles, Feng Yu immediately prepare for the commercials. The advertisement contract between CCTV and Taihua Trading had stated that Taihua Trading have the authority to change the advertisements as long as the product is sold by Taihua Trading and the commercial is within the advertising guidelines. Feng Yu had spent a lot for these advertisement slots, but it also increased the sales of the humidifiers. Feng Yu felt that it was not necessary for such high advertising frequency now. Humidifiers were not like health products, and the market was not that big. Many families having 1 humidifier would be sufficient. He intends to keep the product placement and 2 or 3 advertising slots for the humidifiers and reserve one advertising slot for the motorcycles. Of course, before changing the advertisement, Fengyu needs to talk to Li Mingde about the advertising fees. What? The advertising fee is so expensive? It needs 5 million? It's only been a few days and why is it so expensive? Li Mingde shouted in shock. Fengyu told him that he will change advertisement for the primetime advertising slot to the motorcycle, guaranteed to let their Songjiang motors to be shown to the whole of China within the shortest time and would significantly increase the sales. At first, Li Mingde was still feeling great. He thought that Fengyu was doing the right thing. He was even willing to change the humidifier commercials for their motorcycles. But when Fengyu mentioned the advertisement fees, Li Mingde got mad. 5 months, 5 million renminbi advertising fees. This price is reasonable. Fengyu spread his arms, showing an "I am very reasonable" expression. 5 months, 5 million. Which part of this is reasonable? Li Mingde roared. Fengyu calmly took out a chart and placed it on the table. Manager Li, look at these figures. This data was recorded since wind and rain humidifiers started advertising on CCTV. The sales of the humidifiers soared. This is the market share for May, and this is for June. This is the effect of advertising with CCTV. Don't tell me that for such an effective advertising platform, it is not worth this price. Don't try to fool me. Your humidifiers are patented, and there are no similar products. Even if the advertisements are effective, you are also exaggerating the effects. Also, this market share report was tabulated by your people. Who knows if it is accurate? You show me the sales volume and figures. One look I will know if you are lying. Li Mingde had already wanted to know how many units of humidifiers were sold and how much were the profits. He had asked Fengyu a few times, but Fengyu refused to tell him. He tried asking Hou Haitao and Li Shiyu, but they were the same. They refused to reveal the figures to him. Will you show your product sales figures to outsiders? Fengyu asked him back. How about this? I will show you the sales figures for wind and rain electric fans. This product is fully owned by Taihua Trading, and I can reveal to you. Fengyu took out the report he had prepared and shown to Li Mingde. Take note, wind and rain electric fan sales increased by 10-folds after it started advertising on CCTV. It's 10-folds. Fengyu raised his voice. That's because it's summer. That is different and cannot be used as proof. Furthermore, how much do your advertisements for your electric fans cost? I am sure that it is not 1 million renminbi per month. Obliviously, Fengyu is advertising for his own company, and he will do his own calculations. It cost him about 200,000 renminbi for that advertisement, and in return, he increased the sales and got a few 100,000 RMB of profits. He also raised the brand recognition. This was to prepare for the launch of his bladeless fans next year. He must let people know that wind and rain brand of electric fans are the best in China. Whenever people talked about electric fans, wind and rain fans will be the first brand that comes to their minds. Wind and rain electric fans were wholly owned by Fengyu, and he could write whatever figure he wants in the report. For instance, this fake report. It's not 1 million renminbi. You look carefully, the advertising fees is 1.2 million. I had even given you a discount. Fengyu shouted while waving the report. What? 1.2 million renminbi? Impossible. Li Mingde would never believe that Fengyu was willing to spend so much on advertisements. The TV advertisements at that time were not that expensive. Furthermore, the humidifiers belonged to 3 parties, and although Taihua Trading was doing the sales, the advertising fees were split between all the parties. He does not think that Li Shiyu and Hou Haitao would accept 1 million renminbi per month advertising fees. Fengyu carried on with his lies. You must consider that our Songjiang Motors is a new brand, and there was no reputation before. Do you know how much it costs to hire TV stars to shoot a commercial? We hired TV host Shen Li for our humidifier advertising. If it was you, can you do that? But ours is motorcycles. Shouldn't the TV star should also be male? Who are you going to hire? How much will it cost? Li Mingde asked sharply. Damn, all these government officials were all sly foxes. Fengyu's tricks could not fool these people. But Fengyu had other methods, which was the thing that Li Mingde concerned the most. The sales figures. You don't need to care so much. If you agree to pay the 5 million renminbi advertising fees, I guaranteed that there would be an additional 10,000 units sold by next year. That is at least 130,000 units sold. But first, our productions must be able to keep up. 10,000 units for 5 million renminbi advertising fees. The profits per motorcycle were more than 500 renminbi. When Feng Yu said this, Li Mingde started to consider seriously. This CCTV advertisements were so effective? Why was Feng Yu so confident? An unknown brand of the motorcycle can reach 130,000 units sold in the first year? Just using this advertisement? Or Feng Yu's exterior design of the bikes? You can really guarantee? Li Mingde asked suspiciously. Absolutely no problem. We can put that in the contract. If I am unable to deliver, Taihua Trading will pay this advertising fees. Feng Yu said and patted his chest. Fine, but I need to speak to Director Ho and Mr. Fu first. If they agree, we will sign a contract. Li Mingde had some reserves. He still wanted to know how much was spent on the advertisements for the humidifiers. Old Ho, tell me the truth. How much was spent on the advertisements for the humidifiers? Li Mingde called Ho Haitao. This? Old Li, you better ask Feng why. Li Shiyu and I had promised not to reveal the exact figures. All I can say is that we had spent a huge amount. How much? Li Mingde did not give up. Ho Haitao hesitated for a while and said, it was a sky-high amount. Sky-high amount. Could it be really that much? Was it more than 5 million renminbi? Ho Haitao remembered that the advertisement fees were 5 million, but he did not tell Li Mingde about the details. That amount was for a year, and it included the 4 advertising slots at CCTV and other stuff. Furthermore, Feng Yu had told them that if the advertisements were no longer effective, they could change it. Li Mingde did not know about these details. He only heard that the humidifiers' advertising fees were more than 5 million renminbi. So, Feng Yu did not fool him since Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao dared to agree to that exorbitant amount. Then he can also agree to it. After signing the amended contract with Li Mingde, Feng Yu left smiling with a check in his hands. Who said that CCTV advertising slots could not be resold? Among the male celebrities at that time, the celebrity that fits the requirement of Feng Yu and Li Mingde was Zhu Simeo. He had handsome features, and his movies, dramas, skits were well received by the whole of China. By the standards of the future, Zhu Simeo was China's top male celebrity. He was on par with Hong Kong's Chow Yun-fat status. Hong Kong's celebrities charges at least 10 times more than China's celebrities. But the effect was not as effective. The people that watched Hong Kong movies were much lesser than the ones who had watched Zhu Simeo's movies and skits. Feng Yu believed that if he could get Zhu Simeo to endorse his motorcycles, Songjiang motor brand and sales would be significantly increased due to his great popularity and his fans. But Zhu Simeo and his partner seldom do commercials and product endorsements. He did not even perform at nightclubs, even when he was offered a high offer by the nightclub bosses. His bald partner was interviewed in the mid-90s and mentioned something that shocked the whole nation. The host had asked him if the rumors of his endorsement fees being the highest in China, and there was someone who offered him over 10 million renminbi for him to star in a commercial was true. Baldy Chin replied that it depends on his mood whether if he accepts to act in any commercials. He does not lack money. If he were in a bad mood, he would not consider even if the deal was in the millions, and when he was in a good mood, he would be the spokesperson for as low as 100,000 to 200,000 renminbi. Although the rates if Zhu Simeo now was not so high, but it should be above 100,000 renminbi. This rate was acceptable to Feng Yu. He could even accept rates of 1 million renminbi. If Zhu Simeo was able to rope in his partner, Baldy Chun, Feng Yu was willing to pay even more. This Zhu Simeo was also interesting. He must try out the product of the commercial first, and if he felt that the product was as good as it claimed and did not deceive the audience, then he would accept to act in the commercial. This was nothing to Feng Yu. It's only a motorcycle. He could just give it to him for free. Feng Yu was now thinking of the story for the commercial. How can he portray the features of Songjiang motorcycle within 15 seconds and at the same time not make Zhu Simeo felt contempt? Songjiang motorcycles come along with 2 helmets to increase the safety of the rider and pillion and let people think that they had gotten a good deal. The motorcycle helmet was first created by the Soviets and was given free with any purchase of Ural and Sunrise motorcycles. Later, Japanese motorcycles also started to give out free helmets for their bikes. But no matter which country, only 1 helmet was given as a free gift. Only Songjiang motorcycles were giving out 2 helmets. Feng Yu suddenly thought of the primary purpose of motorcycles at that time. You believe that it was for convenience? No. The primary function of a motorcycle at that time was to woo girls. Riding a motorcycle out now was the same as riding a bicycle a few years ago, and the same as driving a sports car in the future years. Chances of asking a girl out and the affection from the girl would increase. The demographics of the consumers buying motorcycles at that time was between 18 to 30, and all are male. There were almost no girls riding motorcycles, even for the 50 cubic centimeters bikes. Many young adults ride bikes were not for the convenience, but to attract attention. It was just a tool used for flaunting. Feng Yu thought of an idea which was to give the audience a subtle hint, a celebrity's influence. Feng Yu must also get an actress too, and she must be well known to achieve the best results. The most active actress at that time was Liu Daqing. She was named the most controversial actress by the viewers in Future and was one of the highest paid actresses in China. She had gotten lots of acting awards, but was also jailed before. Her acting skills were still considered one of the best. In the future years, her acting career might not be doing that well, but now, everyone was praising her. In 1991, she went into business and set up many companies in different industries. She made a lot of money in the 90s. If Zhu Simeo and Liu Daqing team up, this commercial would be starring the most popular commercial stars at that time. Unless someone could invite senior celebrities like Zhao Zhongxiang and Li Gu to act in an ad, no one could beat this Zhu Simeo and Liu Daqing team. The image of Zhao Zhongxiang and the rest were not suitable for motorcycles. After Feng Yu finished with the storyline, script, and the actions of the commercial, he applied for leave from his school again and traveled to Beijing with Wu Jigang. These two celebrities did not have any agents as they were considered state-owned workers. Zhu Simeo was an actor with August 1st Film Studio, and Liu Daqing was with Beijing Film Studio. They can be found at their respective units. Feng Yu went to August 1st Film Studio first. Zhu Simeo was rehearsing for a play, and the performance was on the day after tomorrow. Feng Yu was sitting in the stands watching Zhu Simeo's performance. What a good actor! This was much better than those idols in the future years. Excellent acting skills, stage performance, and the most important of all was the exaggerated expression shown. Even this was a rehearsal. This was what Feng Yu was looking for. After the rehearsal, the actors and actresses went to the backstage to changes, and Zhu Simeo was called over to Feng Yu. Xiao Zhu, this is manager Feng Yu and manager Wu Jigang from Bing City. They wanted to discuss something with you. Zhu Simeo curiously looked at Feng Yu and Wu Jigang. He did not know these two people, and they are so young, yet they are managers? Why are you looking for me? Which company are you from? Zhu Simeo thought that they were here to invite him to perform at some company functions. He had rejected a lot of these offers even though the rates were good. He felt that his performance would be too monetarized, and this was not in line with his character. His unit had provided him with an apartment, and his salary was enough to take care of his family. What's the point of earning more? He doesn't even have the time to polish his acting skills. Feng Yu took out his name card and gave it to Zhu Simeo. Mr. Zhu, we are here to invite you to star in our commercial. It's a motorcycle commercial. The actress will be Liu Daqing. Who? Liu Daqing? Motorcycle commercial? Taihua Trading. You are importing motorcycles. Feng Yu does not blame Zhu Simeo for making this assumption. Almost 80% of the motorcycles at that time were imported. Although there were domestic motorcycles, the production was low, and the performance was not good. The marketing was also poorly done. No, our motorcycles are locally manufactured. The factory that manufactures the motorcycles is Bing City's machinery company. This is the picture of our motorcycle. You can take a look. Domestic brand? Bing City. What sort of good products can be produced from that rural area? If it was 10 years ago, when Bing City was still one of the leading industrial cities in China, it might be possible. But now, it's quite impossible. Zhu Simeo took the photograph from Feng Yu. This motorcycle is beautiful. Was this really locally produced? This machinery company from Bing City could really produce such quality motorcycles? Motorcycles were not some fake products, and Zhu Simeo felt that he could consider about taking up this job. However, he still got to look at the storyline of the advertisement. If it were some comedy, he would never agree. Feng Yu took out the script he prepared and passed to Zhu Simeo. The first commercial would be you wearing a helmet driving fast along the expressway, and you met a woman with a scarf covering her face waving for a lift by the roadside. You will then do a sliding stop and took off your helmet beside her. The second commercial will be showing the woman taking off her scarf and show her face. This lady will be Liu Daqing. You pass her the other helmet, and she got onto your bike and hug you from the back. You will then ride off with her. The third commercial will be Lu Daqing riding the bike on a country road, and this time you will be the one by the roadside waving for a lift. She will stop for you and throw a helmet to you. The fourth commercial will be the both of you riding the bikes along the road. At the same time, both of you will turn towards each other and smile. Zhu Simeo frowned. For commercials, and the commercials are linked? Are there any lines in the commercial? Yes. The lines are only you ask her where is she going and her asking you where are you going. There's no need for the both of you to mention about the motorcycle. There will be a font advertisement at the final 3 seconds of the commercials. Feng Yu's creativity in the ad was from a xylitol ad in the future. The commercial will be filmed into a story and divided into 4 parts. This will create a deep impression on the audience. It will be better than those advertisements which repeat the brand over and over again. Mr. Zhu, what do you think of this commercial script? Do you want to change any parts of the script? Yes. The first part about driving along the expressway is not very good. Who would be walking along the expressway? Change it to suburban roads, which will be more realistic. The last part where we ride off can be on the expressway. The colors of our clothing must match the color of your motorcycle. Even the color of the helmets must be different. Zhu Simeo was a professional, and his considerations were evident. He amended many small details in Feng Yu's script. When Feng Yu listened to what Zhu Simeo said, he also felt that it was reasonable. Mr. Zhu, I suppose that you agree to film this commercial? Then how much advertising fees do you want to charge? We want to have a long-term contract. How many years are you willing to sign with us? Feng Yu was thinking. Until the end of the century, before Baldi Chen sued CCTV, both were China top-rated artists. But now, their rates were not that high. If he could sign a contract for more than 5 years, it would be great. Even if Zhu Simeo wanted a 10-year contract, Feng Yu would also agree. How many years? Oh, you want to use me for a few years? Then how many years do you think is suitable? Feng Yu thought for a while. When Zhu Simeo and Baldi Chen were blocked by CCTV, their advertisements could not be aired at CCTV and even other TV stations for 2 years. Then it seems that 8 to 9 years will be a more suitable term. How about 8 years? Zhu Simeo was surprised. He had never heard before commercials and product endorsements contracts lasting 8 years. You sure it's 8 years? That's right. Product endorsement for 8 years, and every year, you must film at least a commercial and do some printed ads for us. You are also required to promote in person for us at least once. I am not sure about the market rates. Name me a price. 100,000 renminbi a year. Zhu Simeo said a figure. He felt that 1100,000 RMB was a very high price. Although he was a celebrity, he heard that the stars from the south charge a lot for commercials and endorsements. But the current average wages in Beijing was only about 2,000 renminbi annually. This was already 50 times more than the average. Feng Yu remembered the stars in his previous life charges tens of millions for product endorsements, and that was over 200 times of an average person annual wages. Zhu Simeo's price was very reasonable. No problem. For every promotional event you attended, there will also be red packets. Feng Yu knew that the advertisement rates for celebrities will rise significantly in the next 2 years. At that time, Zhu Simeo would felt that he was shortchanged and there might be problems working together. Feng Yu decided to use red packets to make up for him. When will the filming start? Recently, I still need to prepare for the spring gala skit performance. I might not have too much time. No problem. The filming of the commercial will be very fast. I had already contacted the filming crew. 2 days will be sufficient to complete the filming. Oh yes, can you introduce your skit partner to me? We would also like him to do a commercial and product endorsement for us. Feng Yu remembered that this year will be the year the both of them acted in the most famous skit. If he could film a similar advertisement, it will be very popular. He is down with the flu today and is resting at home. How about I help you ask him? Fine. I will bring the contract with me tomorrow, and the 3 of us can discuss the finer details together. After leaving August 1st Film Studio, Feng Yu rushed to Beijing Film Studios. Lu Daqing was waiting for him. Lu Daqing was more sensitive with money, and she was also brilliant. Feng Yu decided to use Zhu Simeo's rate to press down Lu Daqing's rates. Miss Lu, you are prettier in person. Thanks for the compliments. Manager Feng, let's not beat around the bush. I heard that you want me to film a commercial for you. Lu Daqing asked anxiously. That's right. The actor will be Zhu Sameo, and maybe Baldy Chen would be involved. This is the script. You can take a look first. When Lu Daqing heard Zhu Sameo, she dares not to look down on Feng Yu. Even Baldy Chen might be filming this commercial. These two were the current first-rated actors in China. This product of this commercial was a motorcycle, and men will be more suitable than female to star in the ad. She felt that she might not be getting a lot for this commercial. The script is not bad. I could tell that it was amended before. Can I ask how much will I be getting? Lu Daqing was straight to the point. She was not the type to be choosy with scripts. She was more concerned money. Miss Lu, from the perspective of China's audience, between you and Zhu Sameo, who do you think is more popular? Feng Yu did not talk about her rates, but asked her a question. Lu Daqing had recently received the Best Actress award, but she dare not say that she was more popular than Zhu Sameo. Zhu Sameo's movie had better reviews than her films. Furthermore, the past 2 years, Zhu Sameo was performing for the Spring Gala. He was considered the crowd puller. This was the status of Zhu Sameo currently. I lose to the both of them slightly. Lu Daqing's answer was fascinating. What? You mean if it was not the both of them, you are more popular than Zhu Sameo? Zhu Sameo had more advantage because of his image. Although Lu Daqing was beautiful, many female viewers were jealous of her looks and do not like her. But Zhu Sameo was different. Both male and female audiences loved him. Zhu Sameo agreed to an 8-year contract with us, and he will be getting 100,000 renminbi a year. Total will be 800,000 renminbi. The contract I prepared for Miss Lu will also be 800,000 renminbi, but the contract duration will be 10 years. It includes TV commercials and printed ads. Every year, you have to attend a promotional event once. Of course, we will give you a red packet when you attend. Feng Yu listed out the terms, and Lu Daqing listened carefully. Many of the conditions she had not heard before. But Feng Yu said that he could pay her 800,000 renminbi at once. She had heard it clearly. 800,000 renminbi. With this sum of money, she would not have any worries. She agreed to this contract. Feng Yu rolled his eyes when Wu Jigang asked him who will be filming the commercial. Can't he see where they were for the past 2 days? Beijing Film Studio and August 1st Film Studio. Which crew from these 2 studios can't film the commercial? Although Baldy Chun did not agree to an 8-year contract, he signed a 3-year contract and will not be attending any promotional events. However, he will film 4 commercials, and his endorsement fee will be lesser than Zhu Sameo. But Feng Yu still gave him 400,000 renminbi. He heard that if it wasn't for Baldy Chun wanting to raise funds for his movie, he might take up this job. Feng Yu increased his fees by another 50,000 renminbi, and Baldy Chun agreed to take charge of the filming. The filming equipment and crew will be settled by him. The filming location will be at Bing City, as the motorcycles were still at Bing City. The bikes were the main props. 3 days later, Feng Yu returned to Bing City first. That Friday night, Zhu Sameo and the rest will be reaching there by train and will return on fun day evenings. It will not affect their other jobs. Feng Yu finally understood why Lu Daqing resigned and went into business. Their life under these units was too constrained. It was so troublesome to film an advertisement. What? You still want to collect the advertising fees from me? Didn't I give you 5 million? That's for the advertisement slots at the TV stations. You think these movie stars work for free? Since it was partly my fault for not making it clear to you, just give me 500,000 renminbi. I will make up the rest. Feng Yu had a suffering expression. 500,000 renminbi? You think it is 50 renminbi? Who did you get to star in this commercial? Why is it so expensive? Zhu Sameo, Lu Daqing, and Baldy Chun. You tell me which one of them is not popular. Feng Yu said while tapping the table with his finger and emphasizing his tone. But it should not cost so much. It's only a commercial. How much is their monthly salary? How can they charge so high? Li Mingde asked angrily. Because they appear on TV and they have the celebrities effect. You try getting someone else, or you be the star of the commercial. See if this commercial will be effective outside of Bing City. Feng Yu purposely said that. How much did you spend in total? Li Mingde asked. 2.05 million. If you don't believe me, you can ask them when they arrive. What? Over 2 million. Li Mingde was shocked. This kid was wasteful when it comes to money. He can accept getting TV stars for commercial, but it should not cost so much. 2.05 million renminbi. How many motorcycles must be sold to make up for that amount? I am already paying for the bigger share and the machinery company is only paying for a small part. Managerly, you should not bully me this much, Feng Yu said with an anxious expression. Fine, fine. But this 500,000 renminbi can only be given to you after Lunar New Year. There's not so much budget this year. Fine. I will also not charge you interest. Who asked me to be one of the shareholders here? This issue is settled. We will put it into writing later. Tomorrow they will be arriving for the filming of the commercial. We still need to give the three of them one motorcycle each. You should not be stingy about this, right? Feng Yu was in no hurry to collect this 500,000 renminbi. Anyway, he had already profited from this advertising fees. He spent over 2 million renminbi, but that was not for a year. In future, he can collect advertising fees from the machinery company every year. Another 3 motorcycles? But Li Mingda had already delayed the payment of the 500,000 renminbi till next year. If he were to reject this request, Feng Yu would surely jump on him. Fine. I agree. If you are unable to achieve the sales target next year, then we will follow according to what was stated in our contract. Li Mingda reminded Feng Yu. Please take a rest. I had prepared the rooms for all of you. It will be at the machinery company guest house. Although the conditions here could not be compared to Beijing, I guaranteed the rooms will be clean and tidy. Feng Yu went to pick them up personally. The 3 commercial stars, 1 cameraman, and 1 assistant. A total of 5 people. No need. We are not tired. Let's start filming the first commercial. We are running short of time. Baldichen said. Feng Yu saw the only female. Lu Daqing did not object to this. Feng Yu, the one who paid for everything, would have no objections. It would be better for him to wrap up the filming as soon as possible. He could do some printed ads to warm up the market in the meantime. Everybody went to the filming location, and when they saw the Land Rover Feng Yu was driving, Zhu Simeo and the others were shocked. Lu Daqing envied Feng Yu. She swore to herself. She must drive imported cars in future. The filming location was not far from the motorcycle factory. This was a road which was reconditioned the year before. It was still very new. Wu Jigang ran to the factory to get 2 staff to ride the motorcycles to the location. One motorcycle was red and the other blue. The helmets were in bright colors. Zhu Simeo changed to his leather jacket. Although it was freezing, he did not complain. He put on the helmet and walked towards the motorcycle. The filming equipment was set up, and Baldi Chin shouted action, and they saw Zhu Simeo riding the bike slowly forward. Cut. Old Zhu, you are riding too slow. Speed up a bit. This will not reflect the feeling of speed. Baldi Chin shouted. I had just learned how to ride a bike. I don't dare to ride too fast. I still have to do a sliding stop later. Zhu Simeo had only learned how to ride a motorcycle before they came. Before this, he just knows how to ride a bicycle. Zhu Simeo practiced with the bike, and soon the wind started. The December temperature at Bing City was already very low. The actors were already wearing very little, and now there's cold wind. Feng Yu immediately suggests resting until the wind stops. No. What if it snows after the rain stops? Furthermore, it is better with the wind blowing. The wind blowing on the scarf on Lu Daqing will look better on the camera. Baldi Chin loudly rejected Feng Yu's suggestion. Lu Daqing also said, It's fine, Manager Feng. I am able to tolerate this temperature. I had filmed summer shoots during end autumn. That's even colder than this. The filming continues. Zhu Simeo finally picked up his speed. It was a straight road, and the road surface was in excellent condition, and there were no cars around. But when he reaches in front of Zhu Daqing, he could not execute the sliding stop. To a beginner, this was a tricky move and quite frightening. Feng Yu saw that almost 1 hour had passed, but they did not even finish filming the first scene. He too was a bit anxious. With this speed, they might not even be able to finish shooting the 4 commercials. There's still the printed ads. Mr. Zhu, let me show you how to execute the sliding stop. Feng Yu walked over and took the helmet from Zhu Simeo. He wore the helmet and ignored the objections of others and sped away. Why you did not stop your manager Feng? Zhu Simeo was still in a daze, and Feng Yu had already sped away. He nervously looked at Wu Jigang. Feng Yu was still so young, and if anything happens to him, they would feel bad. Wu Jigang had seen Feng Yu's riding techniques. When the first motorcycle was out of the factory, Feng Yu had tested it personally. He was even better than anyone in the factory. Just when Zhu Simeo finished speaking, Feng Yu was already riding the bike back. He did not even slow down when he was approaching them. When Feng Yu was about 10 meters away from them, he slowed down slightly and did a beautiful sliding stop in front of the camera. Feng Yu removed his helmet and smiled at the shocked Lu Daqing. Do you want to go for a ride? There was nothing to complain about the professionalism of these actors in this era. They were far better than those in the future years. Even when facing cold winds and not trained in riding motorcycles, they finished the filming of the 4 parts commercials before dark. Feng Yu looked at the finished commercial, and it was better than he imagined. Later, after the dubbing and adding the fonts at the end, it could be aired at the TV stations. At night, Feng Yu treated all of them to taste the Northeast local charcoal hot pot. Every one of them enjoyed the dinner and were praising Feng Yu riding skills. If Feng Yu did not show them how to do the stunt personally, they might not finish filming. Feng Yu smiled reservedly. The actors and actress in this era did not even request for body doubles. But the effects were better this way. That night, it started snowing. They were feeling lucky. Although having a snowy backdrop was also good, but the camera they used was not suitable for filming in this environment. The effects will not be good. The next afternoon, Lu Daqing and Zhu Simeo started the photo shoot for the printed ads. There were outdoor shoots in the wilderness, indoor shoots, and even at the factory. Of course, Baldi Chun also took part in the photo shoots. Currently, Baldi Chun was not required to be in any commercials, but the contract stated that he was expected to do printed ads. After shooting for a day and used up some films, they wrapped up. That night, all of them returned to Beijing. They wrapped up everything one day in advance. 3 motorcycles were also transported together with them by train to Beijing. This was given to them and was not included in the contract. This made them feel Feng Yu's generosity. 125 motorcycles at that time cost at least 20,000 renminbi. Even the 2 staffs Baldi Chun brought along got a 500 renminbi red packet each from Feng Yu. This was to let them know that if they do well in their job, Feng Yu will reward them handsomely. Baldi Chun will bring the edited commercials and photographs to show Feng Yu in 1 week time. Feng Yu was not worried about the quality. Baldi Chun was a professional director who had filmed movies before. It was worth mentioning that when the workers heard that the stars had arrived at the factory, all there wanted to crowd around them. If it wasn't for Li Mingda personally stopping them, the production might come to a halt that day. Even Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua, who had heard the news, came to Bing City. Feng Yu had told them that they would be able to take a picture with the stars. From Feng Yu's mother, both of them were too excited to sleep the night before. Luckily, it was only a picture and not some other activities. This proves the popularity of these 3 celebrities. From young to old, everybody likes them. Feng Yu instructed the factories in charge to manufacture the motorcycles at full capacity. He was not worried that no one would buy his bikes. He wanted to achieve record-high sales before the end of the year. 1 week later, Baldi Chun returned with the edited products. Feng Yu went through the commercials and the photographs. He was delighted. Even though the effects were not as good as the future, it was one of the best advertisements in the current era. Baldi Chun had filmed it as if it was a movie. The photographs were sent to the printers for them to make it into posters. Feng Yu ordered 10,000 copies. A colored poster cost 1 renminbi, and this was over Feng Yu's expectations. But this was only a small issue. These investments will be recovered from the sales of the motorcycles. Manager Li, I need some manpower now to post these posters along the streets. Please assign some people from your factory. Feng Yu went to Li Mingda to request for manpower. Everyone at the motorcycle factory was busy, but the machinery company was able to spare some people. There was a lack of recreational activities in this era. When the posters were placed in a conspicuous position, there was bound to have people looking at it. 1, 2. More and more people will start to crowd. There were still not many posters pasted along the streets or telegraph posts, and there were no regulations against posting posters on them, so there will be no one removing them. Furthermore, Feng Yu was using colored posters, and it featured 3 famous stars. Some people will surely remove the posters and bring back home. This was what Feng Yu wanted. His Songjiang motorcycles were also in the pictures, and when these people looked at the stars, they will also notice the motorcycles. Just the attractive design of the motorcycles, Feng Yu was sure that his bikes would be selling like hotcakes. The only problem was that Bing City was too cold now, and this might affect the sales. But it's fine. During the New Year period, the sales will still pick up. Feng Yu wanted to warm up the market and make people curious about Songjiang motorcycles. He wanted the people who wanted to buy other brands of motorcycles to wait for a few weeks. There's a better motorcycle in the market, and it's only 2 weeks more for the launch. Why not wait a while? The next day, People started noticing that there were posters of famous stars at high human traffic places like bus stops, train stations, malls, markets, etc. Zhu Simeo, Baldi Chun, and Lu Daqing. Are the three of them going to star in a movie? What's the name of this movie? When will it be aired? But something was not right. Shouldn't these posters be placed out the cinemas or the cultural palace? Why were these posters all over the city? People started crowding around the posters, and some even reached out to touch it. It was as if they were feeling the stars themselves. The stars are riding motorcycles or pushing the bikes. This motorcycle is stunning. Someone in the crowd mentioned loudly. Soon everybody noticed the motorcycles on every poster. The bikes were very attractive and more beautiful than any bikes they had ever seen. Yes. Are they shooting a movie about motorcycles? Who knows? Lu Daqing is pretty. How I wish I could meet her in person. A young man said while staring at the posters. Zhu Simeo is really handsome. I wish to get married to him. A girl said while daydreaming. Look at Baldi Chun. He is so funny. He is cleaning the bike? I love his comedy skits. Not sure if he would be performing at this year's Spring Night Gala. While the crowds were discussing loudly, Taihua trading staffs secretly walk off from the crowd. The good thing about the crowd was that once someone started a topic, everybody will discuss it, and it would last at least half an hour. The same scene happened at many places in Bing City and not sure when someone removed a poster of Lu Daqing and ran off. The crowd was shocked. No one was stopping him. Since there was no one preventing them from removing the posters, let's bring these posters home. The event of removing posters started. The 2,000 posters that were put up that day were all gone in seconds. People wanted to bring back the posters to show their neighbors and friends. These were posters of China's top celebrities. Even if you have money, you will also not get these posters. When they were flaunting, they were also creating awareness for Songjiang motorcycles. Feng Yu had purposely printed Songjiang motors in smaller print. But it was also because of this, people would look closer to see what was written there. But the thing that Wu Jigang and the rest least expected was that Feng Yu placed the most posters around state-owned enterprises. Aviation factory, motor factory, thermal electric factory, beer factory, plastic factory. Every state-owned factory's vicinities were full of posters. It was because that the number of young men at these areas was the highest. The posters of Zhu Simeo riding the motorcycles with Lu Daqing as the pillion would undoubtedly stimulate the desires of those young men to own one bike. The next day, when people went on the streets, they discovered that there were more posters again. Manager Lee, do you think the commercial Feng Yu created would be effective? Is he really confident that he will be able to sell at least 130,000 motorcycles in a year? HRMP, you think it is possible? Although these bikes look beautiful, the performance was only slightly better than Honda 125. Don't forget about the pricing. We had discussed it. The retail price would be 19,800 renminbi and the lowest supplier price at 15,000 renminbi. Just look at our Longjiang province. 30 million population, and there are only so few motorcycles. There are more cars than motorcycles. There is about 1 billion population in China, and how many motorcycles can he sell? Even if the sales are better in the south, the most he could hit is about 100,000 units in a year. Don't forget about how much salaries we are getting. Li Mingde said with a smirk. If Feng Yu could not deliver, he would have to pay back the advertising fees to the machinery company. This would be free advertising for the machinery company. Li Mingde was feeling pleased. Feng Yu, you are still too young. Do you think that this is the same as those humidifiers? How much does one humidifier cost? An average worker could also afford one if they save for a few months. How much does a motorcycle cost? How many could afford it, and how many are willing to spend on it? Manager Li is so smart. This is the end for Feng Yu. Both he and his father are the same. They thought that having some shares of the company could let them do whatever they want. Don't they know that everybody got to listen to Manager Li here? The office director said, what do you everybody got to listen to me? We are democratic. All decisions could only be approved by the city government after discussion. I am only a representative. Even though Li Mingde said that, he was very satisfied with what the office director said. Well said. It was worth promoting him. When they were still talking, a deputy manager came in and happily said to Li Mingde, Manager Li, I had sent my men to ask around. Now many people are talking about Songjiang motorcycles and where to buy one. I estimate that when launched, we can sell at least 100 bikes in Bing City. Li Mingde frowned. Are you sure? The deputy manager was puzzled. What's wrong with Manager Lee? He seems to be unhappy when he heard that the motorcycles will be selling well. Of course, someone from my wife's unit also asked if he could get one now. They can't wait to ride our bikes. Although the average salaries of the people were still meager, there were lots of wealthy people too. Just the distributors of their agriculture equipment could earn tens of thousands in a year. They could even afford a car. Why can't they afford another bike? Manager Feng, we had run out of posters. Do we need to reprint? Wu Jigang asked. Feng Yu took a sip of his hot tea and slowly waving his hands. There's no hurry. Have you reserved the tickets? Yes, it's done. It's a night ticket for a bed seat. I have also bought the return ticket for the day after tomorrow. HRMM. The posters can wait until we are back. Have you contacted the distributors? How many of them are interested? The reprinted posters were not for the streets and alleyways. They were for the distributors to paste outside their shops to attract customers. Right now, there are 7 distributors. They are all old customers, and they guaranteed that they could handle the sales for their provinces. The rest were still considering, but I think they would give us an answer in 2 days. At first, Wu Jigang was thinking about where to look for distributors. Feng Yu told him to call those home appliances distributors and ask them if they are interested in being the distributors. The distributors at this time were all very smart. They would never stick to one type of products. They will sell whatever products that were popular as long as there were profits. Just look at Tai Hua Food Processing Factory's animal feed. Some of those home appliances distributors also got the distribution rights for the animal feeds. Now the animal feeds were selling in the 3 northeast provinces, and it was expanding towards the south. Furthermore, Feng Yu's distribution fees were quite high this time. They would make at least 500 renminbi for every motorcycle sold. If 200 units were sold in a month, that would be 100,000 renminbi profit. Feng Yu nodded. Ask our men to chase them. Our reputation is also at stake here. We had never made any losses before, and those that work with us also profited. I know. I will get them to follow up. That night, Feng Yu and Wu Jigang traveled to Beijing's CCTV station to look for Cheng Baojun to tell him about changing their commercial. After Cheng Baojun watched the commercial and the photocopied documents of the motorcycle, he nodded and reported to his leaders. The paperwork was all in place, but he got to seek the approval from his leaders. That evening, Feng Yu treated Cheng Baojun to dinner again, and the next day afternoon, Feng Yu received a call from Cheng Baojun in his hotel room. His leaders had approved. From New Year until May, the 4 parts commercials will be aired during the primetime slots. It will be according to the order of the commercials given by Feng Yu. Initially, Feng Yu had wanted to air 1 commercial per month, but it was too troublesome to change the commercial. That's why Feng Yu chose to air all the commercials together. Anyway, this commercial can be used for 2 to 3 years. Maybe he would have better ideas for ads next year. Feng Yu asked Cheng Baojun if he could extend the advertising contract. He wanted to get 1 more year. But Cheng Baojun replied, Feng, you gotta wait till March after their meeting. But he promised that he would inform Feng Yu about the outcome first. Have you watched CCTV yesterday? Hee, Zhu Simeo's sliding stop was so cool. That's right. He was so handsome when he took off his helmet. No, Lu Daqing is prettier. I was mesmerized when she removes her scarf. It was so interesting to see Lu Daqing asked Zhu Simeo in return, do you want to ride, sir? I love the final scene when the both of them rode the bikes away. No way. The scene when Zhu Simeo riding with Lu Daqing as pillion was the best. Lu Daqing had her arms around Zhu Simeo's waist and leaning against his back. If I had a bike like this, there would be lots of girls willing to ride with me. Talk after you get a bike. That bike is so beautiful. Is it available in Bing City? I am guessing that it is an imported bike from either US or Japan. No, I guess the bike is from Europe or the Soviet Union. Ha ha ha, this bunch of morons. Can you see what is this? A young man was holding on to a poster, showing to everybody. That's Lu Daqing's poster. You had shown it to use a few times. No, I am talking about this motorcycle. Don't you think that it is familiar? Can you see the words written on small fronts here? Songjiang Motorcycles. What does it mean? Everyone was curious. My cousin from my third uncle had a classmate whose uncle is working at the machinery company. This Songjiang motorcycle is manufactured by Bing City's machinery factory. Do you still think that it will not be available in Bing City? Today is the product launch, and the first sales location is at Dongli there. Want to go there to take a look? Give me 1 unit. I have brought cash. I am here first. Give me one bike. I want a bike too. Red color, and the red helmets too. Hurry up. When these few young men reached the sales location, they discovered that it was full of people. Many people were shouting that they want to buy a motorcycle. A row of motorcycles was on display. Every bike was so cool, and they also want to get one if they got the money. Manager Lee, today's sales figures are out. Li Mingda raised his head and asked anxiously, how many units are sold? Translator notes, let's guess how many. 106 units. How many? Li Mingda could not believe his ears. 106 units. The office director repeated. They were all sold from the sales location in Bing City. Just today alone. The office director nodded and said, just today at Dongli sales location. I am not sure why people from the neighboring cities and districts also came here to buy. Even though there was a promotional price today, but it was also selling at 18,000 renminbi. How can there be so many people buying? The office director was confused. This motorcycle was so expensive, yet so many people are buying. The 100 bikes they had prepared were sold out, and even the 6 display bikes were also sold. In the end, all bikes were sold out. There were so many wealthy people in Bing City. These bikes were selling at almost 20,000 renminbi, and people were buying. Feng Yu now was in his office working overtime. The sales for the first day was better than he expected. It was still winter, but it did not affect the sales at all. As long as it was not snowing, they could ride bikes even if it was windy. With gloves and a thick scarf, there was nothing to be afraid of. Seems like telling people that the prices of the motorcycle will rise soon was still effective. There were no domestic 125 cubic centimeters bikes in the market, and Songjiang motorcycle was the only model. The imported bikes do have 125 cubic centimeters, but the average prices were above 25,000 renminbi. How much is the cost of a 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle? It was less than 6,000. This was because the workers were still not familiar and not very productive, and the cost of the materials was too expensive. After a while, the workers will be more efficient, and the cost can be lowered. Feng Yu had wanted the cost of a bike to be around 3,000 renminbi. During the millennium, a 125 cubic centimeters bike retail price was about 5,000 renminbi. The Soviet Union's production lines were very advanced, but the efficiency was too low, and there was too much wastage. But now it was considered okay. A motorcycle sold to Taihua trading at distributor price and still getting a 5,000 renminbi profit was something Li Mingda don't even dare to think about in the past. The gain was almost 100%. When Li Mingda first saw the production costs, he felt it was unbelievable. How can the cost be so low? After deducting the costs and expenses, these motorcycles were more profitable than tractors. Feng Yu had said that if people were willing to spend over 10,000 renminbi for a motorcycle, they would also be willing to pay 20,000 renminbi as long as the designs were beautiful and the bike was comfortable to ride. At first, Li Mingda thought that Feng Yu's targeted segment was too small and he needs to increase the profits. But who would have guessed that the prices of their bikes were almost the same as imported bikes, and they were selling better? Ji Gang, did any of the machinery company go to the sales location and ordered our men around? No, but I saw some of them loitering around. They left when we sold out all the bikes. They should be reporting back to Li Mingda. Rest assured, Manager Feng. No one can interfere with the sales of the motorcycles. We will only follow your instructions. Wu Jigang was also confident. He never expects that these motorcycles were so popular. There were more wealthy people in Bing City than he expected. But he thought about the bikes. If they had not used all their money to buy shares, all of them would also buy these motorcycles. They had only worked for a year, and they were willing to spend 20,000 renminbi on a motorcycle. Then those who were doing businesses earlier than them would be the same too. The exterior of these motorcycles was attractive and looks better than any domestic or imported bikes. Furthermore, there were celebrities' endorsements, and the commercials were aired on CCTV. Now, there were only a handful of people that did not hear of Songjiang motorcycles. Fine, prepare only 50 units for sales tomorrow. We will stop selling after these 50 units were sold. 50 units? Manager Feng, 50 units might not be enough. Are you doing that hunger marketing strategy like the humidifiers again? Wu Jigang suddenly remembered. When they started selling the humidifiers to the shopping malls, Feng Yu had used this method to let the consumers feel that if they were late, they would not be able to get the humidifiers even when they had the money. This was to stimulate the buying desires of those that were still considering and the sales volume turned out to be even better. Feng Yu nodded. The distributors should be arriving tomorrow. Show them the crowd at our sales location. The next day, the distributors arrived at Bing City, and even though the contract signing was the following day, they came early. They knew the temper of the people at Taihua Trading. If they were late, they might be chased away. At first, many of them were still hesitating, but after they watched the advertisements on CCTV, they felt that this was a great opportunity. They had felt that the humidifiers would not sell well initially, but after it was advertised on CCTV, the sales picked up. Every one of them made huge profits. This time, Taihua Trading not only advertised on CCTV, they even hired 3 top celebrities for product endorsements. They heard that the following year, there will be a new commercial starring Balding Chun and Zhu Sameo. The promotion effects were well done, and if the quality of the motorcycles were not too bad, there was nothing to worry about the sales. They only need to place some deposits, and they could quickly earn back that amount within a month. A few of the distributors who had arrived early went to the sales location to take a look. There was a huge crowd, and most of the people there were just onlookers, but there were also some buyers too. What? Sold out so early? How many motorcycles were sold? Now it's only 2 in the afternoon. 50 units? From morning 9 a.m. until now? 50 units were sold out in 5 hours. What? Yesterday they sold over 100 units, and all were sold by 5 p.m.? If the sales of the motorcycles can be so good in this rural Bing City, then the coastal regions and the more prosperous provinces should be selling much better. We had worked together for more than once. There are a few unfamiliar faces, but I believe that everyone here should know Taihua Trading rules. We will divide the market based on provinces. Every month the sales cannot be lower than 400 units. The supplier price of each motorcycle is 15,000 renminbi. We will still pay an additional 5% of the supplier prices as commission. The top 3 distributors every month would also receive different rewards. Manager Wu, I wanted to get the Northwest region. The quota of 400 units every night be slightly high. Meng, Qing, Tibet. These areas are a bit different. We will talk to you separately later and give a reasonable quota. Are there any other questions for the other provinces? Wu Jigang roared. Manager Wu, if according to what you just said, then does that means the more we sell, the more commission we can get? That's right. Not only the top 3 distributors will be rewarded, the top 3 sales for the year will also be rewarded. Just remember that the more you sell, the more profits you will get. Also, this time all of you only needs to place a one-time deposit. This was to prevent any cash flow issues on your side. Manager Wu, can the deposit be lesser? Don't you think that 500,000 renminbi is a lot? You look at how much the goods we send to you are worth every month. 400 units are worth a total 6 million, and our 500,000 renminbi deposit a lot. If you are not able to pay the deposit, you can back out. Our company can easily set up a sales office in the province you are handling. Wu Jigang shouted. These people were still discussing among themselves. Feng Yu shook his head. Seems like he got to do this himself. When Feng Yu stood up, everybody kept quiet. A few newcomers still wanted to say something, but they saw their friends signaling to them to shut up. Feng Yu was pleased with their attitude. Those newcomers still do not know the person in charge here. There are some of you who had arrived early and saw what happened at Bing City sales location. All of you can tell that the motorcycles are selling like hotcakes. Songjiang motorcycles are 125cc, and it is the most powerful bike allowed in China currently. We have the abilities to manufacture bigger bikes. When the government relaxes the regulations, we will launch the bigger bikes immediately. We have all the technologies and machines to produce them now. From the technologies to the exterior designs and the marketing strategies to the pricing. These are all our capabilities. What else are you all worrying? Manager Feng, when the motorcycles are newly launched, we would not have any problems hitting the quota of 400 units per province. But as time passes, the market would be full. It is just like the electric fans. The sales are good at the start, but slowly decline as time passes. We tried our best, but the market is just so big. Furthermore, motorcycles are not like electric fans, and not every family can afford. Someone shouted. Fine, then I will offer all of you another contract. The quota will be 300 units per month, but the commissions will also be lowered according to the proportions. The percentage of the commissions will be lowered by 1% for every 100 units. Will you all accept it? Feng Yu smilingly asked. The person who had shouted kept quiet. 1% less commission would mean lesser profits. Now the commissions were already not high, and if it wasn't for the base earnings were slightly higher, they could not attract any agents. Manager Feng, we had worked together multiple times. From the electric fans to the not-so-popular fridges, we had been working with you. Can the deposits be lesser? 100,000 renminbi should be enough to show our sincerity. A long-time customer asked. You can buy the bike straight from us, and if you are willing to buy from us, I will earn lesser and sell it to you at 14,000 renminbi per unit, and it will be in multiples of 100 units. This person also kept quiet. Even if Feng Yu let them get more profits, 100 units will also cost 1.4 million. If they could fork out so much cash, then would they be bargaining about the 500,000 renminbi deposits? All of you do not want to buy the bikes up front. Do you know how much cash flow pressure my company is facing? Have all of you calculated? There are over a dozen people here, and if each of you is the distributors for a province, every month will be over units. How much must I pay the machinery company? All of you think carefully. I am only collecting 500,000 deposits from each of you. Is it really a lot? Feng Yu was talking crap again. He does not need to fork out a single cent when he gets the bikes from the machinery company and only needs to pay them at the end of the month. Deposits for the bikes? Every province's deposit was 500,000 renminbi, and after paying the machinery company, what about the remaining? Taihua Trading was the main distributors for Songjiang motorcycles, and Feng Yu had signed a contract with Li Mingda. He could get the bikes at 11,000 renminbi per unit, and anything extra would be Taihua Trading's profits. Of course, if Taihua Trading could not achieve the target set, Taihua Trading got to repay the machinery company 500 EMB for every unsold bike and all the advertising fees, which included the CCTV advertising slots and the payment for the commercials. To Li Mingda, Feng Yu was digging his own grave, and he wanted to teach Feng Yu a lesson. This was to prevent Feng Yu from interfering with the management of the machinery company. You want the distribution rights of the motorcycles? Dream on. At first, Li Mingda had wanted to wait for Feng Yu to fail and see if the Feng father and son would still dare to go against him in the company. But after he saw Bing City's sales figures, he knew that Feng Yu might really succeed. Li Mingda was now thinking of ways to stop Feng Yu. It would be best if the number of units sold stayed at 129,000 units. Anyone else has questions? Feng Yu looked at everyone in the room. All of them were looking down. No more questions? Then I will add some conditions. I don't care if any of you are doing wholesales to agents or use the commission structure to develop your downline. Within this month, there must be at least a showroom set up in your province city, and by year-end, every city must have a showroom. You will be fined if you are unable to do it. Fine. Everybody's expressions changed. They too wanted to sell more bikes, but if getting a fine for not selling well was too much. Secondly, the retail price must not be higher than 19,800 renminbi. This price is lower than the imported 125cc bikes. The distributors would still have profits and would not affect our motorcycle sales. We had already aired advertisements on CCTV, and later, we have a series of promotional activities. I guarantee our brand awareness will increase. If any of you dares to increase the retail price, don't blame me for removing you as the provincial distributor and still fine you. The distributor's brows were knitted even more. Fine again. Manager Wu should be doing the talking. All the things he said were all excellent. Reward systems, benefits, etc. How come everything this manager Feng says was all involving fines? Wu Jigang saw the distributor's face change his color, and he was anxious. However, he dares not to voice out. In his heart, he was pleading Feng Yu to stop talking about fines. If he carries on, there would be no distributors left. Do Feng Yu really want them to set up sales locations in every province? Where would they get the energy to do that? Thirdly, every province will be rated according to the economic status and population, and the province with the lowest sales for that year will also be fined. The distributors' faces were all blacked. Other than fines, can't you say something else? Why? All of you can't accept getting fines. Feng Yu smiled and asked. All the distributors nodded. Who can accept so many conditions and fines? Fine. Those that can't accept those conditions can leave, and we will carry on the discussions with the ones remaining. Damn. This again. All the distributors were speechless. But this method was still very useful. At their respective provinces, many people were asking for Songjiang motorcycles, and the distributors had already contacted their agents and downlines. When they receive the bikes, they will distribute to their agents at different cities. If they leave now, then the preparations efforts they did would be wasted. Furthermore, all of them knew that being the distributor for Songjiang motorcycles would be profitable. Even if they sold only 400 units per month and the commissions were 5%, they would also get at least 750 renminbi per unit. And if they sell more, they will get more profits. All of them had calculated and was clear that this was a profitable business. One province, for 1,800 bikes was something achievable. No one wants to leave. Then Southern Guangzhou, Beijing, Shanghai. Provinces can go to manager Wu to sing the contract. The other provinces come to me one by one to discuss the terms. Feng Yu had signed the contracts with all the distributors. Every year, there would be at least 84,000 units sold. It was still short of the target set by Li Mingde. But Feng Yu was not worried. This was the minimum number of bikes sold. Motorcycles at places like Beijing, Shanghai, and Sichuan were selling well. These regions should be selling many more bikes than the minimum number. There were still southern Guangzhou, southeast regions, Ludong, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang areas. These places should be selling well too. Coupled with the northeast provinces, where Taihua Trading was handling directly, the total units sold should be 50% more than the minimum number. Even if there was still a shortfall at the end, Feng Yu still had his last resort. He would never let Li Mingde the chance to look down on him. As for the advertising fees, there was no way Feng Yu would pay back to the machinery company. Money that enters his pocket, he would never take them out. Li Mingde knew that Taihua Trading had signed the distribution contracts with the distributors, but he was not sure of the details of the agreement. Feng Yu would never let Li Mingde know about it. If Li Mingde knows about how much profits Taihua Trading will be getting, he would definitely try all means to get back the distribution rights even if he suffered some losses. Feng Yu would never let Li Mingde get what he wants. He even deliberately lowered Li Mingde's guard by asking if they can cancel the two contracts. Feng Yu also said that it would be lucky if they were able to sell 100,000 units in that year. Li Mingde did not accept Feng Yu's request. This was the chance for him to win Feng Yu, and involves a few millions of advertising fees. If he won, he would not only get the chance to educate Feng Yu on how to do things, and it would also establish his authority at the machinery company further. He would be able to get the final say at the motorcycle factory and still get back a few millions of advertising fees. This was a chance for him to shine in front of the leaders from the city government. Feng Yu had told him that if they canceled their bet, he would not go against him in future. But Li Mingde ignored Feng Yu. He knew that if he won, how could Feng Yu go against him in future? Li Mingde was feeling pleased, and during a meeting at the machinery company, he criticized the motorcycle factory and Feng Yu, the motorcycle factory in charge, a few times. He reprimanded Feng Yu for not being at the factory, the motorcycle sales, and the manufacturing costs, etc. When Li Mingde scolded Feng Yu, he sounded as if Feng Yu was not doing his work at the motorcycle factory. He was waiting for the time where he could get rid of Feng Yu. If Ho Haitao had not expressed that he was willing to give up and the Hong Kong businessman supported Feng Yu would never get the chance to be the motorcycle factory's director. Even when Feng Yu had support, Li Mingde did not let Feng Yu be the factory's director. He only allowed Feng Yu to be an acting director. If Feng Yu could not produce results in a year, then he would be replaced. Even if Feng Yu produced outstanding results and became the factory director, Li Mingde was not scared. The motorcycle factory was still a subsidiary of the machinery company and was still under his management. He was still the general manager of the machinery company. If Feng Yu is an emperor, he would be the emperor's father. The thing that Feng Yu upsets him the most was the veto vote. The higher management staffs at the motorcycle factory were appointed by Li Mingde, and during decision-making, Feng Yu's veto vote was too irritating and had disrupted his plans a few times. Li Mingde believed that Feng Yu would not be in this seat for long. When the sales were still not picking up during the halfway mark, he would look for Ho Haitao to discuss replacing Feng Yu. He could even accept Ho Haitao taking over this position. No matter what, the aviation factory was still bigger than the machinery company, and Ho Haitao's rank was higher than him. He was also more experienced and still had connections with the military. There was no way Li Mingde could get angry with him for giving up the vote to elect the factory's director. If it weren't for the city government, the aviation factory would also not get 14% shares of the machinery company. The technologies owned by the aviation factory were no related to motorcycles. Fuel-saving engine, anti-wear tires, and high-performance batteries technologies? These were all not needed. Furthermore, the aviation factory's technologies were only suitable for cars, and how can these work on motorcycles? If it weren't for the aviation factory using a significant amount of cash, the leaders in the city government would never agree to let them buy a stake in the company. Li Mingde had thought that Ho Haitao was interested in getting a share of the profits. He did not know that the aviation factory was persuaded by Feng Yu to buy a stake in the machinery company. Feng Yu had promised Ho Haitao that if the machinery company's profits were not to their expectations, or when the aviation factory needed funds, he would buy over their machinery company's shares. There was another reason why Ho Haitao agreed to this. Feng Yu had told him some good news. The ultra-high power electrical furnace, which the aviation factory wanted, was found. The other party decided to sell it, and they were in the midst of price negotiations. The aviation factory should be receiving the furnace in March, the earliest, or latest in June. When would the aviation factory need money? Of course, it is when they had to make payments for the ultra-high power electrical furnace. This electrical furnace was not some cheap furnace. The market rate for a used 1970s model was above 10 million rubles. Furthermore, Feng Yu had helped them find a 1985 model. It was more advanced, and the market rate was above 40 million rubles. Even the second-hand furnace cost more than 20 million rubles. Currently, Europe and the US had restricted their technology to China, and even you had the money, you might not get what you wanted. That was the reason why the Chinese government could not get this furnace for the aviation factory. When the furnace arrived at Bing City, Ho Haitao could use the machinery factory shares to pay for part of it and the remainder from his factory. It should be enough. Feng Yu had tried to persuade Ho Haitao to use his shares in the humidifier as part of the payment, but Ho Haitao rejected this suggestion. The humidifiers were giving him more profits than the machinery company, and Feng Yu's valuation of the humidifier shares were too low. It's only some cash. Our aviation factory can surely raise it. Even if we can't raise the required funds, we could also apply from the higher-ups. This is the ultra-high power electrical furnace. The leaders at the top should know the importance of this furnace and would surely provide the funds. However, even though Ho Haitao thinks this way, he was still worried that his higher-ups might take over the ultra-high power electrical furnace and send it to other factories. That's why he tried to use his own means to pay for the furnace. The value of his machinery company shares should rise when the Soviet Union side ships the furnace. This was better than leaving the money in his factory or the bank. He also does not need to worry about the leaders transferring the factory's funds away. Ho Haitao was now trying to protect all available funds he had. He must get his hands on that furnace. When Feng Yu suggested this method to him, he immediately agreed. He used all his connections in Bing City and successfully became a shareholder in the machinery company. These were all part of Feng Yu's secret plot. The city government got a sum of money. Li Mingde was satisfied because the motorcycle factory belongs to the machinery company and Feng Yu did not go to the aviation factory. Ho Haitao could put aside his factory funds safely and declared lower earnings to the higher-ups. When the furnace arrives, he will use these shares as part of the payment. The one who was the most satisfied was Feng Yu. When the furnace arrives in Bing City, he would be the major shareholder of the machinery company. 1990 was coming to an end, and Taihua Trading was having their last meeting. The nature of this meeting was like the annual meeting in the future years. The agenda was to summarize the year's overall performance, reward the best performers, and to give out the year-end bonuses and rewards. Wu Jigang and the rest had decorated the meeting room with colored flags and balloons. There were even red paper cuttings on the windows. Every one of them was excited and were eagerly waiting for Feng Yu to announce the promised year-end reward. Only the two finance staffs were nervous. They had joined the company in the middle of the year, and would manager Feng give them the same rewards? If the bikes were similar to Jialing bikes, costing 5,000 to 6,000 renminbi each, they might get one each. But Songjiang motorcycles' retail prices were almost 20,000 renminbi. But Wu Jigang had told them that even if they were not getting the same rewards as them, the reward would not be small. With Taihua Trading's earnings this year and manager Feng's generosity, these two finance staffs should be getting not less than 5,000 renminbi. What's the value of 5,000 renminbi? Although the average wages of Bing City rose last year, but it still did not reach 1,500 renminbi. It's not monthly, it's the annual income. 5,000 renminbi was more than 3 years' salaries of their former workplace. Both of them were assured after hearing from Wu Jigang and were looking forward to the year-end meeting. The meeting started, and Feng Yu entered the room empty-handed. Everybody was stunned. Empty-handed? How can he be empty-handed? Where's the promised year-end reward? Where's the motorcycle keys? Manager Feng changed his mind. How come everybody doesn't seem to be excited? This is the year-end meeting, and from tomorrow onwards, everybody will be on vacation. All of you are not happy. Feng Yu deliberately asked. Other than teachers, which unit had more extended annual leave than Taihua Trading? From the Lunar New Year Eve until the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. Also, Taihua Trading was different from other places. They had 5 days, work week. While other workers have only 1 off day per week, Taihu Trading staffs have 2 days. If they had to work overtime, they would be paid double. Which company can match these benefits? At the factories, when the leaders asked you to work overtime, that means that he thinks you are capable and you would not be paid for overtime and cannot have any complaints. When Wu Jigang and the rest told others at the motor factory hosing estate, everyone envied them and even looked for the motor factory workers' union to request for double overtime pay. The factories cannot exploit the workers. This created a big headache for Li Shiyu. The motor factory had paid their workers overtime pay, and it is counted by hours. They were already the first factory in the whole city, province, and even the country. Double pay for overtime? Li Shiyu had never heard of this before. The furious Li Shiyu went to look for Feng Yu. He thought that it was Feng Yu that created all these problems for him. Feng Yu did not expect the benefits and welfare he gave to his staffs would let Li Shiyu face these problems. In the end, Feng Yu thought of an idea for Li Shiyu. The motor factory wages were already the highest in the city and province. The benefits were not bad too. But compared to the motor factory's profits, it was nothing. Why not propose to the city government to give an additional 1 month's salary to the workers as the year-end bonus? After Li Shiyu's pestering, the city government finally agreed to Li Shiyu's proposal. The workers at the motor factory were also pleased. The workers were grateful to Li Shiyu and his reputation rise. This was something he unexpected. But after today, Li Shiyu would be getting another headache. Feng Yu decided that he would go into hiding after today's meeting and not answer Li Shiyu's call. After Feng Yu finished asking, everybody was quiet. It was only Wu Jigang broke the silence. Manager Feng, we are happy with the upcoming vacation. We had worked to the bones these few days. There was nothing wrong complaining about their tiredness. They were busy with the motorcycle sales, humidifiers, and the Soviet Union trades. Now Feng Yu took back the East Europe humidifiers distribution rights. They had more work. They were still able to cope on regular days. But they will be going on a vacation for a period of time now, and they had to complete their work in advance. Before Lunar New Year, there were more things to do such as sending goods to the Soviet Union, contacting the suppliers, checking the products, collecting payments, etc. Everybody at the company was very busy these few days, and they don't even have time to take a break. However, there were no complaints from the staffs. It was because the salaries at Taihua Trading were high and Feng Yu's promised year-end reward. These few days were indeed tiring for all of you, but I will never mistreat all of you. I had said before that our staffs will be getting an increment every year and your salaries will be higher than the national average. This year is the same. From next month onwards, all of you will be getting a 10% increment, and among you, there will be 3 people that will be getting a 15% raise. These 3 people had the highest sales for the Soviet Union's machinery and technology. After Feng Yu finished speaking, everyone clapped. Having pay increments was worth cheering. After the applause stopped, Feng Yu continues. Last year, our company did well. The profits from the Soviet Union exports reached 3.67 million rubles, and the profits from the imports were even higher. It reached 14 million rubles. It was mainly the machines and technologies. Most of these profits were used to invest in the machinery company. The wind and rain electric fans had a drastic drop in sales, but it was still higher than our fridges. It was also because that the year before was the start of our company and the electric fans were launched. However, there is no need to worry. The new model of the electric fans is still in development, and there is some progress. It is estimated that it would be completed within the next 3 months. This fan will increase our profits further. The humidifier's profits for both domestic and overseas is close to $10 million US. This is another of our company's main revenue stream. All of you must start to develop the market at those second and third rated cities. Feng Yu gave them a summary of the company's performance, and the crowd applause. They suddenly realized that last year, the company made so many profits. Of course, they knew that this was because of Feng Yu. If it were not for Feng Yu's creativity and innovative mind, his connections with the Soviet Union and the Hong Kong businessman, the company would not achieve such results. This will conclude this year's performance updates and the direction for the coming year. Is there anything else you all want to voice out? Feng Yu asked with a smile. Wu Jigang and the rest were in a daze. What? This is the end? Should it be the time to announce the year-end reward and bonus? Could it be the motorcycle's retail price is too high, and Feng Yu regretted? Ha. Okay, I will not joke with all of you. All of you had worked very hard last year, and I promised every one of you that if the company performed well, this year's reward would be a motorcycle for each of you. I believe that all of you are anxious, right? The motorcycles are all in our company's warehouse. One for each of you. Manager Feng, the both of us will also be getting one each. Of course, even though both of you had joined in the middle of the year, but both of you are still part of the company. Both of you will be getting the motorcycles too. The soybean oil, rice, flour, and the rest of the usual benefits are also at the warehouse. All of you can make your way there now and get your rewards. Feng Yu shouted while waving his arms. Long lived Manager Feng. Everybody cheered and walked out of the meeting room orderly. But once out of the meeting room, they started running. They did not even care that it was minus 20 degrees outside. They can't wait to go for a ride on their motorcycles. Where did they choose to ride their bikes? There's no need to ask. Of course, they were going to the motor factory housing estate to show off their bikes to the other young lads. Feng Yu went to Li Mingda personally to request for a special friendship price, 10,000 renminbi, for the motorcycles. He bought 20 bikes and kept 12 bikes for Taihua Trading. Wind and Rain Logistics took 3 bikes. Li Shiqiang rewarded his manager, his fleet captain, and the best-performing franchisee a bike each. This also spurred the rest of his staffs, especially those franchises. They vowed to work harder to get more orders for Wind and Rain Logistics. They also wanted to be rewarded next year. Feng Yu also rewarded a bike to the top distributor for the humidifiers. The distributor was the fatty from southern Guangzhou. Even though the fatty had already bought a car and the motorcycle was not something he needed, but the other distributors were jealous of him. The retail price of the bike was about 20,000 renminbi. Even if they were not going to ride it, they could always sell it. 3 motorcycles were sent to the district. The deputy factory director of Taihua Food Processing Factory was rewarded with 1 bike. Tian Peng pig farm person in charge also got a bike, and Feng Xingtai kept the 1 bike for himself. He said that riding a motorcycle in summer felt better than driving a car. It was also more convenient to ride a bike to go fishing. Save a lot of petrol too. Feng Yu loaded the last bike together with other goods bound for the Soviet Union. He gave it to Kirilenko. Russians like giving and receiving gifts. Feng Yu knew that Kirilenko loves to ride bikes, and this was the perfect gift for him. If Feng Yu suggested to Kirilenko that he wants to export the motorcycles, Kirilenko might not be interested. Kirilenko's arrogant and proud character still felt that the Soviet Union was better than China regarding manufacturing capabilities. But if it were a gift, Kirilenko would try riding the bike. If the motorcycle becomes popular among that group of second generations, Kirilenko would order a batch from Feng Yu, and Feng Yu would surely mark up the prices. 3 days later, Feng Yu received a call from Kirilenko. The design of the bike was different from what he imagined. He felt that this design was weird. The wheels were too close, and when riding, the bike felt too long. When one person was riding the bike, there was still space for 2 pillions. The instruction manual even states that this bike could carry a light load of goods. The engine was also not loud. It was quieter than the Soviet bikes, and the suspension was the same. With his size, he could still do sharp turns with the bike and still felt comfortable. The most surprising part was this bike had a mudguard at the back wheel. This was something never seen on Soviet bikes. This way, the rider would not be dirty when the road was muddy. This was well thought out. Feng, I like your gift very much. Rest assured, the ultra-high-powered electric furnace negotiations are going smoothly. It should be completed and shipped to Bing City within 2 months. Now it's only the pricing. Don't worry, I will not let you pay more. I trust you. We are good friends. Brother Key, help me keep a lookout for the other machines and related technologies. I am interested in all those. This is a win-win situation for the both of us. Feng Yu's lips arced upwards. Things were proceeding smoothly. Ha. Yes, a win-win situation. But Feng, why do you know that Mr. Various will agree to sell the furnace? You said that it was because he is a Lithuanian. What do you mean by that? Kirilenko still does not understand why Feng Yu asked him to approach Mr. Various. From his view, Mr. Various's factory was the hardest to negotiate, but in the end, this deal went smoothly. Brother Key, is our conversations tapped? Feng Yu asked in a serious tone. Kirilenko paused for a while and said, Don't worry, Feng. There is no one around me, and I am using an encrypted military phone. No one can eavesdrop on our conversation. Do you have some secrets you want to share with me? Or is it some major business ventures? Feng Yu shook his head. He was thinking in his heart, Brother Key, your father is also a general, and you should not spend all your focus on making money. But if Kirilenko were not a person like this, the both of them would also not be close friends. Brother Key, the things I am telling later, you can tell your father, but not anyone else, even if he is your closest friend or your lover. Kirilenko felt that something was not right. From Feng Yu's tone, he knew that this was a grave matter. What will Feng Yu tell him? Feng, what do you want to tell me? Brother Key, I hope the things I am about to tell you will not affect our friendship. Of course, our friendship is like the Arctic glaciers. It will never change. Kirilenko said in an exaggerated manner. Feng Yu was thinking in his heart. What a stupid analogy. 10 years later, people will discover that the glaciers at the North and South Poles melting. How can it remain the same forever? Fine. Brother Key, I am telling you very important information, and you might not be able to accept what I said. But please let me finish and not interrupt me. Feng Yu said seriously. No problem. Brother Key, the information I am telling you is that Lithuania might be leaving the Soviet Union. What did you say? How could Lithuania leave the Soviet Union? Stop joking. Feng Yu, you said you would not interrupt me. I had just finished a sentence, and I am interrupted. Brother Key, let me finish. You can investigate in the Soviet Union. Are those Lithuanian factory directors trying to sell off their factories' equipment and assets? Are the army officers and politicians from Lithuania secretly sending logistics, money, and even weapons and ammunition back to Lithuania? Also, how do you know all these? Kirilenko asked after keeping quiet for some time. He did not agree with Feng Yu. Lithuania is a small country, and if it dares to declare independence, the military will destroy Lithuania's new government within hours. What he really wanted to know was how did Feng Yu come up with such a ridiculous statement? Brother Key, it is not important as to how I know about this. What's important is this information will be crucial to you, your father, your brother, and your family. What do you mean by crucial to my father? Because this is the opportunity for your father to be promoted. What did you say? My father? Promote. Kirilenko's voice had changed. He was famous in the second-generation circle because he was rich and had connections in China. He was about to get China's products. But compared to that second generation from Kiev, there was still a wide gap. Kirilenko could only be considered second-rate. Why? Because his father was still a major general. If his father were a lieutenant general, colonel general, or even army general or the marshal, his status in the second-generation circle would be at the top. But his father was not corps personnel in the army. He was only in charge of logistics. He could only wish to be promoted, but he knew it would not happen. But now Feng Yu told him that this was an opportunity for his father's promotion. Does that mean that something big will be happening? That's right. Brother Key, don't get too excited. Lithuania will announce its independence from the Soviet Union within the next 2 months. I can guarantee you this. You can ask your father if what I said was true. There is another major event happening soon too. Germany will be unified. What? Are you kidding me? That's 2 different countries. How can they be unified? Kirilenko felt that Feng Yu was getting more exaggerated. First, it is Lithuania leaving the Soviet Union, and now he is claiming East and West Germany will be merged. This is impossible. The Soviet Union is the world's leading power, and can they allow Lithuania to be independent and let East Germany return to West Germany? Brother Key, you are getting too excited. Feng Yu said calmly. You think carefully. East Germany's economy was too bad. The people were at the stage where they had nothing to eat or keep warm. West Germany had been assisting East Germany economically. Both East and West were originally a country. The people are the same. Do you think that the people from East Germany do not want to have the living standards of West Germany? In Feng Yu's heart, he felt that the Soviet Union was too ruthless. They had been exploiting East Germany. The Soviet Union took all the industries and talents from East Germany and then did not give any assistance to the country. It was almost like East Germany was colonized. If East Germany had somebody like the Kim family in North Korea, they could brainwash their people into worshipping him and get assistance from the neighboring countries. This way, there was no chance for both Germany merging again. But East Germany did not have someone like the Kims. The Soviet Union also did not care about them. Should the Germans lead two different types of living standards? Especially when the living standards between both countries are widening. Most of the East Germans were starving as there were not enough resources for them. Kirilenko was quiet. He was thinking about what Feng Yu had said. It seems that Feng Yu was right. They were all Germans from the same country in the past. If Germany could split in the past, it was also possible for both Germany to unify in the future. Brother Qi, you think about last year's April and May. Lots of East Germans escaped to West Germany. Last September and October, there were many demonstrations in cities around East Germany. Their president even stepped down. Last year, the Berlin Wall was also opened up. I believe that within a few months, the Berlin Wall would be demolished and both Germany would be unified. Feng Yu continued. Kirilenko was speechless. He knew what Feng Yu had said. Some scientists in the Soviet Union wanted to go back to East Germany. At first, he was also laughing at those scientists. The economic conditions in East Germany were much worse than the Soviet Union, and only idiots would want to return to East Germany. But what if these people went back to East Germany was because they wanted to go to West Germany or they wanted to join a unified Germany? Although Kirilenko was not into politics, his family was deeply involved in politics. He also knew about what was happening, and the opening up of the Berlin Wall was a signal that both Germany will be unifying. But what has his family got to do with Germany unifying? His father was based in Moscow, and it was very far from East Germany. How can his father make use of this opportunity to get promoted? Feng, I had the things you just told me. Even if you are right and both Germany will merge, but what has it got to do with my family and father? Kirilenko had a scary thought. Could it be the Soviet Union will use its military forces on East Germany to stop them? Feng Yu was asking his father to go to the front lines and get promoted? This was too crazy. The Soviet Union had not stopped East Germany from opening up the Berlin Wall. That means the Soviet Union had given up on East Germany. How could they possibly declare war on them? Furthermore, even if a war breaks out, his father was a logistics officer, and what can he do? But if his father did not go to the front lines, how can he get credits and promotions? But it was too dangerous for his father to go to the front lines, even though he felt that the Soviet Union would easily win the war. The military power of the Soviet Union was much higher than East Germany. Anything could happen in a war. What if his father got hurt or killed? Then his family would be finished. His brother's rank was still not high enough to protect his family, and if that happens, can he still be enjoying his current lifestyle? Brother Qi, I am not asking your father to stop East Germany from going back to the West. I am just proving to you that I am able to predict what will happen to Germany and what will be happening to the Soviet Union. Something is going to happen in the Soviet Union? You are talking about Lithuania leaving the Soviet Union? It is not a big deal. The Soviet Union could get back that small piece of land anything they want. Kirilenko said proudly. Lithuania had only a few 100,000 populations, and they had little soldiers. Any army from the Soviet Union could easily crash them. Furthermore, the Soviet Union was not an alliance where countries could freely join and leave as they like. Maybe there was even no need for war. The other countries in the Soviet Union just need to pressure Lithuania, and Lithuania would go back to the Soviet Union. Feng Yu sighed. Kirilenko was too proud and arrogant. The Soviet Union could not use its military against their allied countries. Even if they could, which country would start the war? The Soviet Union economy was already in bad condition, and the president was still in a political struggle with the military. The military was also divided into many fractions. Who would be willing to start a war? Brother Qi, do you feel that the Soviet Union's economy is on a decline? Kirilenko was quiet again, even if he did not want to admit, but it was a fact. The income of the Soviet Union at that time was much lesser than Japan. What can this prove? Kirilenko asked. This can prove what I am going to say next. The Soviet Union's economy is declining. Your president is responsible for that. Now, he did not have the support of the people. Many local governments, allied countries, and even the military no longer support him. It's no big deal. When that happens, we will just change a new president. Brother Key, you think your people can wait until that happens? The allied countries can wait until that happens? All those military bigwigs can wait. What do you want to say? Kirilenko suddenly had a bad premonition. He felt that Feng Yu will be telling him something shocking. Brother Key, the Soviet Union is going to be dissolved. If Feng Yu was standing in front of Kirilenko, Kirilenko would have punched his best friend. That's right. Kirilenko would beat up anybody who dares to say the mighty Soviet Union will collapse in front of him. The Soviet Union had the strongest military power in the world. This was a self-proclaimed title due to their nuclear weapons. But the rest of the world thinks that the US was the strongest nation, the world's leading economy, strongest industrial and manufacturing capabilities, and had the most land area. They also had lots of natural resources. Kirilenko had felt that the current recession was only temporary and the Soviet Union would recover soon. The Soviet Union would be standing on top of the world looking down at the rest of the world. He was proud to be a Soviet. He was proud of the Soviet Union. But Feng Yu told him that the Soviet Union would collapse? What a joke. Even when the Commonwealth is disbanded, the US states declare independent, the Soviet Union would never be dissolved. Feng, you know what you were saying? Our friendship can come to an end because of what you just said. Kirilenko roared. Feng Yu can understand Kirilenko's feeling now. If it was him, he might also be unable to accept. But this was the truth. The Soviet Union now and the Soviet Union in his previous life were the same. Even though he was doing trades with Kirilenko, a few million rubles a month had no effect on the economy. From the number of machines and technologies Kirilenko sold to Feng Yu showed the dire situation of the Soviet Union. When a factory got to survive by selling their machinery and technologies, what developments can this factory have? But if they had no choice? No one was buying their products and the government did not help them to do exportation. Even if they export their products, they could not find any buyers. The more they produce, the more losses they incurred. But if they don't manufacture, how are they going to pay their workers? The workers also have families to feed. When someone approaches them to buy their machinery, the factory directors sold them without second thoughts. These directors got to take care of themselves and the workers. When the factories stop innovating new technologies and stop manufacturing, the country's economic situation worsened even faster. When Feng Yu bought those used machines and technologies from the Soviet Union, he also contributed to the declining economy. Of course, Feng Yu would never admit. He kept telling Kirilenko that he was helping the Soviet Union workers by buying their outdated machines. However, Feng Yu still did not get the machines he wanted most from the Soviet Union. By helping Kirilenko and his father to get the promoted was a form of investment. Brother Key, calm down. Maybe you might think that I am an alarmist or even talking rubbish. But please let me finish. I will prove that what I said is true. How are you going to prove? What evidence do you have? Kirilenko was still shouting. Although he was still angry and wanted to give Feng Yu a beating, he did not even think of hanging up the call. Kirilenko still had not realized that he was slowly accepting what Feng Yu had said. It started from Feng Yu's theory of Germany unification. Brother Key, I will say one more thing to prove my point. Your president Mikhail Gorbachev kept coming out with new reforms. Economic reforms, institutional reforms, military reforms, and even his party's reform. Some time ago, President Mikhail Gorbachev said that he will allow and encourage a more-party system. This is the starting point. Kirilenko was shocked. This kind of rumors were only discussed among the high-ranking officials. If it wasn't for his father mentioning about this at home, Kirilenko would also not know. How did Feng Yu know about this? Also, Feng Yu said that his was the starting point. What starting point? The starting point of the collapse of the Soviet Union? This is ridiculous. Even if President Mikhail Gorbachev succeeds, so what? The US also had two parties. Many countries in the world had multi-parties and nothing had happened. Furthermore, the military was still in the hands of the Communist Party and they still have the KGB. What could happen? Kirilenko could not accept what Feng Yu had said if this was the evidence. Feng, what sort of evidence is this? Kirilenko said. Now he was more interested in what alarming theories Feng Yu could come up. Fine, Brother Key. It's great that you can calm down and listen to me. Do you know what's the drawbacks of reforms? If the reforms were implemented slowly, I will not come to this conclusion. The economic reforms had failed, and your president wanted a political. Do you think with his capabilities he would succeed? In the end, the opposition parties would be more powerful and gain more supports. In order to gain more military support, your president would be focusing on developing the military instead of the economy. He just wanted the army, which he controls, to be more powerful. Kirilenko was shocked. The situation in the Soviet Union was really as what Feng Yu had said. The economic reforms were supposed to increase the living standards of its people, but the government was giving more budget to the army. This further worsened the economic situation. President Mikhail Gorbachev's failed reforms will be the starting point. Feng Yu did not wait for Kirilenko to interrupt him and continued. Brother Key, if you have the opportunity to get more authority and power now, will you give up? Nobody will give up the opportunity, right? Then everybody will be fighting with each other, and what do you think will be the outcome? Civil war. These two words appeared in Kirilenko's mind. His hand, which was holding the phone, was shaking. Impossible. How can there be a civil war in Soviet Union? This is impossible. Brother Key, if you still don't believe me, then I will tell you a name that you might be familiar with. This person is worth to be served by your father and your whole family. As long as your father follow him, your father will be promoted and your family status will also increase. Who? Kirilenko asked without thinking. He immediately regrets after asking. This proved that he believed what Feng Yu had said. The Soviet Union would collapse. Mr. Yeltsin, who is also the current chairman of the Russian Supreme Soviet. He was fired by President Mikhail Gorbachev in the past, but he was able to get back into power through the elections. This was the failure of President Mikhail Gorbachev. Also, Mr. Yeltsin would be elected as the president of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. This will happen soon. Yeltsin? Kirilenko knew who was he. He was fired by the president for criticizing the president and leaders for the failure of the economic reforms a few years ago. But last year, he was elected by the people and went back into the parliament. But everybody felt that the president would find ways to take care of him and kick him out. Feng Yu was in China, and how can he know about all these? Feng Yu even claims that Yeltsin would be the president of Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. Would President Mikhail Gorbachev even approve it? Brother Key, the things I had just told you can be proven soon. You can tell your father, but not anybody else. This is the opportunity for your father and your family to rise in status. Feng Yu laughed after hanging up the phone. The historical event is happening, and when it happens, Feng Yu will be sweeping up everything in the Soviet Union. Feng Yu returned to the district on Lunar New Year's Eve. He brought along a truck full of New Year goods. After unloading the truck, Feng Yu gave the driver a 50 renminbi red packet, and the driver happily went home to celebrate. Feng Xingtai was not happy with Feng Yu. Why did this good-for-nothing son spend so much on New Year goods? But when he found out that some of these goods were from his son-in-law, his mood changed for the better. Feng Xingtai knew that his daughter was pregnant, and he decided to visit his in-laws on the third day of New Year and at the same time visit his daughter. There were lesser people during this year New Year, but the Feng family's tradition did not change. 8 meat dishes and 2 vegetables dishes. All the dishes were completed within an hour. The only difference was the dumplings. This year's dumplings were using chives and eggs fillings. They were sick of eating meat as they had been eating meat for the whole year. When Feng Yu returned to the current life, his family's financial situation was not very bad, but it was still difficult for them to eat meat. Many times, they could not buy meat even when they had the money. Although people at the farms did not care about food tickets and used cash to purchase meat, there were still very few people slaughtering their pigs in summer. Now the situation got better. Tianpeng Pig Farm had a batch of pigs for sale every month, and it supplied not only to the district but also the surrounding towns. People in the cities also heard of Tianpeng Pig Farm. Tianpeng Pig Farm was currently the biggest pork supplier in Bing City. Everybody was saying the pork from Tianpeng Pig Farm was the best. The meat was tender and fresh. Also, Tianpeng Pig Farm guaranteed that they were not using sick pigs or dead pigs. It was not sure when it started, but when people in Bing City went to the market, they would ask the pork seller one question. Is there Tianpeng pork today? After a year of operation, Tianpeng Pig Farm's brand had gained awareness in Bing City. Even some pork sellers from cities in the northern region also came Tianpeng Pig Farm to buy pork. They said that the pork was for the leaders in their cities. Feng Xingtai was proud to hear that the leaders were eating his pork. He had forgotten that he had tried to stop Feng Yu from buying this pig farm and expanding and converting it into a modernized pig farm. During the new year, the provincial TV station, led by Professor Su, interviewed Tianpeng Pig Farm. The program was a 90 minutes program, and Tianpeng Pig Farm was featured for about 60 minutes. The viewers did not really remember the sophisticated machines used in the farm. They only remembered the couplets hanged at the entrance. Pigs thinking of getting fat. People thinking of getting famous. These couplets became the talk of the town. Professor Su, an agriculture professor, had lots of connections. Previously, he did not get any sponsors, and the other professors in the university felt that his concept of a modernized pig farm could only exist in theory and not practical. The fact was that Professor Su did not get the support of other professors because of the limited funds. A modernized farm would use up a lot of the university's funds, leaving little for research in other areas. Every year, the university got limited funding from the government, and as it was an agriculture university, it receives lesser funding compared to an industrial university. The Professor Su's modernized pig farm would cost at least 1 million renminbi. The average funding each professor gets for their research was less than 10,000 renminbi. Professor Su's modernized pig farm would be using up the fund of 100 other studies. This was a large sum, and even if the university had this amount, they would also not give it to Professor Su. Luckily, Feng Yu approached him about the animal feeds and found out that he had stopped his research on the modernized pig farm due to a lack of fund. Both of them hit it off. Feng Yu had wanted to set up such a pig farm. Although the initial investment was a lot, once the brand was established, the pork from the farm could sell higher than average. At first, Feng Xingtai was worried that the pork could not be sold and wanted to import a sausage production line. The unsold pork could be made into sausages. But unexpectedly, there were a lot of consumers buying pork. Tianpeng Pig Farm was producing about 10,000 pigs a year, and all were sold to the surrounding areas of Bing City and Lin Province. Feng Yu did not even do much marketing, and the market for the animal feeds opened up along with his pork. Currently, the profits of the animal feeds were more than soybean oil. Feng Xingtai was very satisfied with this result. Initially, there was a lot of unsold animals feeds in the warehouse, and Feng Xingtai was very worried. But a few months later, these animal feeds were Tai Hua Food Processing Factory's best-selling product. There wasn't even a TV commercial, and it was selling better than the advertised soybean oil. Feng Yu felt that this was normal. Granules animal feeds were better and cheaper than using corn or wheat. Pigs feeding on pellets feeds were still growing faster than other pigs. Furthermore, Tai Hua Food Processing Factory started to give credit to their customers. Tai Hua Food Processing Factory would supply the animal feeds first, and an IOU would be signed. After the pigs were sold, then the customer would repay the amount. Those farmers that could not afford or did not want to buy those animal feeds saw this opportunity. They rushed to buy the animal feeds on credit. This was almost like a zero-interest loan. Using this sales model, the animal feeds penetrated the market and quickly expanded its market share. From the market research conducted by Tai Hua Food Processing Factory, their brand of animal feeds had 80% market share of the granule animal feeds market in the Longjiang province, 60% of Lin province, and 20% of Liao province. Liao province also had a factory that produces granules of animal feeds, and it was still a state-owned enterprise. This factory was set up much earlier than Tai Hua Factory, but they do not allow credit terms. Wu Jigang and the rest had promised that with this payment method, they would be able to increase Liao province's market share by one-fold within a year and continue to lead Longjiang and Lin province's market. Feng Yu had used this credit terms payment scheme, and if he still can't even occupy the 3 provinces in the northeast region, then he would be very disappointed with Wu Jigang and the rest of the staffs. He does not expect them to be sales genius, but they should not be flops either. The increasing sales of the animal feed meant that there were more and more people rearing pigs. While there was still a huge demand for pork, Tianpeng Pig Farm sales would still be affected. Feng Yu had the confidence to continue to control Bing City market, but for the other areas, the pork sales would be affected by the local pig farms. After Tianpeng Pig Farm appeared on Longjiang News, Feng Yu could foresee that leaders from other provinces trying to push for pig farms projects. In this era, many government leaders only knew how to copy others. They just imitate whatever that was profitable and did not consider the market demands. But this was still fine. Tianpeng pigs would be more established, and even if the pork sales were affected, there would still be the ham products coming out. The demand for the current ham market still outweighs the supply. Feng Yu could even set up a chain of related brands. He would name it as Tianpeng Fresh Pork. If he could get the majority of the market share of the 3 provinces in the northeast, there would be endless profits, and it would be even possible for the company to be listed. This past year, old Feng became rich. Feng Yu's mother woke him up at 6 a.m. on the morning of the Lunar New Year. She does not care if Feng Yu had slept in the early hours of the morning. This was the traditions of the region. The earlier you do visit, the more auspicious it would be. Feng Xingtai was now the wealthiest boss in the district. People from Taihua Food Processing Factory and Tianpeng Pig Farm would be visiting him very early. It would not be very nice for the visitors to see Feng Yu still in bed when they visit. Feng Yu stuffed some dumplings into his mouth and went to wash up. Just when he was dressed up, there was knocking on the door. Director Feng, Happy New Year. Sister-in-law, Xiao Feng, Happy New Year. The person who visited was from Taihua Factory, and he said lots of auspicious greeting when he entered the house. Feng Yu shook his hands and exchanged some greetings. Feng Yu had decided that to leave his house. Come, Xiao Feng, this red packet is from Uncle. This person took out a 10 renminbi note and pushed it into Feng Yu's hands. Feng Yu. The amount he earned a day during the past year was more than the annual salary of an average person. He had even given out over 100,000 RMB as bonuses and rewards. Now, he was treated like a kid, and this person still used his status as an elder to make him accept this 10 renminbi. Feng Yu forced a smile and kept the red packet. He mumbled a thank you. He was frustrated. Since when he had to say thank you for 10 renminbi? Just when he was about to escape from his house, someone came. When this person saw Feng Yu, he also took out a 10 renminbi note and pushed it into his hands. The visitors came one after another. Within an hour, Feng Yu received a few hundreds RMB of red packets. All the visitors gave 10 renminbi notes as red packets. Finally, there was peace. Feng Yu massaged his sword face and sat down exhausted on the sofa. It was not easy to entertain people. Feng Yu felt that it was more tiring in the past hour than attending an hour of physics lesson. Dad, how come I don't know these people? These are the people that had worked with our factory. I did not expect some of them to turn up too, especially that Song Deliang and Zheng Guangming. You should also know their characters well. They had rushed here so early in the morning from the village to visit us. I think they were expecting us to give them something when we returned to the village for New Year visiting. Feng Xingtai shook his head. Those 2 SHD stirrers had shamelessly borrowed soybean oil from the factory a few times and did not return once. Feng Yu was also feeling helpless. To these shameless people, there was nothing he could do. Even if you scold them, they will just ignore you. If you beat them up, then they will be returning every day, asking for compensations. Zhang Muhua asked unhappily, why did you ask Xiao Yu to accept those red packets even when he said that he does not want? You don't remember last year when you gave their kids 50 renminbi red packet, they still complained that it was too little? This year you must at least give them 100 renminbi each. Feng Yu had not thought of this earlier. But never mind. It's only a few thousand RMB. This amount was nothing to his family. This year, Feng Yu asked his father to donate to the local police station was much more than this amount. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking starts again, and Feng Yu immediately jumped up from the sofa and shouted, Dad, Mom, I am going out for New Year visiting. Keep some lunch for me. Feng Yu opened the door and said Happy New Year and ran off. He did not let the visitor stop him. This person entered the house and did not see Feng Yu. After asking, he realized that the kid that ran out earlier was Feng Yu. His face showed hints of regrets. Feng Xingtai's son was not around, and he could not give him the red packet. He was also not sure if Feng Xingtai would give his children red packets when they met. After leaving the house, Feng Yu went to Wen Dongjuan's house and knocked on the door. Happy New Year. Xiao Yu, you are here. Come in. Wen Dongjuan's mother saw Feng Yu and invited him into the house. She was envious of Feng Xingtai for having such a capable son. Feng Yu entered the house and noticed that some people were sitting on the sofa. They seemed to be people from the farm department and subordinates of Wen Dongjuan. When Dong Jun was sitting in a corner listlessly, when he saw Feng Yu, he immediately jumps up. He was finally freed. The guests left when they saw Feng Yu entering. When Dong Jun's mother threw away the paper cups into the bin, there were already lots of paper cups in the bin. Her husband had become a leader and was having more and more authority. They did not become richer, but her husband's workload became heavier. Her husband did not receive gifts, and yet he still got to entertain guests. Just the paper cups cost a lot of money. Feng Yu greeted Wen Deguang and dragged Wen Dongjun out of the house. Wen Dongjun was the same as Feng Yu. He was trapped in the house since early in the morning. But the only difference was that Feng Yu's mother wanted him to leave the house, and Wen Dongjun's mother did not want him to go. Those people who visited Wen Deguang came empty-handed, and they would at least give his son a red packet. Wen Dongjun was already attending high school and felt embarrassed to receive red packets. But he still got to listen to his mother. If it wasn't for Feng Yu, he still got to stay at home to collect red packets. This year's New Year was meaningless. We are not allowed to go ice fishing and not allowed to go hunting. All the shotguns were confiscated earlier this year. How about we go visit our old classmates? When Dongjun was bored, and he rather goes back to school, these two brothers went to look for Lu Kuan. Lina had gone back to her hometown for a visit with her parents. At Lu Kuan's house, the three of them still felt bored. When Dongjun suggests to visit another classmate, and there would be 4 people. This way, they could play poker. At the classmate house, the person who opened the door was a girl. This girl was also their classmate from their junior high school. When she saw the 3 of them, she was shocked. The 3 of them were also shocked. It was because this girl was carrying a baby, and she was dressed as if it was her home. "Dear, who is it?" Someone in the house was asking. "It's Lu Kuan and the rest. Come in, please." The female classmate invited them into the house. "Dear?" Feng Yu and the other 2 looked at each other. These 2 were not even close in school, and now they were married and also had a child? Cannot be. Both of them were still too young. In the house, the 3 of them sat for a while and left. Before leaving, Feng Yu gave the female classmate 30 renminbi, saying that it was the red packet for the child from them. After graduating from junior high, this couple had nothing to do and started playing together. Soon, they were dating, and the girl got pregnant. Abortion in that era was a big issue. If it was the second child, the hospital was more than willing to perform the abortion. But most hospital would not do it if it was the first child. Both families discussed and decided to let this couple get married. Since they were not old enough to be registered, they just held a simple ceremony and start living together. When they reached the legal age, then they would register their marriage. Currently, the couple survived by working in the fields. Feng Yu and the other 2 visited a few classmates' houses and noticed that their lives were very much different from their classmates who had stopped school after junior high school. They had nothing in common to chat. In the end, they finally found a classmate that was also studying in high school, and the 4 of them played poker for a while. When they left in the afternoon, when Dongjun sighs, "I am disliking Lunar New Year." Feng Yu returned to Bing City on the 10th day of the new year. It was not that he was bored at home, but it was Li Shiyu and Hao Haitao called him back. Ho Haitao had informed him that the first bladeless fan prototype was ready. Feng Yu jumped up in joy when he heard the news. This bladeless fan will be Tai Hua Trading's golden goose. Even if it could not reach the sales of the humidifiers, the profit margin was higher and could earn more than the plastic fans. It can also be exported to earn foreigners' money. After he registered the patent, he does not need to worry about imitations. At this time, air conditioners were still not popular, and the prices were too high. Also, the noises from the compressors were too loud and dripping water. It was also too bulky. An air conditioner costs a few thousand, and the installation fees also needs another few thousand RMB. Only some government agencies could install. It was not that private companies could not afford, but it was the restriction of the electrical supply. Most places, if switched on the air conditioner, the fuse would blow out. It was different with electric fans. Fans were still the mainstream home appliances for cooling down an indoor area, and this will continue for a few more years. Feng Yu's bladeless fan would be targeting the affluent market. It was almost the same as the humidifiers, but the bladeless fan would be positioned even higher than the humidifiers. The overseas market was the same. Many wealthy people in Europe and the US like innovative and high-tech products. As long as they like it, they would not mind paying more. Feng Yu told his parents and left for Bing City. He did not even go back to his Bing City's home, and immediately rushed to the aviation factory. Li Shiyu was already there and was sitting in Ho Haitao's office drinking tea. Anyway, the motor factory would be the contractor to manufacture the bladeless fans. He would earn money no matter how many fans the factory produces. Furthermore, there was good news this year. The motor factory had gotten 3/5 of the orders from the Three Gorges Dam project. Just these orders, the motor factory would be making profits for the coming few years. Because of the size and scope of the Three Gorges Dam project, the motor factory's reputation would increase a lot, and they might become China's largest generator manufacturer. In a few years' time, they might be the largest generator in Asia. It was all Li Shiyu's credit to turn around the motor factory from a loss-making factory 2 years ago to a thriving enterprise now. He might be promoted within these 2 years. When Feng Yu entered, Li Shiyu smiled and wished Feng Yu a happy new year. Feng Yu exchanged some greetings and hurriedly asked for the prototype. Ha ha ha. Don't be so anxious. I had sent someone to get it. Sit down and enjoy your tea. I had tested it, and the wind was strong. It was more comfortable than normal fans. I wonder what is inside your mind. We have so many students in the factory, and none of them could think of something like this. Ho Haitao said. Feng Yu sat on the sofa and said, It's all luck. Luck. But his facial expression was screaming the words, I am a genius. Li Shiyu laughed. Director Ho, stop praising him. He would not give you a single cent even if you praise him. Sometimes, this brat can be very generous, but some things he can be very stingy. The three of them chatted, and Ho Haitao's secretary came into the office with 2 men carrying a huge machine. Boom. A loud sound was heard when they placed the machine on the floor. Feng Yu was looking with wide eyes. This big thing was the successful prototype of the bladeless fan? This stupid thing was a few times bigger than what he imagined, and why was it all in metal? It should weigh at least 50 kg. Whose household fan would weigh so much? I thought I had instructed them to use plastic? Feng Yu was going crazy, calling him over for this thing. Which idiot would buy this stupid thing? If he pushes this product into the market, wind and rain and Taihua trading would be the laughing stock of the whole of China. Director Ho, this is the successful prototype which you told me? Feng Yu turned to Ho Haitao. He purposely said the word successful loudly. He dares to claim that this stupid thing is a successful prototype? How much of the development funds were to produce this thing? Damn, it seems like it's time for him to have a talk with Ho Haitao. Feng Yu was willing to spend on R&D, but that does not mean that he was ready to be a sucker. Ho Haitao paused for a while and then burst out laughing. You were talking about this thing? If this is really the prototype, why would I ask you over? This is the first prototype we built with metal according to your requirements. There. Xiao Lu is holding the real prototype. Feng Yu turned and sighed in relief. Secretary Lu was carrying something about 80 centimeters in height. The exterior was similar to the bladeless fans Feng Yu had seen in his previous life. The only difference was the base was too ugly. It had to be redesigned. The top was exactly the same as the bladeless fans he saw. That first prototype is for you to make comparisons, in case you accused us of using your R&D fees on other areas. Feng Yu laughed. Director Ho, this is not the first time we worked together. Why would I not trust you? Can't you tell that I was only joking with you earlier? Feng Yu was thinking in his heart. You dare to claim that you did not misrepresent the cost of research and development? But forget it. Even if the costs were misrepresented, it would still be cheaper than those research facilities overseas. Furthermore, Feng Yu still wanted to have a good relationship with Ho Haitao. He chose to close one eye. That's enough explaining. Let's look at the result. Ho Haitao waved his hands, and Secretary Lu switched on the fan, and a gentle breeze could be felt. Feng Yu was standing in front of the fan, and he slowly moves backward. When he reaches 3 meters from the fan, he could still feel the wind. The wind from the fan was more stable and more comfortable. It felt like the natural wind. What about the safety? Feng Yu looked at Secretary Lu. Secretary Lu did not say anything. He put his hand into the round cylinder fan top and touched the surface of the cylinder's interior. Feng Yu nodded. There was no electrical leak and would not hurt anybody. This was safer than the traditional electric fans. The electricity consumption? 60 watts. Secretary replied proudly. The plastic fans in the market were mostly 30 to 40 watts, and these bladeless fans were only using 60 watts. Compared to those traditional metal fans, where the electrical consumptions were about 100 watts, this was considered a great achievement. Feng Yu was not happy. He turned to Ho Haitao and asked, Can you still lower the power of the motor? Will the airflow be affected? Yes, we can, but it requires more testing and more research funds. Ho Haitao smiled at Feng Yu. It was quite obvious what he wanted. Give me money, and we will carry on developing this fan. Feng Yu remembered that the bladeless fans in his previous life were using only 40 watts, and it saves a lot of electricity. Actually, 60 watts was okay, but if it can still be improved, he had to try. Electrical consumption was also a selling point for the fan. Feng Yu needed to know how much Ho Haitao wanted for the research fund. If it was a considerable amount, then forget it. He would just make do with this model. We can discuss the R&D fund later. Have you tested the lifespan of this fan? I don't want customers to bring back the fan, and the fan died on them the next day. We are doing the test now. I wanted to show you our results first. Didn't you say that you want to change the exterior of the fan? Ho Haitao nodded. He also knew that if he produced a defective product and introduces into the market, the aviation factory, who was in charge of developing the product, would be responsible. The compensation would not be a small amount. Fine. I will get someone to design the exterior, and you carry on doing the tests. When the exterior designs are completed, we will apply for the patent. After your tests are completed, we can start manufacturing immediately. We should be able to make it in time for this year's summer. Feng Yu was in a good mood when he saw the prototype. He had already asked Lou Michael to do up the design for this bladeless fan. The fan top was fixed in place, and the size could not be adjusted much. The main design would be focusing on the fan base and the colors. Now Feng Yu only need to talk to the engineers on the location of the air inflow inlets, and the exterior design can be finalized. As for the interior design, he would leave it to the engineers at the aviation factory. The parts inside the fans were too complicated for him to design. Hearing what Feng Yu said, Ho Haitao and Li Shiyu were happy. The R&D was a success, and the aviation factory would be getting a portion of the profits. The aviation factory would be getting 13 renminbi for 1 unit. Although it was not much, if 10,000 units were sold in a year, their earnings would be 130,000 renminbi. The motor factory as a contractor would be getting 30 renminbi for a unit. If the motor factory used a small workshop to manufacture these fans, there should be no problems producing more than 1,000 units a month. Manager Feng, what about the additional R&D fund? Ho Haitao looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu waved and said, I will give you an additional 100,000 renminbi. The watts must be lowered to 40 watts, and the wind power must be the same. Or, you can make it into 2 modes. How long do you need to complete this research? When Ho Haitao heard 100,000 renminbi, he immediately replied, 1 week. Feng Yu stared at Ho Haitao. This can be completed in 1 week? Damn, I am tricked. The aviation factory must have completed the research and was able to lower the required electricity to 40 watts, but he purposely did not take it out. He only wanted more money. Never mind. Because of 100,000 renminbi, it was not worth getting angry with him. When the ultra-high power electric furnace arrives, the money can be earned back. Director Lee, you look at these blueprints. How many units can your factory produce, and when can the production start? Feng Yu asked. The machines just need to recalibrate, and these motors were not complicated. 2 weeks to set up the production line. And if the plastic factory can keep up with our production, I guaranteed that every month there will be 1,000 units. Li Shiyu showed one finger and said confidently. Feng Yu frowned. Only 1,000 units a month? This figure was too low and does not meet Feng Yu's requirement. This number would not even be enough for China's market, let alone exportation. Director Li, is your factory facing some difficulties? How come the figure is so low? Li Shiyu smiled. My factory had just gotten a big order for the 3 Gorges Dam and a few small hydropower stations. These were orders from the Central Committee and local governments. It cannot be delayed. Feng Yu also vomited blood when he heard this. Do you mean that my bladeless fans can be delayed? With your current speed, when the fans are launched in May, there will only be about 2,000 to 3,000 units. It was not even worth advertising at CCTV. The market for the bladeless fans was bigger than the humidifiers. Feng Yu also wanted Fu Guangjing to sell to the overseas market. With the Fu family's presences in Southeast Asia and the European, US market, there should be at least over 100,000 units sold this year. The production speed of the motor factory was definitely not enough to meet the demand. Director Li, this is not right. We had signed a contract. Feng Yu said unhappily. Manager Feng, I also had no choice. These power stations are the country's important projects and cannot be delayed. I even have to close off one workshop for the humidifiers. Li Shiyu had a helpless look. Feng Yu looked at Ho Haitao. Director Ho, can your aviation factory produce these bladeless fans? I can give you 35 renminbi per unit. The motor factory only get 30 renminbi per unit, and Feng Yu offered the aviation factory 35 renminbi. Both Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao knew that Feng Yu was angry. Ho Haitao thought for a while. His factory could spare a workshop to produce these fans, but the number of fans produced should be the same as the motor factory. Since Feng Yu was not happy with the motor factory's speed, then he should also not be satisfied with his. Ho Haitao would not agree to do this, as not only the profits were little, and he could even offend Li Shiyu. Manager Feng, our workshops were also short of manpower. We have to manufacture planes, cars, and vans. The most we can do is to spare a workshop for your fans, but there might not be enough workers. The production numbers might not even be more than the motor factory. He was implying to Feng Yu to use the motor factory. Feng Yu looked at Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao, and he suddenly laughed. His laughter shocked Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao. What's wrong with Feng Yu? Now there was lesser production, and he was still so happy? I'm not sure if the both of you had taken a close look at our three-way cooperation contracts. There is a term stated in the contract that if both of your factories could not produce the number of units I wanted, then I have the right to terminate the contract and get double compensations from each of you. What? Terminate the contract? Compensations? Ho Haitao jumped up and shouted. Manager Feng, there must be something wrong with the contract. I am only in charge of doing the R&D and technical support. Li Shiyu is the one who is in charge of the production. They are unable to fulfill the terms of the contract, and what has it got to do with the aviation factory? Ho Haitao did not care about Li Shiyu now. The profits from the humidifiers were very high, and every month the aviation factory got quite a significant amount for their share. How can the contract be terminated? Feng Yu still want to get compensations from him? The aviation factory was not responsible for the production, and why should they be penalized too? Manager Feng, what are you saying? We had been cooperating well, and this was also because of the orders from the higher-ups. I also had no choice. Li Shiyu said. They heard rumors that Feng Yu had unpredictable mood swings. Today was the first time they experienced firsthand. He was still smiling happily earlier, and now, he wants to get compensations from both factories. But was there really this term in the contract? When they signed the contracts, both of them were blinded by greed and did not notice these fine details. Regarding reading contracts and finding loopholes, they still fell short of Feng Yu. Orders from your higher-ups? Are you saying that orders from your higher-ups are more important than our contract? So you are implying that your orders are above the law. Feng Yu starts to find fault. During the festive season, the news reported a speech from the chief designer. Translator's notes. I googled this chief designer and found that it was referring to Deng Xiaoping. He talked about the recent crackdown and said that nobody is above the law. Li Shiyu knew about this, and although he felt that it was more important to fulfill the orders from the top, he could not admit it. Manager Feng, calm down. Let's discuss and find a solution calmly. How about I go to the factories in Lin province to ask them to be our contractors? This way, our production would not be affected. Right? Let's look for other factories to help us manufacture the fans. Ho Haitao echoed. Feng Yu hesitantly said, contract the production to other factories? This method can work too, but it would be better if we set up a factory ourselves. Lin province is too near to us and too far from the Hong Kong company that does our exportation. Why not we set up a new factory in South Guangzhou? Feng Yu finally reveals his real motive. Build our own factory? Ho Haitao looked at Li Shiyu. Both of them felt that something was off. It seems that they were both tricked by this kid. All this while, Feng Yu had wanted to set up a factory in Guangzhou. Manager Feng, then can you tell us how are we going to set up this new factory in southern Guangzhou? Are you familiar with the government there? If it is at Bing City, Old Li and I are still reputable, and the city government dare not to do anything to us. But if it is southern Guangzhou, we have no connections, and what happens if we are cheated? Ho Haitao asked. It's impossible if we are using both of your factories to build a branch factory there. Even though both of your factories are state-owned enterprises and have connections with the committee and military, both of you would not be as powerful as my friend. Feng Yu retorted. Your friend? Who? Li Shiyu looked at Feng Yu. This kid still has friends with strong background? Could it be some leader's kids? Both of you should have heard of my friend, Fu Guangjing. His family is taking care of our overseas sales. Feng Yu used Fu Guangjing's name. The humidifier's overseas sales were handed over to the Fu family, but Fu Guangjing was only the deputy general manager and a small shareholder. His father and uncles were the major shareholders. Him? How is he better than us? Ho Haitao was slightly unhappy. The aviation factory is a factory that manufactures aircraft. The factory had high standings in Bing City and Longjiang. However, compared to the rest of China, it was nothing. But Ho Haitao still felt that it should be better than someone so much younger than him. The Fu family is nothing. They are only businessmen, and businessmen could not be compared to them, government officials. Feng Yu smiled and said, "It's because they are Hong Kong businessmen." Feng Yu said the words Hong Kong businessmen slowly, and Ho Haitao swallowed what he wanted to say and angrily lit a cigarette. He had nothing to retort Feng Yu. In this era, it was like that. Foreigners were held in high esteem than locals. Although Hong Kong was not considered a foreign country, it was not returned to China yet. To prevent problems in the handing over of Hong Kong businessmen had higher status than other foreigners. China was afraid that these businessmen would talk bad about China when they return to Hong Kong. When businessmen from Hong Kong invest in China, they enjoyed tax benefits from the government, and they had special rates for exportations too. Even when they committed crimes in China, they had to be extricated back to Hong Kong for court. Manager Feng, are you trying to ditch us for Fu Guangjing? Li Shiyu's face color changed. If Feng Yu ditched them, then his factory would be suffering a significant loss. He would rather get some factories to manufacture the fans for them. This way, he might be getting lesser profits, but it was better than none. Li Shiyu was jealous of Feng Yu's Taihua Trading Company. The company only had slightly over a dozen staffs, and all the staffs were family members of his workers at the motor factory. Even the 2 financial staffs were poached from the motor factory. What did those lads do in the past? Every one of them was lazing around at home, waiting for their parents to retire and take over their positions at the factory. Many of the workers' family members were like that at the motor factory. When they just started work at the factory, their wages were very low, but after 1 to 2 years of probation, they would be getting a pay raise. But now, the other lads at the factory from the same batch were nothing compared to Feng Yu's staff. Even those university graduates from their batch were only working as technicians and lower management staffs. Everyone got to start from the lowest ranked. Those that take over their parents' positions at the factory were the worst. Any one of their parents retires, they would only be getting a pension of 30 renminbi monthly. The youths who had taken over would have to start from apprentice, and the monthly salary was less than 100 renminbi. Coupled with the parents' monthly pension, it was lesser than their monthly income before retirement. Then what happened to those retired workers? They had been production workers their whole lives and had no other skills. Even setting up a small breakfast stall was considered a great achievement for them. Most of them ended up as cobbler or bicycle repairmen. When Li Shiqiang went to recruit people at the factory's hostels, those that did not apply regretted. Last year, Feng Yu gave his staffs a pager each, and this year, he gave each of them a motorcycle. Everyone at the factory was green with jealousy. Li Shiyu's workers wanting double pay for overtime and a 5 days work week was also caused by Feng Yu. But to maintain a good relationship with Feng Yu, Li Shiyu endured it all. Now Feng Yu seems to be wanting to ditch his motor factory? Because of your Taihua trading, I had suffered a lot, and you want to stop our cooperation? I will get the contract and find a way to sue you. Before Li Shiyu could say anything, Ho Haitao anxiously said, Manager Feng, if you are going to ditch us, then I would not give you the technology for the bladeless fans. You want to sue me? You can go to the courts and ask around. I dared to sue a foreigner and still win the case. You think I am afraid of you, a state-owned factory director? I have the contract, and you are using my money to do R&D. So, the research results belong to me. Feng Yu sneered. You want to be aggressive? Fine. We also have contracts. It is impossible for you to ditch us. No matter who you cooperate with, you must still pay us for our shares. Right, Director Li? Ho Haitao immediately dragged Li Shiyu along. Both of them must work together against Feng Yu. I must give you your shares. Have the both of you read the contract carefully? I have the patent of the humidifiers, and I can authorize any non-China companies to manufacture and sell humidifiers. This is protected by the law. Feng Yu said calmly. Talk about contracts? The both of you were way off. In a contract, every sentence or even any words have a different meaning if misused. Ho Haitao and Li Shiyu were shocked. There were such terms in the contract. When they signed the contract, they only thought about the domestic market and did not think of exporting to overseas. This would mean that if Fengyu authorized someone else to manufacture and sell the humidifiers, their profits would be significantly affected. The earnings from exportations were much higher than the gains from the domestic market. Manager Feng, do you still want the machinery company's shares? Ho Haitao threatening asked. He knew that Fengyu wanted the machinery company's shares, and he could hold on to the shares and not sell to Fengyu. Anyway, the shares were making money. Fengyu raised his head and looked at the ceiling. He slowly said, "The ultra-high-powered electric furnaces negotiations are almost completed. It seems like I need to look for a new buyer." Ho Haitao took a few deep puffs and threw the cigarette, but on the floor. Then he lit another cigarette. Seeing Li Shiyu still want to argue with him, Fengyu crossed his legs and casually said, "I think I also need to look for new buyers for the turbine technologies and the steam generator technologies from the Soviet Union." Li Shiyu sat back onto the sofa dejectedly. He suddenly realized that both of them had fallen into a trap set up by this evil businessman. They had no other choices but to agree with Fengyu. Manager Feng, then tell us if you are going to include us in this new factory? Ho Haitao blew out the cigarette and asked with his head bowed. Fengyu's lip corners raised. "I have decided. This branch factory at southern Guangzhou." Fengyu left Ho Haitao's office with a smile, leaving the both of them sighing. If they had known earlier, they should have suggested to set up a new factory themselves. At least they would still be able to keep their profits. Now, they had to let go a bit portion of their earnings. Back at home, Fengyu sat on the sofa and paged Fu Guangjing. A minute later, the phone at home rang. "Brother Fu, how is negotiation on your side?" "It's going well. I had bought a factory, and the factory had ready workers. But the only problem is that there are too many idling workers. I am now talking to the local government. We can take care of the retired workers, but we would not take in those lazy, malingering workers." Fengyu had discussed with Fu Guangjing last year. He asked Fu Guangjing to take over a factory with excellent location at southern Guangzhou. This way, it will be closer to Hong Kong and more accessible for them to do exportation. It was also Fengyu wanted to take precautions against the motor factory, in case the motor factory start to create problems for him. But unexpectedly, the motor factory really cannot meet the required production figures. They even wanted to reduce the production for the humidifiers. Actually, this was along with what Fengyu had in mind. But he acted that he was angry and used the opportunity to say that he wants to set up a new factory. As expected, Ho Haitao and Li Shiyu did not want to build a new factory, and even if they wanted, they did not have enough funds. Ho Haitao wanted to buy the ultra-powered electric furnace, and he needed at least 20 million rubles. Li Shiyu did not have many areas he needed to spend on, although he ordered some generators-related technologies from Fengyu. Fengyu also did not charge him a high price. But this year, the motor factory received a lot of orders from the top. The profits from the generators were not as much as the humidifiers, but Li Shiyu had no choice. The motor factory had to cut the humidifiers' production to work on the spare parts for the generators. These used up a lot of their funds and resulted in a lack of funds in the factory. Both factories could not afford to build the new factory, and Fengyu naturally would not give them so many profits. But both of them would not accept not getting profits from the new factory, especially Ho Haitao. His factory was using their technical capabilities in exchange for a percentage of the profits. Fengyu had discussed with Fu Guangjing. Fu Guangjing would buy a factory at southern Guangzhou, and Fengyu would be raising funds. When the factory is set up, Fu Guangjing will get a 20% stake. Fengyu wanted full control, so he cannot give the motor factory and the aviation factory 20% shares each. They could not come up with money, and why should they be getting the new factory shares? Ho Haitao said that he could send his engineers to the new factory to guide the workers and help them to set up the production lines. Li Shiyu also said that he had a batch of experienced workers who were familiar with humidifiers. These workers could also help to set up the production lines and teach the workers at Guangzhou. Fengyu looked at these two. One of them said that he would send his engineer, the other said that he would send workers. Fengyu rejected their offers, citing that the salary of the engineer was too high and he could not afford. As for the workers, there was no need for them. The factory they had acquired had lots of experienced workers. The workers Li Shiyu wanted to send were most likely a batch of retired workers. They had no work in the first place, and Li Shiyu makes it as if he was doing Feng Yu a big favor. Both of them were very smart, but Feng Yu was not stupid either. Want to take advantage of Feng Yu? It was not so easy. All the while Feng Yu was the one who took advantage of others, and since when he was taken advantage of, Feng Yu insisted that both factories to come up with cash, and he would let them have a stake in the new factory. No money? Sorry, you will not be getting any shares of the new factory. Feng Yu told them about the new factory, and Fu Guangjing was still negotiating. The acquisition of the factory would cost 10 million rubles, and then the replacement of the machines would be another sum. They even had to take care of the retired workers. Feng Yu said a lot. He wanted to tell the both of them that even if you use cash to invest, you would be making a loss too. Why not just buy a small number of shares? Feng Yu was the one who suggested to take care of the retired workers. Fu Guangjing had wanted to pass those retired workers to the local government. Buying the factory had cost a lot, and why should they still have to take care of the retired workers? Those workers would not be contributing to the factory anyway. Feng Yu just told him that this would be good for the factory and brand's image. If the products of a company with a conscience and a company that exploits their workers were about the same, which company's product would sell better? Fu Guangjing told his family, and Fu Rongjin said to him that the Fu family's reputation in China was critical. He must make sure that no one can complain Hong Kong businessmen were evil and exploited China's workers. He must listen to Feng Yu. Anyway, it was only taking care of the retired workers, and the pensions were not a considerable amount. He could also use this point to negotiate for a lower the price for the factory. Based on Feng Yu's calculations, Li Shiyu and Ho Haitao could only get about 5% profits from the humidifiers produced at the new factory and not a single cent of the bladeless fans. Both of them did not agree, but Feng Yu smiled at them and said a few words: Soviet Union's machines and technologies. These simple words were like a heavy lock, which constrained the both of them. If they really fall out with Feng Yu, they would be the ones losing. Feng Yu can authorize foreign companies to manufacture, and this was legal. Taihua Trading was controlling the sales in the China market. And even if the motor factory could meet the required productions, Feng Yu could also stop overseas exportation. They would still be at the losing end. Also, if Feng Yu sold the Soviet Union's machines and technologies to their competitors, they would suffer even more losses. The aviation factory and the motor factory were not the top enterprises in their respective industries, but with these machines, they might reach the top. Feng Yu could easily wipe them out using their competitors. By becoming the leaders of their respective industries in China, Ho Haitao and Li Shiyu would have a bright future. This could not be achieved by earning more profits for the factory. Instead, they might be stuck in this position forever to make money for the government. In the end, they accepted Feng Yu's suggestion. The both of them would come up with 1 million each to get a 5% stake in the new factory. The engineers sent by the aviation factory can be in engineering retiring at the end of this year, and the new factory would accept the batch of retired workers. They would also be receiving the same salaries before they retire. Fu Guangjing invested a sum of money and gotten a 20% stake. Feng Yu was the one that invested the most, and he owns the patent of both products. He held 70% shares of the new factory. The new factory was officially named as Taihua Electrical Appliances Factory, and it was located in the famous Guangqing. This location was not picked by Feng Yu. It was selected by Fu Guangjing. The market was redecided. From the provinces south of Changjiang, including the humidifiers due for exportation, will get its products from this factory. The bladeless fans market was more significant. From the south of Yellow River, and including the exportation markets. When the dealers heard of this news, they were overjoyed. This way, they could save a lot on transportation and time. It was also easier for them to get the goods. The Fu family was also glad. The transportation cost was lowered, and their profits increased. Although Feng Yu rejected the rest of the Fu family to invest in this new factory, Fu Guangjing had a 20% stake. Fu Guangjing also expressed that he would be on Feng Yu's side and would support Feng Yu in all matters at the machinery company. Feng Yu and Ho Haitao's secret plot to buy over the machinery company's shares in future was a secret to Li Mingde. But the Fu family had noticed this plot a long time ago. Anyway, Fu Guangjing would never sell the machinery company's shares. Those shares were like a money tree now, and the profits from these shares made up the majority of his income. The only possible way for him to let go of the shares was if Feng Yu exchanged the new factory share for the machinery company's shares. Feng Yu was not worried about the productivity of this new factory. He was the factory director in name, and Fu Guangjing was the deputy factory director. Almost everything at the factory was handled by Fu Guangjing. At first, Feng Yu wanted to send someone from Taihua Trading over, but he considered the differences in languages and managerial abilities. Taihua Trading did not have anyone that was suitable to go over. In the end, he let Fu Guangjing handle everything. Fu Guangjing also does not know how to manage a factory, but the Fu family had lots of capable staffs. Anyway, the factory was in Guangdong, and it was easy for them to get the managerial staff from Hong Kong over. With all these settled, Feng Yu could take a break for a few days. At the same time, he could accompany his sister at home. She was 7 months pregnant, and the Li family did not allow her to go to work. They do not lack money, and the safety of her unborn child was more important. Li Shiqiang's parents need to work, and Li Shiqiang was also busy with his logistics company. Feng Yu was the only person available to look after his sister in the daytime. Feng Yu was sitting on the sofa watching TV. He was eating a big apple which was bought by his brother-in-law for his sister. There was a stack of orange peels and groundnut shells on the coffee table. "Sis, your mother-in-law is coming back. You go to the sofa and watch TV." Feng Yu shouted to his sister who was busy in the kitchen. His sister was not someone who could sit still, and she also does not like to watch TV. Feng Yu was the one who was sitting in front of the TV the whole day and helping her to finish up all the fruits. Feng Yu was so full from the fruits, and he ended up eating only half a bun for dinners these few days. Li Shiqiang's mother still thought that he was sick. The both of them exchanged places, and when Feng Yu was finishing up the chores in the kitchen by cutting some spring onions, Li Shiqiang's mother returned. She saw Feng Yu in the kitchen busily preparing dinner. She hurriedly said, "Xiao Yu, go and rest. I will do the cooking." The kids from the Feng Yu were obedient. Her daughter-in-law was clean, virtuous, filial piety, hardworking, and knows how to take care of people. Feng Yu was also sensible and was like a genius when it comes to making money. He also knows how to take care of his sister. Every time comes over, Feng Yu would be doing some household chores for his sister. The brother and sister pair looked at each other and smiled. Feng Danying stood up and went to the kitchen to help her mother-in-law. Naturally, she was chased out of the kitchen. She also knew that her mother-in-law would not let her help, but Feng Yu told her to act it out. This way, the smart and hardworking daughter-in-law does not need to do anything, and yet the mother-in-law would still feel that she was hardworking. The attitude was the most important. That evening, Feng Yu and his sister did not eat much. After dinner, Feng Yu returned back to his apartment next door to plan his investment directions based on his memories of the major events. The telephone on the table rang, and Feng Yu answered. In this era, there were no handphones, and even the phone does not have caller ID. Feng Yu was not accustomed to these. Luckily for him, there were very few sales calls and phone scam. "Xiao Yu, something major happened." Feng Yu sat up straight. It was his father that called him. Could it be something terrible had happened at home? Or something happened at the food processing factory? "Dad, calm down. What happened? Watch the news. Hurry. There is a news flash now." News flash? A national event? Feng Yu switched on the TV, and the news was being reported on the TV. Lithuania had declared that it had left the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union's president, Mr. Mikhail Gorbachev, does not recognize this, and both countries were having talks now. Lithuania had left the Soviet Union earlier? Feng Yu was surprised. This had nothing to do with him. His trade with the Soviet Union should not affect these major events. What worried Feng Yu the most was that the purchase of the ultra-high-powered electric furnace was not finalized yet. If the Lithuanian factory director were removed from his position at the factory, then this deal would be called off. If Feng Yu could not get his hands on the furnace, then Ho Haitao would be jumping in anger. His cooperation with the motor factory and the aviation factory would be in jeopardy, and the aviation factory would not sell him the machinery company's shares. Without this furnace to control the aviation factory, Feng Yu was not sure what Ho Haitao would do. The new factory would lower the earnings of the motor factory and the aviation factory considerably. If Ho Haitao got mad and went after Feng Yu would be in big trouble. The aviation factory can even ignore the provincial government orders, and Feng Yu's strongest backings were only the city government. This time, he might be in deep SHD. Xiao Yu, are you listening? The anxious voice of his father was heard over the phone. "Ah, I am watching the news. Xiao Yu, is the Soviet Union really going to be dissolved? Why is that country declaring independence? Dad, don't worry about this. Let me call my partner in the Soviet Union. We will continue this discussion when I return home." Actually, Feng Xingtai was worried for nothing. The disintegration of the Soviet Union would affect China's economy to a certain extent, but the effects were not that severe, and Taihua Food Processing Factory and Tianpeng Pig Farm would not be affected. After hanging up the call with his father, Feng Yu was thinking of how to talk to Kirilenko. While he was thinking, the phone rang again. "Feng, is that you?" This call was from Kirilenko, and he was speaking in an anxious voice. He had also just found out that Lithuania was leaving the Soviet Union. It was as what Feng Yu had said. The other party called him, and this was a great difference from Feng Yu calling him. Feng Yu, who was still worried just now, speaks calmly and slowly. "Brother Qi, are you calling me to tell me that you had bought the furnace?" "Feng, we can talk about the furnace later. Do you know that Lithuania had just announced that she is leaving the Soviet Union?" Feng Yu casually says, "Really? I had told you about this before. Now you believe me." Kirilenko had told what Feng Yu said to his brother and father when he returned home previously. His elder brother reacted the same way as him and wanted to punch Feng Yu. But his father was calm and was thinking deeply. Kirilenko's father, Sinchenko, a major general, knew more about the Soviet Union's politics than Kirilenko and his brother, even when he was in charge of logistics. After the failure of the economic and political reforms, the Soviet Union's political situation was not stable. This can be seen by the many transfers and replacements of the military and political leaders. At first, Sinchenko thought that everything would be over soon. The Soviet Union was very powerful, and these problems were only temporary. But after he heard Feng Yu's message from his son, he felt that what Feng Yu had said could really happen, especially about Yeltsin. This was the most direct proof. Yeltsin was forced to step down some time ago, but he was still very active in the political scene. He had contacted many leaders in Moscow and returned to the political scene through the first elections. Sinchenko, as a major general, was also approached by Yeltsin. He did not want to join Yeltsin as Yeltsin was someone hated by President Mikhail Gorbachev. Why should he join Yeltsin? What if Yeltsin failed? His rank as a major general would be gone. Luckily for him, he did not reject Yeltsin straight and decided to sit on the fence. He could always join Yeltsin after he gained political standings. But today's news of Lithuania breaking off from the Soviet Union and announcing independence was something unexpected. There were rumors in the past, but those rumors were brushed off as everyone felt that it was impossible. When the rumors became a reality, he suddenly realized that Feng Yu's predictions were accurate. Sinchenko immediately asked Kirilenko to contact Feng Yu. This Feng Yu had the foresight, and they must maintain a good relationship with him. After instructing Kirilenko, he approached Yeltsin. He wants to have a talk with him and grasp the opportunity to join him. Once Yeltsin got in power, or even reaches a higher level, then Sinchenko would also be promoted. "Feng, I believed you. I did not expect you to know so much about our Soviet Union's politics. You really think that Yeltsin would hold the highest office, and this would be my father's greatest opportunity?" Feng Yu was thinking in his heart, if your father killed Yeltsin and helped those that supported the military coup, then it might be his biggest opportunity to promote. But if that happens, the future of the Soviet Union and the rest of the world be changed. Feng Yu definitely would not want to see that happening. If there were too many changes, his knowledge of the future would be useless. "Brother Qi, trust me. We are friends, best friends. The more successful you or your family, that means our trades would be more stable, and I can earn more money." Kirilenko was breathing heavily. His father was going to be promoted? That means his status in the second-generation circles would rise too. To repay Feng Yu, Kirilenko decided to let Feng Yu know about a piece of good news which he kept to himself for about 2 weeks. "Feng, let me tell you something. I had bought the ultra-high-powered electric furnace." Feng Yu was overjoyed. He had been waiting for a long time. He was still worried that this deal would not go through. "Brother Qi, that's great. Will there still be any unforeseen changes?" Feng Yu asked. "No, absolutely no. I had arranged for my men to dismantle the furnace, and it can be loaded on the train bound for Bing City within a week." Kirilenko roared. "Ha ha ha, that's great. Brother Qi, how much is this furnace? Do the related technologies come along together with it?" "Of course. Although there are not many technologies, but those are the most advanced technologies in the world. I can guarantee that. How much are you willing to pay? Kirilenko asked. This ultra-high-powered electric furnace and related technologies cost him almost 10 million rubles. But the market price for a second-hand furnace was more than 20 million rubles. If he asked for 20 million rubles, Fengyu would not accept, but if he sells it for too low, he would be suffering a loss. This was the biggest business deal with Fengyu to date. Brother Qi, you should also know about China's buying power. We can't afford two expensive machines. Also, last year, China had already bought two ultra-high-powered electric furnaces from Europe, so Kirilenko hesitated for a while. He knew that it was not easy to get such machines, and if it was like all the previous deals where he increased 30% from his cost, he felt that he was shortchanging himself. This time he decided to increase by 50%. How about 15 million rubles? It includes the technologies, and just like the past, I will recommend 5 experts to go over your side and work. 15 million rubles? That's too cheap. Fengyu was very excited, and he almost jumped up in joy. He could sell the furnace to the aviation factory for at least 20 million rubles, and if the aviation factory had enough funds, he would still ask for more. Anyway, this type of machines was in demand, and there were no worries about not getting buyers. If the aviation factory does not want it, Fengyu could easily sell it to other factories. Fengyu paused for a while and slowly replied, Brother Qi, this price is more than what I expected. There are not many profits left for me. If this will be the price in future, then I think I will not be dealing with these heavy machineries. Feng, it is not easy for me to get my hands on these types of machines. You should also know that these machines can be used as military facilities. I am taking a very big risk. Even if you want more of these types of machines, I might not be about to get it. Kirilenko exaggerated. Brother Qi, you are too timid. You still have not noticed? Not only your father has a good opportunity now, you too have a good opportunity. Fengyu sighed. The bolds will be stuffed, and the timid would be starved. What do you mean? Kirilenko still does not understand. There was political unrest in the Soviet Union, and his father might be promoted. But what has this got to do with him? He does not want to go into politics. Brother Qi, think about this. If the Soviet Union were going to disintegrate, the factories in the Soviet Union would be divided among the countries. These factories would be divided based on their locations. Those within the borders would belong to the country, right? But those factories' directors might not be from the country the factory was located at. Kirilenko paused and asked excitedly, You are saying that there will be a lot of people selling off all their assets for money? That's right. I am guessing that people would not only be selling military-related machinery, they might also be selling weapons at low prices. Selling weapons illegally? Is that even possible? Kirilenko was shocked by what Fengyu said. Fengyu was thinking, why not? In future, the most common machine gun was the AK-47. These guns were sold by weight and not pieces. New guns were sold by weight and even comes along with bullets. This showed that how crazy these people were. Compared to these people, Kirilenko was too timid. Fengyu had still wanted to buy some planes or missiles through Kirilenko, but Kirilenko was too timid. Seems like he needs to give Brother Qi some brainwashing. Fengyu was parched from persuading Kirilenko, but he finally got Kirilenko to use this opportunity to make more money. Even if Kirilenko's father did not get promoted, he would have over 100 million rubles. He could still be a privileged class. In this era, the Soviet Union was still a communist state, but there were still about 1.5% of the population in the privileged class, and this figure was still increasing. Kirilenko was a classic example of privileged class. He had used the army's name for his machinery trade with Fengyu. The machines were bought at low cost and used the military train carriages to transport to Bing City for free. All the expenses from the military plate vehicle which Kirilenko was driving could be reimbursed. Even the money used for purchasing goods were from the military funds. Almost all the officers and their families were doing this, and some were worse than Kirilenko. But there was no one catching them. Kirilenko's friend from Kiev had scrapped those almost 90% military trucks and sold to Fengyu, and nothing had happened to him. This person was more daring than Kirilenko, but it was also because his father's rank was higher than Kirilenko's father. Kirilenko thought for a while. His father was a logistics officer, and it was easier for him to do such things. Money in the hands was more important than anything. Even if the Soviet Union was disintegrated, As long as he had money, he can still be above the rest. Since there were more opportunities to cooperate, then the price of this furnace can be lowered slightly more. In the end, Kirilenko offered 13 million rubles to Fengyu. It was the same 30% profits in the past. Fengyu accepted the deal readily and promised Kirilenko that he would be able to sell off all advanced machinery and technologies Kirilenko could find, and he would not hold back any payments. After hanging up, Fengyu was jumping with joy. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Fengyu never expected that Lithuania's independence would be a good thing for him. He could get his hands on the furnace and the machinery company's shares earlier. The biggest problem Fengyu was facing was that he did not have enough funds. The new factory at Guangqing had used up most of his funds. Fengyu do not even have 13 million renminbi, let alone 13 million rubles. Seems like he needs to talk to Ho Haitao. He needs Ho Haitao to pay some deposits first. If he could make the full payment now, it would be best. Manager Feng, why are you here? Ho Haitao was not happy to see Fengyu. Fengyu had snatched a piece of meat from his mouth and promised him to exchange it with ribs. But now, there were still no signs of the ribs. Director Ho, you don't seem to be happy when you see me. Actually, I have some good news for you, but it seems that I had caught you at a wrong time. Fengyu turned and walked off. Good news? Ho Haitao immediately held on to Fengyu's arms. Manager Feng, what are you saying? I am just busy with work today and was tired. But I will still show more hospitality to you. Xiao Lu, use the tea leaves from my metal tin to brew a pot of tea for Manager Feng. Xiao Lu went to brew tea unwillingly. The tea leaves in the metal tin were given to Ho Haitao from one of the leaders of Beijing's party committee. Even when the city leaders visited the factory, he never used these tea leaves. Ho Haitao only used those tea leaves twice when the provincial leader came. What's wrong with Director Ho today? Why was he using those tea leaves to brew tea for Fengyu? Fengyu was sitting on the sofa crossing his legs. If he lit a cigarette now, he would have an annoying look which everybody wants to slap. All this while since his rebirth, Fengyu felt that his most significant achievement was that he quit smoking. Actually, it was not that he does not want to smoke. It was because he was not used to the cigarettes now, and if he starts to smoke, not only his parents, even his pregnant sister would be beating him up. The tea arrived, and Fengyu took a sip. He glanced at Ho Haitao. This old man actually kept these excellent stuff for himself. He must find a way to take some of these tea leaves back when he left. Fengyu did not say anything, and Ho Haitao grew impatient. Manager Feng, didn't you said that you have good news for me? Fengyu had a surprised look on his face and said, Oh, look at me. I had forgotten about it. I must be getting older. Ho Haitao twitched. You are not even 20 years old, and I am in my 50s. You are telling me you are getting old? What are you implying? Director Ho, can your factory spare an empty workshop? The ultra-high-powered electric furnace, manufactured by the Soviet in 1985, working condition, no repairs before, was being dismantled and loaded onto a train now. Ho Haitao jumped up from his seat. You serious? Since when did I lie to you? Fengyu retorted. Ho Haitao rolled his eyes. You had tricked me countless times. Such young age, and yet as smart as a monkey. But Fengyu should not and dare not fool him with such important matters. Then when can the furnace reach Bing City? Ho Haitao asked. They will start shipping when they receive the payments. It will reach Bing City within 7 days. Director Ho, you have been waiting for such a long time. What's the big deal for you to wait a few more days? This furnace can be considered the most advanced furnace in China. It is much better than the 1970s furnace bought by those two southern factories. Fengyu was hinting to Ho Haitao to prepare the payments, and this furnace would not be cheap. Manager Feng, how much are you selling this furnace to us? Fengyu rolled his eyes and moved closer. Director Ho, do you want to spend more or less? Ho Haitao jumped up as if he was a cat, which had its tail stepped on. He shouted, Manager Feng, I am not that type of person. I am a committed member of the party. Fengyu blinked. What type of person? Manager Feng, you have a lot of business and should not walk the wrong path. I will not be bribed. What? Bribery? Director Ho, you think that I want to bribe you or be bribed? Fengyu asked. I am trying to tell you that if you want to spend lesser, then make the full payment now and you settle the importation paperwork. You mentioned that if this machine is ordered under the military, you can be exempted from paying taxes. The taxes for this type of heavy machinery are very high. What? Tax exemption? Ho Haitao laughed. So, this was what this kid was talking about. He thought Feng Yu wanted to bribe him to report a higher amount to the higher-ups for extra funds. Ho Haitao had not wanted such things in the first place. But when he heard Feng Yu's explanation, he felt regretful. He regretted that he was unable to show his upright character as a member of the party. Feng Yu added, "Since when did I secretly give gifts to the government officials and agencies? I gave those gifts openly. You mentioned before that you liked the Soviet Union military-issued flagon. I had specially asked my contacts in the Soviet Union to look for this flagon. This flagon was issued to only Major General and above." Ho Haitao's eyes sparkled. He was in a dilemma. Should he or should he not accept this gift? In the end, the devil inside of him won. He can show his upright character as a member of the party next time. After receiving Feng Yu's gift, Ho Haitao's mood was apparently much better. "I will prepare the importation paperwork. Of course, it is fine. So, will the price be much lower?" "Much lower? Director Ho, the most I can do is to erase the taxes from the price. Anything more is not possible. I am a businessman, and when doing business, the most important thing is to make money. Manager Feng, we are a military factory. This furnace will improve the military standards of our country. Can't you make some contributions to China as a Chinese?" Ho Haitao began to use the patriotism card to bargain. He had used this method on a few businessmen before in negotiations. If you don't lower your price, then you are unpatriotic. Unfortunately, this method worked on others, but not on Feng Yu. Patriotism? Reducing price means being patriotic? Director Ho, you don't have to tell me that. I am a businessman, and it is impossible for me to not make any money. I will cover the cost of transportation of this furnace. You just transfer your machinery company shares to me and give me 15 million rubles. What? The machinery company shares are worth at least 8 million rubles, and I still have to top up with 15 million rubles? This second-hand furnace cost over 20 million rubles, and it is still after tax." Ho Haitao jumped and shouted. Feng Yu ignored him and lifted his teacup. "Xiao Lu, please add more water." Ho Haitao was breathing hard. "This is my office, and Xiao Lu is my secretary. Manager Feng, your equipment is second-hand, and everybody knows that second-hand goods are worthless. How can you price it higher than a brand-new machine? You are talking about the new machines of the 1970s model? You want that? That is cheap. You transfer your machinery company shares to me, and I will get you that model. Since you don't want this furnace, I will look for other buyers." Feng Yu glanced at Ho Haitao. There was a significant difference in the performance, efficiency, and effects between both models. How can both prices the same? A brand new Alto cannot be compared to a second or even third-hand Mercedes-Benz. Don't be anxious. Can you lower the price further? 15 million rubles is too much for my factory. How can my factory fork out this amount? Feng Yu reluctantly said, "Fine. Since this is not the first time we work together, I will not earn too much from you. The exchange rate between RMB and rubles now is 1 ruble to 6 renminbi and 30 cents. I will round it off to 6 RMN. You just give me 90 million renminbi will do." The rubles at that time was still appreciating, and RMB was depreciating. Last year, the exchange rate was 1 ruble to 6 renminbi. Now, the exchange rate was 1 ruble to 6 renminbi and 30 cents. At the end of the year, there will be another adjustment of the exchange rates, and at that time, rubles will start to depreciate. 90 million? It is too expensive. It is not worth so much. The price should be at 15 million US dollars. Ho Haitao shook his head and said, "Damn, this old man was skillful in bargaining. Based on the current exchange rates, this old man was asking for a 40% off Feng Yu asking price. Actually, even with this 40% discount, Feng Yu still had profits, but the profits were too little and were entirely out of proportion to his investment. Furthermore, 15 million US dollars was equivalent to only 9 million rubles. Feng Yu still had to find 4 million rubles more. Taihua Trading had no more money, and Feng Yu could not owe Kirilenko as he still needs to work with him for future trades. Feng Yu's ideal price was 13 million rubles. Kirilenko had covered the transportation cost, and 13 million rubles was the total cost for this deal. Feng Yu only wanted the machinery company's shares as the profits. But if he could earn more, why not? His efforts also cost money. Director Ho, if you still continue to talk like this, then this deal is off. I am not worried about this equipment not selling. Ho Haitao, When he starts to bargain, Feng Yu would say that he would sell the furnace to other factories. Who the hell negotiate business this way? But this method was still effective against Ho Haitao. The aviation factory was a factory that designs and manufactures aircraft. With this furnace, they could produce the sophisticated parts with raw materials themselves. This will significantly reduce their costs and not afraid of Europe and the US imposing trade embargo on China. Currently, the aviation factory was designing a new aircraft, and the required materials used could only develop in the lab and couldn't be mass-produced in the factory as the cost was too high. With the ultra-high-powered electric furnace, it can lower the cost of the materials. Ho Haitao had promised the higher-ups that he could lower the cost of the new jet engine. If he could not get his hands on this furnace, his promise would be broken. Losing face was a small issue, but if he can't deliver what he promised, he would be in big trouble. Manager Feng, the aviation factory's earnings for last year was not a lot, and we still have to give a part of our earnings to the higher-ups. The price you offered is really too high. I had kept my words and had cooperated with you on getting the machinery factory's shares. Shouldn't you give some discount? Ho Haitao said. Feng Yu sneered. You are talking as if the aviation factory is not making any money. When you buy those shares, I had already given you a huge discount. If I had not helped you think of this idea, the higher-ups would have taken away most of your profits. Where would you get the money for this furnace? Then what about the humidifiers and the bladeless fans? You set up a Taihua electrical appliances factory, and our factory had lost lots of profits. Did I say anything about this? I even helped you to persuade Li Shiyu. You really think that he would just keep quiet if not for me? Feng Yu made a persuaded expression and said, Fine. Director Ho, I will lower the price by 500,000 rubles. I will not earn a single cent from this deal. Ho Haitao's happiness was short-lived when he heard that the buying price was only lowered by 500,000 rubles. This price was too far from his expected price. Ho Haitao started to list the times when he helped Feng Yu. He even mentioned the plaques he gave to Feng Yu. Feng Yu slowly lowered the price bit by bit. Finally, the buying price was bargained for 14 million ruble, and Feng Yu refuses to budge. Any more discount, Feng Yu would be making losses. He had already lowered the price by 1 million ruble. It was 6 million renminbi. No matter what Ho Haitao said, Feng Yu does no budge. He even threatens to sell the furnace to other factories. Director Ho, I had even included the related technologies, and you still want to bargain? Let's be fair. If I sell this furnace openly, do you think it will fetch 20 million rubles? Yes, we do have a good relationship, but business is business unless you agree to one more condition. Don't say one condition. I will even agree to 10 conditions if you agree to lower the price further. Fine. You are the one who said this. Don't regret. I want you to. Can this work? Why not? Both of us will benefit from this. I only have this additional condition, and I will lower the price by another 500,000 rubles. Ho Haitao hesitated for a while and raised his head. Lower another 1 million rubles. The machinery company's shares and 13 million rubles for your furnace and the related technologies. Feng Yu clenched his teeth and said, Fine. 13 million rubles. In his heart, Feng Yu was jumping with joy. He did not use a single cent to acquire the machinery company's shares. Kirilenko and Director Ho even had to thank him. This deal was worth it. When Feng Yu left Ho Haitao's office, he was holding a small metal tin. I had already given you a Soviet Union flagon. Shouldn't you give me something in return? Many people had seen me bringing the flagon over. Are you not afraid of people talking behind your back? These tea leaves were better than the tea Feng Yu drank at Zhang Ruiqiang's office. Good things were meant to be shared. Feng Yu needs to wire the payment over to Kirilenko first. He needs to show his sincerity to Kirilenko, so Kirilenko would help him look for more heavy machinery. Maybe in future, Kirilenko would contact him to sell him a batch of weapons. School had started not long ago, and Taihua Trading received a call from CCTV Zhengbaojun. This year's CCTV decided to gather all the advertisers from last year to bid for this year's advertising contracts. When Feng Yu heard this, he was shocked. Even the advertising auction was brought forward. Could it be closed bids? Feng Yu asked for more details and had a sigh of relief. All the advertising slots were reserved for the same advertisers last year. However, the advertising rates had increased. If any of the advertisers gave up their advertising slots, the rest of the advertisers could bid for it. If it was really like this, then it was good news for Feng Yu. Feng Yu had 4 primetime advertising slots. He still had program sponsorship and advertising slots at CCTV other channels. He would surely buy all these slots again, and he wanted to buy more. In another month, the bladeless fans patent would be approved and needed advertising. Feng Yu was hoping there will be people giving up their advertising slots. He could accept a higher rate. It was the best that in future, CCTV would use this sales model to sell the advertising slots. This way, Feng Yu would be able to hog the 4 primetime advertising slots. After applying leave from the school, Feng Yu left for Beijing alone. There were still lots of things to do in Taihua trading, so Wu Jigang needed to watch over at the company. It was 4 p.m. when Feng Yu reached Beijing. He boarded a cab for CCTV, but the driver saw that Feng Yu was young and wanted to travel to such a far place. He refused to send Feng Yu. In the end, Feng Yu threw a 100 renminbi note at the driver, and the driver sent Feng Yu to his destination. Nowadays, people outside the capital were so rich. When Feng Yu was checking into a hotel located beside CCTV, he saw a familiar face. This person was not from Bing City. He was from Hangzhou. Feng Yu recognized this person was because, in 10 years' time, this person would be one of China's richest man and also the #1 man in China's beverage industry. This person's company had advertised at CCTV at the end of last year. But the time slot was not during the prime time, and Feng Yu had not noticed it. "Mr. Zhong? Are you Mr. Zhong?" Feng Yu enthusiastically greeted him. Zhong Qingxian turned towards Feng Yu. There were not a lot of people with Zhong as their surnames. But when he turned around, he saw a young man about 20 years old. He thought back, and he had no impression of this young man. But this young man had reached out with both his hands for a handshake, and Zhong Qingxian could only shake this young man's hand. The guest at this hotel was mostly the advertisers for CCTV, and they were here for the contract signing at CCTV tomorrow. Maybe this young man was also a boss of a company. But this young man was too young. "Hi, are you calling me? How do I address you?" Feng Yu took out his name card and passed to Zhong Qingxian. Zhong Qingxian exchanged name cards with Feng Yu. Feng Yu took a close look at Zhong Qingxian's name card and almost laughed out loud. This man was indeed the successful businessman in the future. His company even compete against Coke and Pepsi. "Drink la ha ha, dinner would be better." Because of this advertising slogan, many parents bought Lu Ha Ha health supplement drinks for their children. They were afraid that their children would skip meals and would affect their growth. This Lu Ha Ha company had just started their own brand, and the company should have a lack of funds. Feng Yu was not sure if he has the chance to invest in this company. The next 3 years was the boom of China's health supplements industry. The health supplement drinks were the most popular, as many Chinese thought that these drinks looked more high class. These drinks had lots of profits and hands would cramp after counting money. Zhong Qingxian looked at the name card in his hands. Taihua International Trading Company General Manager, Feng Yu. He had heard of this company before. The company's address was in Bing City, and he should not know this young man. Zhong Qingxian looked at the back of the name card and was surprised. Mani Products, wind and rain electric fans, wind and rain humidifiers, Songjiang motorcycles, Soviet Union's imported machinery. This electric fan was very popular 2 years ago. He had these fans in his office and home. No wonder he had some impression of this company. As for the humidifiers, he had seen the advertisements before on CCTV. He heard that these humidifiers were very popular in the Northeast region. There's still the Songjiang motorcycles. Famous TV stars were starring in the commercials. He had also bought one motorcycle this year. Soviet Union's imported machinery? This needs strong connections. Even if you have money, without connections, you will also not be able to get those machines. This Feng Yu was not a simple person, but he was curious. Taihai Trading's products had nothing to do with his health drinks. Why did this Feng Yu call him? Also, how did Feng Yu know him? "So, you are Taihua Trading's manager Feng. I had heard your name. Do you need anything from me?" "Heard of me?" Feng Yu was thinking. "I should be the one who had heard of you. All the beverages you sold were popular in China. Even Coke and Pepsi could not beat you in the beverage industry." In the past life, Feng Yu had only seen his pictures on TV, newspapers, and internet. This time he finally got to meet Zhong Qingxian in person, and it was the young Zhong Qingxian. "Mr. Zhong, are you also attending CCTV's conference? We are the same. There should be nothing for us today. How about having dinner and a couple of drinks later?" Zhong Qingxian did not know anyone here. If not, he would not be going out alone for dinner. But his company was short of funds, and he did not have enough money with him. He had planned to go to a roadside stall for a bowl of noodles. This Feng Yu had invited him for dinner, and Feng Yu should be treating him today. Tomorrow he should be returning a treat to Feng Yu. This time he would be incurring extra expenses. Feng Yu did not let Zhong Qingxian have the chance to reject him. Since he had no luggage and only had a wallet, he pulled Zhong Qingxian out of the hotel. Zhong Qingxian was feeling helpless. In his heart, he was praying that Feng Yu would not go to some fancy restaurant. A simple restaurant will do. Even the restaurant at the hotel will do, as long as it was not too expensive. But things did not go as he wishes. Feng Yu dragged him across the street to Little Sheep Hot Pot Restaurant. Little Sheep Hot Pot was a new chain of the restaurant opened within these 2 years. It might not taste as good as those 100-years-old restaurant, but the food was still considered good, and it was costly. These two were still considered early. A little while more, it would be the rush hour, and they might not get seats. Feng Yu passed the menu to Zhong Qingxian for him to order. Zhong Qingxian looked at the prices on the menu. He was calculating in his heart. In the end, he only ordered a plate of lamb and 2 plates of vegetables. Feng Yu took a look. How can this be? These dishes were not even enough for him alone. He took back the menu, and that page was all the meat dishes. He showed the menu to the waitress and pointed, this, and this. When the waitress wanted to write down Feng Yu's orders, Feng Yu said, "These are the dishes which I do not want. Give me the rest of the dishes." The waitress was jolted, but she immediately says fine. The young girl couldn't help but stole a few glances at Feng Yu. Where did this person come from? She had been working as a waitress for so long, and this was the first time she saw someone ordering like this. Rich. Zhong Qingxian had thought that Feng Yu ordered only 3 more plates of meat. He could still accept it. But when Feng Yu said the following sentence, he was shocked. So all people from Northeast order food this way? Zhong Qingxian had a bitter taste in his mouth, and his heart was bleeding. This meal costed more than his 1-month food expenses. Tomorrow he still got to treat Feng Yu back. Since it was like this, Zhong Qingxian just ate the dinner heartily. As they still must sign the contract the next day, they only ordered some beers. Zhong Qingxian heaved a sigh of relief. He thought everybody from the Northeast region just drank baijiu. He was still afraid that he would be drunk before this young man. Zhong Qingxian felt that Feng Yu was a bit weird. At the dinner, he kept asking about Luhaha matters. If it weren't that Tai Hua Trading was not in the beverage industry, he would suspect that Feng Yu was purposely gathering information about his company. Mr. Zhong, I can see the potential in Luhaha Company. But isn't your current company's scale too small? The effects of CCTV advertisement are good, and you should not be worried about your sales. But your production should not be able to keep up. In the Northeast, it was difficult to find Luhaha health drinks in the market. Feng Yu was directing the conversation to where he wanted. We are already thinking of ways to get loans and increase our operations. But we still must spend on the advertisement, expand our factory, and get raw materials. We really do not have enough. Zhong Qingxian also knew that he had to expand his operations. The effects of advertising at CCTV had increased the popularity of his products, and the demand outweighs supply. But he had no money. Feng Yu finally revealed his fox's tail. He moved closer to Zhong Qingxian and pointed to himself. I have money. Zhong Qingxian placed his chopsticks on the table. He finally understood why Feng Yu was asking so many questions about his company. Feng Yu was interested in his Luhaha company. Manager Feng, what do you mean? Mr. Zhong, are you willing to accept investments? I can't say I have a lot of money, but I have no problems forking out 8 million or 10 million to invest in Luhaha company. This way, you can expedite your expansion and become the leader in the health supplement drinks industry. The efforts of your advertisements would also be not wasted and still can ease the company's financial pressure. This way, from your employees to yourself, the boss would not feel so pressurized. Zhong Qingxian pulled his sleeves to cover his old worn-out sweater inside. To expand his company, he did not have any money. Needless to say, his employees, who were working for him based on the beautiful picture he painted for them. Painting a beautiful picture was only a temporary solution. It will not last long, and if the company encounters some sales problems this coming year, his company would have cash flow problems and became bankrupt. This did not happen in history. Luhaha's sales broke through 100 million this year and became the leader in children's health drinks industry. This also resulted in Zhong Qingxian became more confident, and the banks were willing to loan more money to the company. But now, Zhong Qingxian had no choice but to consider Feng Yu's proposal. This was for stability and risk avoidance. Furthermore, even if Feng Yu bought a stake in the company, he would still be the major shareholder. With the injected capital, Luhaha would be able to expand its scale and capture more market share. His earnings would be more than before, and he would face lesser risks. Zhong Qingxian took out his cigarettes. Feng Yu looked at the cigarette box. It was cheap cigarettes, 2 renminbi a pack. Feng Yu did not expect that one of the wealthiest men in China in the future would be so down and out. Thanks, I don't smoke. Zhong Qingxian kept the cigarette he offered to Feng Yu back into the pack and lit his cigarette. He took a deep puff. Feng Yu kept quiet and took a sip of his beer. He was waiting for Zhong Qingxian to consider. In future, the beverage industry was a very profitable industry, especially the China market. There were many successful people in this industry. Milk, yogurt, coffee, energy drinks, herbal tea, carbonated drinks, health drinks, etc. Which type of beverage does not make money? But among all these companies, Luhaha Company, under the leadership of Zhong Qingxian, became the leader of the industry in China for several years. Even the famous herbal tea, which appears much later, could not compete with Luhaha. If Feng Yu could become Luhaha's shareholder, then in future, Luhaha would still be the leader in China's market and had a chance to even become a world-renowned beverage industry. Now, it all boils down to Zhong Qingxian's decision. If he made the correct choice, then everybody would win. If he made the wrong choice, then they would be competitors. With Feng Yu's knowledge of the future and financial strength, Luhaha would not be as successful as his previous life. Manager Feng, can I consider about this? Luhaha Company does not belong to me alone. I still need to discuss with the others. I will give you a reply as soon as possible. After finishing the cigarette, Zhong Qingxian gave Feng Yu this answer. Feng Yu was slightly disappointed. But Zhong Qingxian did not reject Feng Yu on the spot. That means there were still possibilities. Of course, but I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible. The pharmaceutical factory in Bing City is currently developing children's health supplement drinks. The products of the pharmaceutical factory will be better received by the public. If you do not give me a reply, then I will invest in Bing City's pharmaceutical factory. Feng Yu had made it very clear. If you want, we can cooperate and earn money together. If not, I will work with someone else against you. As for what sort of health supplement drinks Bing City's pharmaceutical factory is developing, Zhong Qingxian had no idea. Feng Yu also had no idea. It was all made up by him. In the history of his previous life, Bing City Pharmaceutical Factory did develop calcium gluconate, zinc gluconate series of drinks. The market response to these drinks was also excellent, resulting in the factory making quite a significant sum. But that was many years later. Feng Yu said all these were to give Zhong Qingxian some pressure. Both did not say much and finished the dinner quickly. Back at his hotel room, Feng Yu took out the temporary price list from his bag. This was the tabulation of CCTV's advertisements prepared a day before. It did not include all the advertisement slots, but the slots which Feng Yu wanted was inside. Feng Yu was planning. He would continue with the advertisement slots which he bought last year, and if he had an excess budget, which other slots should he buy? Zhong Qingxian called his company to ask about the company's current financial situation and sales figures. He was considering if he should let Feng Yu invest in his company. If yes, how much shares should he give Feng Yu? Although Luhaha was set up by 3 people, Zhong Qingxian was the major shareholder, and his shares were more than 60% of the company. He had the final say in the company. When he told Feng Yu that he needs to talk to the other shareholders, he was trying to give himself time to think it over carefully. The next morning, after washing up, Feng Yu looked at himself in the mirror. His facial hair was thicker, and his hair was longer. It was no longer the crew cut. He looked more matured, and Feng Yu was satisfied with his current appearance. He looked manlier than before. When Feng Yu opened his room's door, Zhong Qingxian, who was staying in the room diagonally across, also came out. Both of them had breakfast together and chatted on their way to CCTV conference room. The conference room was already full of people. Everybody was sitting together chatting and trying to find out what slots did each of they bought last year. How much did they pay and how much was their budget this year? Feng Yu and Zhong Qingxian had no friends there, and they both sat together to wait for the conference to start. Everybody, please quiet down. I declare that 1990 CCTV tender for advertising slots will officially start. Translator notes. Successful men are successful because they had experienced failures and hardships. The author had changed Waha Group to Lahaha. You can read up Waha Group on Wikipedia. It started with children's liquid nutrients and went into other beverages. Does Feng Yu want to become the shareholder of all successful companies in China? How many businesses and products is he dealing with now? I had forgotten to count. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.